All started with a washing machine. Back in 1982, I'd already been married 17 years. I had 4 children. And my wife came to me one day and said, "Honey, the washing machine is broke. Would you buy me a new one?" And I said, "No, we can't afford it." We argued. We continued arguing. We went to mad that night. And I remember, like it was yesterday, I woke up in the middle of the night and I said to myself, what an idiot. What an idiot. Married 17 years and you can't even buy your wife a new washing machine to wash your clothes with. It bothered me to the point where I got up the next morning and I made the conscious decision right then and there, I'm not doing this for the rest of my life. At that time I was working in a service station. Even though I was managing it, I was barely making a living. And that's when I started looking and I found an ad that said, "Come learn how to buy real estate with no money or credit." That appealed to me because I had neither of those. And I went down to check it out, and even though I had no experience and I didn't understand most of what I was hearing, I picked up one thing that I did understand, and it wasn't 3 weeks after that seminar that I picked up my first check for $3,000. And as I look back, I almost didn't go to that seminar because J.R. Ewing, Dallas, was on TV that night, and he was my hero. And I didn't have TiVo, I couldn't tape it. So it was a hard decision for me. I mean, it's funny now, but it was a hard decision then. But something compelled me to go, and how many times do you think I've asked myself since, what if I'd have watched JR that night and hadn't went to that seminar? What would I be doing today?
True story. Good morning. Welcome back. I am waiting on Ted Thomas. Will be here shortly, but we're going to take some questions while we're waiting. Right, John?
That's right. We've got a couple here.
Okay.
Roger said, what about Florida Electric costs to change aluminum wire to copper per outlet?
Well, I have run across that once or twice, but I'll tell you what I learned here anyway. They can fix that at the panel box. They don't have to change the wire throughout the house. And I guess they connect the aluminum wires to copper wires at the panel box, but I'm not the electrician. And that's, frankly, the answer is going to depend on the code where you're at. But even if you had to rewire the whole house, okay, it's maybe $3,000. You're going to run across repairs a whole lot more expensive than that.
Okay, we've got Brett and Karen. I have a seller who is reluctant to sign the purchase and sale agreement. Is there a simple way to explain what it is, does, and why he needs to sign it?
Yeah, I'm a specialist on simple, okay? And maybe there's a lesson there. Perhaps all of you should be thinking simple, especially when you're dealing with seniors. All right. So understand, they don't want anything that's complicated. They don't want a long contract, and they don't want to have to study anything really. And you're going to lose them very quickly if you make them work hard at something you're not comfortable doing. I stick the contract in front of them. First of all, we've talked about most of the stuff that goes in the contract before you write the contract. Stick it in front of them. Okay. This says we're going to buy your house for this price. We're going to pay all of your closing costs. We're going to close within 30 days. And the back says here that the range refrigerator stays. And let's see, that's pretty much it. Why don't you take a look at it and see if you see anything we want to discuss? That's my explanation of the contract. That's simple. That's simple. In fact, I used to work with a title company. I probably learned to do that watching him. When a buyer is getting a new loan, you know, he's got a big old mortgage, several pages, and he's got a note. He puts his mortgage in front of him. He says, "This says, if you don't pay, you don't stay. Sign here." That was the end of that explanation. Who's going to sit there and read a mortgage? Simple, simple, simple.
Okay, Wayne says, what are the worst things that can happen doing wholesaling? Do we have enough information to do it safely? So he goes on to say he's just very nervous to start trying to wholesale.
Well, now I haven't met anybody that wasn't nervous when they started something new. So I'll tell you right now, the wholesaling a house is the easiest thing you're ever going to do in real estate. I honestly don't know what you're nervous about. You're not making promises you can't keep. You're not guaranteeing debt. Yeah, you're getting a professional to close the thing. What are you worried about? Very simple. You get your buyer to sign a piece of paper called an assignment and send it back. You send it to the closing agent. They do all the work. You get a check. Hardly anything to it. In fact, I want you to write down that question, Wayne. Print it out and keep it where you can see it from time to time. Because I promise you, after you do 2 or 3 wholesale deals, you can look at that thing and have a chuckle, a laugh. When I first went to my first seminar in 1982, a 2-day deal, I had a book about that thick, and I made notes in it. And I found that book recently, and I looked at these notes, and I was laughing the whole time at what I was thinking then compared to what I think now. My whole goal, as I remember back then, was to make $100,000 in 1 year. And I wrote that in this book. That was my whole goal in life. Well, that won't probably support my wife's dogs, much less be able to live on it in my world now. So you're not going to get over your fear till you put this in action and find out there's really nothing to be afraid of.
I'm seeing a couple of comments. They're liking your shirt today, Ron.
Well, I knew that was going to come up, but I'm about to put Ted Thomas up here, and he sent me this shirt, so I feel obligated to wear it so he can see it on me. It might be the last time you ever see it, but here it is in all its glory today.
Well, I'll tell you what, I like it.
You do?
I do. So does
One thing I see, but if I spill something on it, you'd never know.
Francois says, what is the agenda today?
We're going to start with Ted Thomas, and you guys better listen closely because this is an income stream that you can create without leaving your desk, and high rates of return for such a passive investment. And you don't need that much money to do it. He's on tax liens and tax deeds. In other words, buying houses at the courthouse when they're being sold to collect the taxes, and buying the certificates before they get to the courthouse. And then I'm going to bring Jay Conner up here. He's going to talk about his foreclosure system. 50% of the houses that he buys today he buys using his foreclosure system. And remember, his average profit is $78,000 per house now, largely because of the inflation on the houses recently, but he's always had a high dollars per house net profit. And then Lou Brown's going to come on this afternoon and talk about some things that he's learned about handling tenants and managing your assets. And Lou Brown is one of the smartest people that I know in this industry, and he's been at it actually longer than I have. And what he's learned over the years could be very important to you. And then followed by Jay Conner's Where to Get the Money this afternoon, show you how to get private money from individuals to close on these junkers that we talked about all day yesterday, because I want you to be able to close on them. You're going to be a whole lot better wholesaler when you can actually buy the house and close on them. And then, you know, because you need private money. Private money is very important to you in this industry, because you're going to walk away from an awful lot of deals that require to pay cash. In fact, every day I come here, I got another story. Yesterday, I told you about the house that I bought at the foreclosure steps for $202,000, and I paid cash for it. Okay, I can't buy it at the foreclosure steps unless I pay cash, because I got to have the money that afternoon. So I did, and last night I got a contract signed on it for $245,000. So, you know, it's not a bad return. I put up 202 and I get back 245. That'll work, because it's only been about a month, all right, since I bought it. So if I see that deal would have not been there if I hadn't been able to pay cash. In fact, I showed you a couple of wholesale deals, the last 2 that I've done, and between the 2 of them made $82,000. But if you recall, one of them I actually cleaned all the junk out of it, and then put it on the market because you couldn't even get through the house. Okay, but what if I wouldn't have had the money, or I wouldn't have access to the money? Okay, that would have cost me $42,000 right there, which I'm splitting with my acquisitionist, but yeah, you get the picture. So I want you to get in a position where you are not afraid to get money, and you have more money than you can use on your deals. I promise you, you'll get there very, very quickly once you start. So that's the agenda for today. I don't know what time we're through today. If I were you, I'd just put down 5 o'clock and leave it at that, because it won't be too much longer or shorter than that. All right. Glad you asked that question. I would have forgot to go over the agenda.
Jesse says, how can I access the wholesaling replay from yesterday?
There is no replay. Hey, you can, if you upgraded to the 897 VIP package, then you're going to get the whole new system along with the rehabbing and the terms course that rehabbing I didn't tape, but terms course I just taped a couple of days ago again, and a whole lot of other stuff that comes with it. But that's the only way you're going to get the actual course. We're not replaying what we did the last couple of days. In fact, the only reason we're doing them is to tape the new courses.
Yeah, so I just, we've gotten the question a lot all 3 days. So I just want to be clear, we're recording new courses. You can upgrade to the VIP package, ronlegrand.com/VIP, and order it there, and you will get the recordings of this event when we're done editing them.
Along with all the other pieces, including the manual and the agreements and several additional lessons that I recorded. One is called how to find quality leads. 2 hours on that. Another one's on all the agreements, buying and selling, regardless whether it's terms or ugly house business. One where we called sellers live and you heard both sides of the conversation. Another where I took those deals that we did in class and scrutinized them on the stage, and how much money we think we could get down, and what we sell it for, and what kind of cash flows in it, and all that. These are very, very important lessons for you to watch. And I think there's a couple more in there that I taped outside of what we did yesterday and the day before that come with the package. After we get it assembled, you got to give us about 30 days to get it all edited and assembled for you, and you'll be thrilled with the package when you get it.
Okay, we're all caught up on questions.
All right. Do we have Mr. Thomas on here?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Well, hey. Oh my God. I knew you'd outdo me.
Boy, you have a nice shirt on. You have a good taste in shirt.
Yeah. Well, you sent it to me. You should know. Okay. So I'm only wearing it to impress you. Now I look at your shirt and I see you ain't all that impressed. So,
how
are you, sir?
No, you got a great one. I like it.
You ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready to go. Okay. Absolutely.
I've already told everybody.
Lead off man in Old Timers Day, right?
Okay. I've already told everybody how important you are. So
I'm going to turn it over to you and let you educate guys. What this man's about to tell you, very few people even have any idea that this exists in our real estate world today. So you're looking at another income opportunity here. So pay very close attention. All right. Well, when you're done, Ted, I'm going to come back and we're going to have questions and answers. All right.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Thank
you. It's all you. You got it.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm Ted Thomas, and I call this Wealth Without Risk, and it's going to go fast. I'm going to give you a ton of information. If you have pencil and paper, make some notes. So as Ron said, we'll do question and answers afterward. I call it Wealth Without Risk because I'm going to start out with tax lien certificates where you invest with the government and you're going to get checks back from the government. The system's been around for well over 200 years. I've been teaching it for well over 30 years. It's very exciting, and so we're going to move quite quickly.
Are about to discover a little-known government program called tax certificates that allows you to write a check to the government and get a check back from the government with a return on your money that can be 16, 18, 24, and all the way up to 36%. My very special guest today is self-made millionaire Ted Thomas, a man who has made millions and millions of dollars for himself and his students over the past 25 years. teaching them how anybody can profit with tax certificates.
Anybody can make money, and I found that out at age 19. I was a high school dropout.
You don't have to have a college degree to use Ted's program.
It's really just about learning the process. Anybody can do this business as long as you have the right guidance.
Ted is a best-selling author, a highly sought-after lecturer. Ted Thomas is quite simply the most trusted and respected authority in America when it comes to tax certificates. And the good news is anybody can buy them anywhere across this great country. And you can do it with any level of income or education.
So you can get into this business for, $100, $50 bill.
The tax lien was only $67.12.
The big guy, the little guy, anybody can use it.
The least expensive tax lien certificate that we bought was $27, and we went on and we bought about 400 of them over the next year and made about $100,000 profit that year.
Well, welcome aboard. You guys stay tuned here for the next hour, and I'm going to show you some transformational ideas. I mean, we're going to show you how to make money immediately. Now, everything I'll talk about today has been proven and tested, and this is a way you can make money for the rest of your life. The system has been around for over 200 years, and I just narrowed it down to make it easy for you to use, as you'll see as we go along. Now, this is real estate material that can actually transform you. In other words, if you're in a position where you need to make money, this makes money immediately. Why does it do that? Because they're tax certificates, and these certificates, you invest for the government, you're going to get a check back from the government, and I'm going to demonstrate that. Now, I do this myself. I've done this to help dozens of other people do it. So you're going to get information today that's going to help you transform whatever you're doing today. You can do this with that. This is a part-time venture. You do 5 to 10 hours a month maximum in this business. Everybody else will teach you a lot of things about real estate. I'm just going to teach you about tax lien certificates and tax defaulted property. This is a step-by-step process. We're going to teach you to make $25,000, $50,000, and even $100,000 on one deal. Now, in the old days, people talked about making $5,000 or $10,000. Times have changed. Now you want to do $25,000, $50,000, and even $100,000 on one deal. I'm going to show you how to do that today. I'm going to actually show you case histories of real people that have been doing this and have been doing it for quite a period of time. Everything that you'll see will be documented, and you'll see the people making the kind of money that I just mentioned, $25,000, $50,000, and even $100,000. So let's get right on into it, okay? So I'm going to show you the secrets of the tax lien certificates first, and then I'm going to go into tax defaulted property. The tax lien certificates are available in 1,500 plus counties in the United States, but tax defaulted property are available in all 3,000 counties. So your county is going to have tax defaulted properties for sure, and it might even have tax lien certificates, but it doesn't matter where you are because we can teach you how to do this online. Now, when I started, we had to go to every courthouse. Now, when you get started, you can get started sitting right on your rusty dusty at your kitchen table. You can learn how to do this online, and we'll show you how as we go through this today. All right, so you're going to see people making purchases of property for 15 cents, 20 cents on the dollar, all the way up to 30 and even 50 cents on the dollar, because you get huge discounts at tax defaulted auction. Now, the beauty of working with tax liens and tax deeds is whenever they have an auction, the county, the local county has been authorized by the legislature to delete the mortgage or the deed of trust mortgage on the loan. Okay, so that comes off the property. Think about what I said. No mortgage, no deed of trust loan on the property. So you're going to start out on the right foot with properties for pennies on the dollar with no mortgage and no deed of trust. So let's go back to those tax lien certificates. These certificates pay 16%, up to 18, up to 24, all the way up to 36% interest, and your check is going to come from the government. You're not going to buy it from me. You're going to learn how to invest with the local government, and you're going to get a check back from that local government. Now, the beauty of this is that there's no mortgage on the property when you buy it, no deed of trust. Now, that's the law across the United States. That law applies in every county, all 3,000 counties across the United States. So what are we talking about? We're talking about government certificates, and they're called tax lien certificates. All right, so let's look at this exhibit and this graphic, okay? So on the left side, you can see a house. Now, that could be an office building. It could be a farm. It could be a ranch. It's any building that's not a government building. All of the properties in the United States are taxable. Now, the tax money is owed to the local government. So look on the right side of the slide. It says government center. All right, I call it a government center, but you're going to call it the county. But I teach people in foreign countries how to do this to invest here in the States. And I'll show you people doing it online from Canada, the United Kingdom, Singapore, and places like that. Because this is a passive investment. Tax lien certificates are passive. You don't have to do any work. You invest with the government, you get a check back from the government. When we talk about tax deeds, well, that's what Ron's a specialist at. Going to teach you how to buy those properties at foreclosure and be a wholesaler and all the things that he teaches. All right, so we're going to show you tax defaulted property, which you can buy those with 60, 70, and 80% discount. Not to worry, we're going to cover all of that. Now, when you paid a tax certificate, what you did is you pay someone else's taxes. When you do that, just had to take a pause and clear my throat. All right, so when you buy a tax certificate, you're investing with the money with the government. You now own the first position lien on that property. Now, why is that important? Because the first position lien means that certificate has to be paid. The property can't be sold. It can't be mortgaged. Nothing can happen. So when you invest in a tax certificate, you invest with the government. Now, you invest with the government and get this. If the person doesn't come in and pay their taxes and ultimately buy the certificate back from you, you're going to get the property. So here's the deal, and you can write it down. You invest with the government, you're going to get a check back from the government. If you don't get paid, you're going to get the property. If you don't get paid on the tax certificate, you're going to get the property. And it won't have a mortgage or a deed of trust. Nice way. All right, so I'm fond of saying tax certificates are the safest, the most lucrative investment in America today. Why do I say that? Because you're going to invest with the government. You're going to get a check back from the government. If you don't get paid, you're getting the property for the 1 or 2% taxes that you paid. You see, a certificate, when you buy it, you're just paying someone else's taxes. Well, taxes on the property are generally 1 or 2%. Would you like to buy property for 1 or 2% and have no mortgage? Well, of course you would. You'd say, how many can I buy? Well, you want to buy a lot of them. Well, these properties are being auctioned every single month across the United States. There's over 5,000 tax auctions a year in the 3,000 counties. You're going to learn all that in the next hour while we're together. Now, the beauty of this investment is you lock in the interest rate. So if you raise your hand like I'm doing now, you buy that certificate, you take it home. It's nothing more than a piece of paper, just a little piece of paper like that. All right. You're taking that piece of paper home. You just put it on your desk. Your work is finished. It's passive. You sit on your rusty dusty and you wait to get paid. All right. But what you've done is you're going to lock in the interest rate. So when you go to the auction, you're bidding on an interest rate. It could be 16%, could go as high as 18 or 24 or even 36%. So the interest rates start high, and then people bid them down. So they can bid them all the way down to 1 or 2%. But there's going to be thousands, and I'm going to demonstrate to you in a minute, thousands to the point of millions of tax lien certificates. Now, today I'm sitting in a little studio in the back of my office, and I live in Florida. Okay, so I'm in the middle part of Florida. And in Florida, they sell tax certificates in May and June. Now, you're not going to believe this, but they'll have over 1 million certificates in May and June to sell just in the state of Florida. Now, that's just one state. Think about all the other states. Well, we'll talk about that as we go along. Just 1 million certificates. Anybody can buy them. You know what you have to do to qualify? Just got to have a little cash to buy the certificate. Okay, you go to them, you give them your cash, they give you a certificate, you sit on your rusty dusty and wait to get paid. Now, if you don't get paid, you're going to get the property. Is that a good deal? That's the best deal in America. I can tell you that right now. All right, now some people make money every time. Now, why they make money every time is because they're doing business in the local county. There's not a lot of risk in this business because you invest with that county. The county is going to give you a certificate. The certificate means you can hold on to that until you get paid. If you don't get paid, just like I said, you're going to get the property. So these are called tax lien certificates. Now remember, I'm going to cover both today so you can learn how to do both businesses in 1 hour today. So we're going to talk about tax lien certificates when we first start. Later on, I'll go into tax defaulted property, and take my word for it. In the 3,000 counties, there's millions of those. Between 2 and 3 million properties a year go to tax defaulted auction. You don't know about it because your little county might not have very many. But I can tell you, and I'll show you and demonstrate to you, I'm going to show you thousands of properties that are being auctioned for just the back taxes. Okay, so it's the law across the United States. It's the law of the United States. The tax collector, when you raise your hand to buy, automatically puts you in first lien position on that property. So you hold that tax lien certificate, you just hold it, you put it on your desk when you get home and just leave it there. Doesn't matter if anybody steals it because If someone came in and burglarized your house, it wouldn't matter because the certificate is on file with the government, okay, at the local county. All right, you now have the first position lien on that property. Can't be sold, can't be mortgaged, no transfer can take place until you get paid. So the government is making sure you don't have to do any collection. You don't go and knock on the door and say, hey, pay your taxes. You don't have to do anything. You sit on your rusty dusty. The government makes sure you're going to get paid. If you don't get paid, you're going to get the deed. Where do you see some of the people getting the deed to the property for pennies on the dollar? All right, now the interest rates, they're all over the map because the counties and the states became states at different times. So in Arizona, you can earn up to 16%. That means if you bought a certificate today and the rate was 16% on the certificate, next year at this time, you could get all your money back plus 16%. Now, 16% doesn't sound like a big amount of money, especially when you started out with something like a wholesale deal. But 16% on your money when you compare it with the bank, wow, safe, secured, pretty darn nice. So let's look at some of these rates of return. I'll just give you some sampling now. Now, Illinois, you can earn 18% on a tax certificate in the first 6 months. So let's say you bought a certificate today and it didn't get paid in the first 6 months. Well, then you give them another 6 months, you made 18% there. And in the next 6 months, you make another 18%. Where are you going to make 36% and you haven't done any work? Well, pretty nice deal. All right, so we're going to look at different states and different counties. Now, Georgia is my favorite state. Oh, I love Georgia. Why Georgia? You raise your hand, you buy a certificate. All right, now let's say that people come in and redeem it. That means they come in and pay you. All right, so you have the certificate, so you have to give it back to them, but they have to give you 20%. They have to give you 20% if they come back and pay in 5 days or 365 days. Any day they come back to pay you, you get a 20% return. Where are you going to get 20% return? Government's going to write you the check. All right, the people write the check, they give it to the government. You get the idea? So you're going to make 20% on your money in Georgia is the minimum. That's the minimum. You can't make any less than that. All right, I'll cover all the states as I go along here. Iowa pays 2%. Listen to this, 2% for every single month. So at the end of 12 months, you make 24% on your money. Folks, 24% of your money every 3 years. You're compounding that. You're going to be doubling your money in a safe, secure investment. Can't invest with Ted. Money has to go directly to the county. Okay, the county holds your money. They use that to pay the county bills. You get a tax certificate, a simple piece of paper. You don't have to do any work. Now, everyone loves Texas. Now, watch my hands for a second. In Texas, you bought a certificate right here this day. The clock starts going tick, 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 like on 60 minutes. That clock can go tick, 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 and for 180 days. That's 6 months. Okay, anytime that property owner comes in to pay you, you get all your money back. Let me say it again. You get all your money back plus 25%. Any day from day 1 to day 180, you get all your money back plus 25%. There's 250 counties in Texas. Every county is authorized to have an auction every month. You don't have enough life to go to just the auctions in Texas. I mean, this business is abundant, let me tell you. All right, so you bought a certificate today. It stayed outstanding for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, if they haven't paid you, you get a deed absolute. You get the deed to the property after 180 days, and you've been sitting on your rusty dusty. Is that a good way to make money? I think it's wonderful, but I have a favorite. My favorite state is Georgia. Now, let me tell you why I like Georgia. So I bought a certificate today. It can stay outstanding for a whole year, but any day they come in and pay, I make 20%. That's nice, 20%. All right, now, what I'm going to tell you, at the end of 365 days, when you get right here, you can foreclose. You can take the property. I say, if you're my student, don't take the property. Let it go over to the next year. Let it go to day 366, because on day 366, they don't owe you 20% anymore. Now they owe you 30%. And if it goes another year, 40%, and another year, 50%. Folks, I don't make the rules. I'm just explaining it to you. All right, this system has been in place for over 200 years. I didn't invent it, but I learned how to teach people how to do it, and we make a specialty of doing that. A little later on, I'm going to invite you to an event. We're going to spend 3 days teaching you guys how to do this. All right, every property has a tax. Always owed over there, the government center. Call that your county, okay? All right, now, every county can sell tax defaulted property, but half of the properties could be in counties, and counties also sell tax lien certificates, but it's only half of the counties do that. So just remember, 3,000 counties will sell tax defaulted, but 1,500 will sell tax lien certificate. Remember, tax lien certificate is a passive investment. In the next few minutes, I'll transition over and we'll teach you about tax defaulted property. I hope you like what you're learning here. This is a powerful way to make money. Anybody can do it. Women love it because they don't have to worry about going out and fixing up property or doing any of that. They love it. They just invest with the county. They get their checks back from the county. What a great way to passive investment. Now, if you have an IRA or you have a Roth IRA or you have one of those Cloverdale trusts and those, you want to think about that now because those are passive investment. You can take the money out of that. Then you could invest it here. You can make the money and you wouldn't have to pay taxes on it. So give that a lot of thought. All right. Now, when you buy a tax certificate, the government, not Ted Thomas, not Ron LeGrand, nobody you know, the government gives you the right to all your money back plus that high interest rate. The government gives you the right. You don't have to go out and collect any money. If those people don't pay you, you can do a foreclosure and you take the property. All you paid for the property was the back taxes. All right, who does the work on this investment? The tax collector. Is that a good deal? Darn right. Tax collector has power. So the tax collector tells them, look, if you don't pay your property tax, guess what? You have forfeited the property to the tax lien certificate investor. If they don't pay, they forfeit the property to you. That's all a legal process. You don't have to do anything. All right. So why is the government selling these properties? Well, I'm here to tell you, the governments all have a lot of bills. You know, they got a lot of bills. All right. So what is the government going to do with the money from taxes? Well, just look at my slide that I put there for you. That's going to pay the local police. It's going to pay the sheriff. It's going to pay for the firefighters. You're getting the idea. They're going to give some money to the hospital. They fix the roads. Got to have schools. Got to have school teachers. All of that comes from property tax. So the government is intense. When I say the government, I'm talking about the local county government. There's no argument about this. No argument. You don't have a lot of bickering back and forth. Everybody knows you either pay your tax or you lose your property. All right. So these people are going to pay their tax lien certificate. And when they do, the government uses that money to take care of the police, the hospital, the roads, the libraries, all those things. So they have to collect it. So this thing doesn't go a long time. They do this every single year. There's going to be auctions across the United States, 5,000 of them. That's 100 every week. 99% of the people have never heard what I'm talking about. Don't even know about it. Now, why haven't the brokers told you about it? Well, the brokers are not bad people. The attorneys haven't told you. They're not bad people. Okay. Financial planners don't tell you about it. Why isn't anybody telling you about this? I'm going to tell you why. Because government won't allow commissions to be paid. All right. So an attorney, if they help you out, they have to bill you for it. So what about a financial planner? If they help you out, they have to bill you for it. So if they're going to do that, they're going to make commissions on the investment. This one, you have to learn yourself. Why? Because the local government doesn't allow any commissions to be paid on this. So those people aren't going to, if they can't make a commission, why would they tell you about it? They've got other things to do. They want to make money. They got families to feed and whatever. All right, so let me give you some examples now. You're going to love this. Anybody can do this with just a little bit of training, okay? So I don't care whether you're 16 or 60. It doesn't matter to me, and it doesn't matter to the government. Anybody can buy a tax certificate. Why? Because you're just going to invest with the government, and you're going to hold a certificate, and when the government gets paid, they're going to see to it that you get paid, and if you don't get paid, you're going to get the property. So this is Rocco, okay? Now he's collecting Social Security. He wants to learn. He learned how to do the business. Let's see what happened to him. All right, now take a close look before I put the audio on. Look behind him. Can you see the properties behind him? Okay, he's going to pay the taxes on those properties. Now look over his right shoulder. Look way in the background. They're building back there. So now let's read the bottom of the slide. He's going to purchase the tax liens on these properties, and he's going to pay the taxes on those lots back there. Listen what happens.
I bought tax certificates, people that did not pay their taxes. I paid their taxes. I paid around $6,900, just shy of $7,000. I got 18% of my money. I just got redeemed in December, and I got $1,890 back, which is 18% on your money. Where in the economy of today with the banks and the mutual fund are you going to get 18% on your money? It's not going to happen.
That's a nice deal, folks. Okay, now every property has a tax, always owed to the local government. With tax lien certificates, those always go to the lowest bidder. Later on, when we talk about tax defaulted property, those always go to the highest bidder. So you're kind of getting the idea. All right, now why are people coming to an event like this? Folks, I know what you do. You've got money, but you need more cash flow. This is a cash flow system. Basically, what tax certificates do is they produce cash flow. If you buy tax defaulted property, same thing, because we teach you to buy them. We buy them low, we sell them low, and we do it quickly. We don't hold properties. We're not trying to hold them unless if we're going to do anything, we're going to do the financing. So I'm going to give you some solutions so we can solve your cash flow problems. And you'll see that as I go along. Now, if you got a job, it's kind of dead-end job, well, you want to think about growth potential. All the growth you want can be in tax lien certificates. Why? Because each year there's a whole new crop of those. This has been going on. I didn't invent it. Been going on for 200 years. All right. So we're going to learn about predictable, certain, and secure tax certificates. Now, the bottom of the screen says risk-free. There's nothing that's risk-free. There's nothing like that. But we take the risk very low. Why? Because we invest with the government and we're going to get a check back from them. And now the worst thing that can happen is we're going to end up with a property. All right. So I hope you're getting this and you're starting to digest it all. I continuously show this picture so you get the idea. We're going to talk about two investments. One is a tax lien and one is a tax deed. But I'm going to show you an example now. I'm going to show you an example of someone making tons of money because they didn't get paid on the tax certificate. So when you buy a tax certificate, the government gives you a covenant. A covenant is simply a promise. The local government says to you, you paid someone else's taxes. Thank you. Now we can pay the sheriff and we can pay the school teachers and so on. So we've got our money. Now, if those people don't come in and pay, we're going to award that property to you. All right. So now let's start thinking, hey, what if we could make $25,000, $50,000, even $100,000 on a deal? Wouldn't that change your life? How would you feel if you made $25 or $50 or $100,000? Just let that drift around in the back of your mind for a little bit. And then let's look and see what happens when some of these people buy a property and then the property owner doesn't come in and pay. All right, so I'm going to show you an example right now where they bought a property for 6 cents on the dollar. Now, how did they do that? They bought a tax certificate. So let's look at what they did. This is Drew and Risha. They live in Phoenix, Arizona, attended the same class that I'm telling you about today, attended the class. They decided they'd look around Phoenix and see if they could buy some tax certificate. Turned out in Phoenix, it's Maricopa County, they have about 20 or 30,000 certificates available every year. And I know about Phoenix for the past 35 years. I used to take big classes there to buy these. So there's always a new crop of these tax lien certificates. So they bought a tax lien certificates. All right, now they learned, like you just learned, the tax lien certificates are safe and secure. So remember that. They also learned if you don't get paid, you get the keys to the property. Now, wouldn't that be nice? So if you bought a certificate, all you did is pay the back taxes. And you remember, there's no mortgage and there's no deed of trust if the property goes to auction. The government wipes it out. So sure enough, they went down and they spent $11,000 and they bought a tax lien certificate. All right, now they've got an investment. They got a certificate that paid 16%. All right, so Drew is the guy that does the work, goes to work every day. His wife stays home and raising the family. So let's look at the bottom of the screen. They invested $11,000 at 16%. They were hoping they were going to get $1,500 a year. Well, if you think about that, if they took their $11,000, put it in the bank, they're probably going to make 2 or 3%. But in the tax certificate, they're going to make 16. So they felt real good about it. Now, before they bought the tax certificate, they followed my one important rule. Here's the important rule. Don't buy a property unless you've looked at it. Don't buy a property unless you've looked at it. Now, ladies, you wouldn't marry the guy unless you looked at it. Well, it's the same thing in real estate. So they drove out, and here's a nice condominium in Phoenix with a lakefront. They're on the lakefront. They bought this tax certificate on that property. And so what did they do? Well, they continued making the payments. All right, they paid their tax lien certificate. Well, the property owner never came in and redeemed the tax certificate. In other words, the property owner never came forward and paid the tax lien certificate. So now what happens? Well, it's an automatic situation, folks. The judge awarded them the property. Why did the judge award them? Because they didn't pay the tax. The property owner did not pay the taxes, and they did. So what did they do with the property? And they got it. They rented it, and they rented it for 12 months' time. They got all of their original investment back, and then they decided to sell the property And sure enough, they
It's a
called
lot
Julia
easier
and
than
Zillow and
you
sold
think.
it.
It's not so scary once you know, okay, you can just ask these questions. And we turned to Ted, we turned to all his education, we turned to the coaching staff to get the questions we have answered because they're experts.
This particular property was a very nice property, and in our opinion, nice enough to actually live in. We were in it total for $11,000.
Both of those. And we rented that at $1,225 for 15 months.
Yep.
So we collected all the money back from our initial investment and more.
And more.
And then after holding it as a rental for some time, then we decided, okay, the property is appreciating so quickly.
Yeah.
Phoenix was really hot, so it was appreciating so quickly. We ended up selling the property, and the sales price was.
We had a contracted sales price of $184,000, and $169,000 hit our bank account.
Folks, they got all their money back on the tax certificate, and they got $169,000. How many deals like that would you want to do in your life? Well, every time you buy a tax certificate, you don't know if they're going to pay you back. You hope they're going to pay you back. As a matter of fact, 95, 97% of all those certificates do pay you back. But do you think these folks were happy when they didn't get paid? Well, they didn't get paid on the tax certificate, but look at the payday they had. They got all their money back plus $169,000. Folks, how would you feel if you made one deal like that? I mean, just think in your mind, just one deal like that. Now, here it's a passive investment. Did they go out and fix it up? Did they move any trash out of the property? It was a nice, clean property. Nice, clean. All they did is resell the thing and rent it out. That's all they did. Pretty good way to make money. This is happening in 1,500 counties across the United States. You do the whole thing from a home office and a laptop computer. Now, women love this business because we're not teaching fixer-upper. We're teaching buy these properties, buy them for pennies on the dollar, just like you just saw, and then resell them. Buy them and then quickly resell them. So our whole ball game is let's buy them today, and then as quick as possible, let's get them resold. All right. So I don't know how much money you want. I don't know what you do want, but this is a system that if you're willing to learn something new, kind of leave some of your old ideas and learn something new, and you're receptive, well, watch what's going to happen. Now, I know you're thinking to yourself, this sounds too good to be true. Well, I'm going to tell you, I've been involved in this for well over 30 years. All right. Now, when I started out, I was kind of an eager guy. I used to have black hair, and I was skinny, and I was go. I decided what I was going to do is I was going to make an infomercial to play it at night so I could tell the whole world about this. And so I went to ABC and I went to NBC, and I said, look, I want to make an infomercial. And they said, what do you want to make it? What do you want to talk about? And I said, well, I want to talk about tax liens and deeds. And, their heads look like this. All these guys sitting there, a big conference room table, judging me. And they said, what is that? We don't know what that is. So I told them what it was. And every one of them at the table said, sounds too good to be true. We can't put that on television. And one guy said, look, if you have an attorney come and say that this works, that might get some attention. But if you tell people this story, no one's going to believe it. I said, well, how about if I put the attorney on with me on the infomercial? They said, if you'll do that, let's make an infomercial. Watch what happened, folks.
Ted, I have to tell you, when we heard about your system, the producers of this show said this sounds almost too good to be true. And they wanted to get an outside opinion from an attorney. So we contacted real estate expert, attorney, and the author of the New York Times bestseller, How Come That Idiot's Rich and I'm Not? Welcome now, Robert Sheeman. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Lynn, it's a pleasure to be here with you.
Now, Robert, Ted Thomas has been telling us about tax certificate investing and how it is a government-backed program and totally legal. And we wanted to verify with an outside legal and real estate expert like yourself that what Ted is saying is true.
Well, it's not only for real, and it's not only absolutely true, but it's legal and it's statutory. It's not just out there as some investment. This is backed, approved, and written by state governments. This is how the governments collect their tax money when people don't pay their property taxes.
So is it safe to say that this is not a far-fetched get-rich-quick scheme and that tax certificates are a predictable, certain, and secure investment that is government-sponsored and backed up by property tax laws in each state?
That's right. They occur everywhere, wherever there's a property tax to be collected. They're legal, they work, the returns can be absolutely fantastic, and this is all for real.
Robert, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Well, folks, how about that? Well, I hope you guys are be able to make sense out of what we're talking about here. But this is all the law across the United States. I didn't make this law. They made the law hundreds of years ago so that it could get investors to help the government make sure that all the money came in to run the local government. All right, so let's take a look at this slide. This slide sort of sums it up. Now, you notice the slide is black and white. Now, laws are not gray areas, okay? The law is black and white. Now, law simply is right in the middle of the screen. You either get paid on the certificate or you get the property. So you're getting the idea. Now, if you got a pencil, you guys mostly at home and close by, if you got a pencil or a pen, I'm going to show you how to make money with tax certificates and how to do a comparison. It's going to be real easy, okay? Now, I'm not going to put a whole bunch of numbers up there, but I want you to write things down. Because I had a friend of mine call me from Phoenix, and he said, Ted, I just put $2,000 in the bank. So you write down 2,000 real quick. So I said, okay, 2,000. Why'd you do that? His name was Dave. And I said, Dave, why are you putting that money into the bank? And he said, well, I've invested in the bank because I want something that's safe and secure. And I said, okay, I understand. All right, so you get $2,000 in the bank. What's the bank going to pay you? He said, the bank's going to pay me 3.75%. In other words, 3.75. So I want you to write 2,000 and then put 3.7500. I said, okay, I'm going to ask you one more question. The question is this. All right, how long are you going to leave that money in the bank? He said, I'm going to leave that money in the bank for 20 years. I said, well, why are you doing that? He said, well, I'm 35 today and I want to retire when I'm 55. I said, okay, so you're going to put 11,000 in the bank at 3.75 and you're going to leave it there for 20 years. All right, how much is it going to be worth in 20 years? He said, well, I don't know. I said, well, can you figure it out? He said, I don't know how to do that. So all I did is take the phone. You guys got a phone sitting right next to you. Okay, it's got a calculator. I put 11,000, 3.75. All right, now I know what 1 year is. Okay, I could reiterate that 19 times. Folks, he invested the money, $2,000 he invested at 3.75. Okay, what's it going to be worth in 20 years? Well, I'll show you. Folks, $4,100. Is that going to be a good retirement? Well, I don't think so. Matter of fact, that's probably going to be the price of a tank of gas in 20 years, the way the price of gasoline's gone up. So don't make those deadly mistakes. So Dave said to me, so Ted, what should I do? I'm going to need more than $4,000 in retirement. I said, why don't you find out about other tax certificates instead of just putting your money in the bank? He said, well, how much do they pay in Arizona? I said, well, Arizona pays 16%. He said, can I buy there? I said, if you got cash, they'll take your money and they'll give you certificates. He said, well, if I put $2,000 in and I get 16%, what'll happen? So what I did, I took the same calculator, I put $2,000, I put the same rate, 3.75, okay? That wasn't going to work. I said, how about if we do 16? Okay, so we put 16 in. All right, let's do the math together. 60%, $2,000, I figured out 1 year. In 30 years, he'll have 30,000. All right, here's your choice. You can do this on your own. You can do any investment you want at the bank, and that's what you're going to have. You want to put it in tax lien certificates? How does that work for you? Is that pretty good? Well, you remember earlier when I started, you could earn 24% in Iowa. So I could do the exact same thing if I did it in Iowa. Let's see what would happen if we did it in Iowa. Now, this is not going to be one of those things that's going to break your heart. This investment works because you're investing with the government. You're getting a check back from the government. So let's see what would happen in Iowa. Iowa paid 24%. So let's take $2,000, multiply by 24%. That's 1 year, but we have to do it 19 times. So we get to a total of 20. Here's what it is at the end of 20 years. Folks, 120 as against $4,000. The money is yours. You can do anything you want with it. Now you're understanding why there's investors out there that are looking for tax lien certificates. It's predictable. It's certain. It's secure. You invest with the government. You get checks back from the government. Nice safe. If you don't get paid, well, you just saw what happened to Drew and Misha. Is that a good investment? I like that investment because it's passive. Many women like that investment because it's passive. Older people like that investment because it's passive. You don't have to do it. You're not going to do any scrubbing and cleaning. You're not going to be painting. You're not fixing roofs. You're not hauling junk out. You're getting the idea. Passive investment. Now we're going to slowly transition And we're going to start talking about tax defaulted property here in just a minute. But look at these numbers from a place like Iowa. It's up to you. This business has been around for 200 years, and now you understand why. Every property has a tax, always owed to the government. In 1,500 counties, they're going to sell tax lien certificates. Every one of you could start in that business for less than $5,000. All right, so I've made some pretty big discoveries, and I'm going to show you how to make some big bucks right now. But this business is a real estate business that really makes money, and people become millionaires doing it. So let me show you how this works. So one of the first places I called when I wanted to learn it, I called Baltimore, Maryland. Now, I called Baltimore only because I heard Baltimore County paid 24%. So I called Baltimore, and I got a woman on the phone, and I said, look, I want to buy some tax lien certificates. Can you tell me what they pay? And the woman said, yes, they pay 24%. I said, wow, can I get a list? She said, I'll send you a catalog. And she did. She sent me a catalog. And it had 9,000 tax certificates in one county. Now, just sit where you're sitting for a second and watch what's going to happen on the screen. You're going to be astonished because there's 1,500 counties that sell tax certificates. So the next county I called Tampa, Florida. That's called Hillsborough County. And I got a woman on the phone and I said, I'd like to buy some tax certificates. What do you pay in Florida? She said they paid 18%. I said, boy, that's good enough for me. 18%. Bank is only paying 2 or 3%. I said, can I have a list? She said, no, I can't give you a list. I said, well, how will I know what to buy? She said, well, you're going to have to call the newspaper. I said, well, why is it in the newspaper? She said, there's so many that the list would be too big. I said, what do you mean? She said, call the newspaper and you're going to see. So I called the newspaper and they sent the newspaper to me. I'm going to take one off my desk here and show you, okay? A newspaper that looked just like this, and you're looking at your screen, okay? That newspaper doesn't have any pictures in it. That particular one was 40,000 certificates. It's a whole newspaper just filled with tax lien certificates. Now, you guys are watching Ron LeGrand. I knew I was going to talk with Ron's people today. All right. So this is the list. Just came out. It's not even 30 days old. Okay. For Duval County. That's Jacksonville, Florida. This is tax lien certificates, folks. This is how many there are. There's millions of these certificates. You can be taking advantage of it. All right. So what's the other business, Ted? We understand tax lien certificates now. So I decided, well, why don't we find out about tax defaulted property? So I decided I'd call some states that did not sell tax lien certificate. So I called New York. Now, what you're looking at is you're looking at a map of New York. You can see the shape. You can see Long Island down there on the bottom. Each one of those counties has a tax auction, except they sell the property. Folks, they sell the property. And what do they sell it for? The starting bid, listen close, the starting bid is the back taxes. Folks, could you buy a property for the back taxes? Not for the retail price on the MLS, for the back taxes is where the auction is going to start. Okay, now I don't know where it's going to finish because people bid them up, right? So I started calling different counties, okay? And what did those different counties do? They would send me a brochure. So here's one of the brochures that they send out. Okay, I can open the brochure up and I'm going to show you in just a second. All right, so that's Sullivan County that you're going to see up on your screen. Watch this. All right, and they send out brochures like, all right, now this is Sullivan County. That's only a 3-hour drive from New York City. I said 3 hours. It'll be round trip. It's about an hour and a half drive from New York City. All right, look how many properties they're going to sell. Minimum bid is the back taxes. The auction is going to start. They've got 468 properties. Now that was last year. This is this year's. This one says they get 235,000. 230 properties are going to sell this year. All right, now this is, you see they're going to sell on 2 different days. They did last year. All right, here's the other day, 460 properties. All right, every county, let me take you back. So every county in the United States can sell tax defaulted property. Every county, there's 3,000 plus counties can sell those. All right, I just picked New York. All right, you can get these same exact brochures. Folks, I'm not going to have time to get you there today. This is a brochure from Los Angeles, California. Okay, this is one auction from Los Angeles, not for the state, just for Los Angeles. Over 1,000 brochures. Yeah, I'll show you another one. Let me show you a couple more. I mean, there's so many products. This is a business of abundance. This says Los Angeles County on it. Look at the. That's how many properties are for sale. The starting bid on every property. The starting bid. Look at that. Starting bid is the back taxes. Okay. Now, can the bidding go up from there? Yes, of course it can go up there. All right. So are you going to have bidders? Are you going to have competition? Yes. But you don't have to buy all the properties in the morning. Wait until the afternoon. Everybody's out of money. All right, great. Look at how many properties they have. Every single auction. All right. So I'm going to show you real examples now. Real examples of this going on. You could be doing what I'm going to show you right now. Every one of you that are watching me right now could learn how to do this. And you could learn how to do it online. What if you could do it online? The whole United States is available to you online. All right. All right. Did people do it online when I started? No. We had to drive there. We had to get an auction brochure like this. Then one at a time, we had to drive around and look at every one of those properties. Now they do that online. All right. So what happens? All right. So this is an auction brochure. Every county will have one of those or something similar to that. Some of them, it's just a plain sheet of paper and you have to try to figure out. And these counties in New York, if I open up this brochure, which I'm going to do for you right now, okay, when I open up this brochure, all those little black dots that you can see on there, all those little black, those are pictures of the property. They give you a picture of the property. Plus, I download these from online. I download this. I downloaded it, folded it together so I could show you all downloadable stuff. All right, now here's a couple. I taught them how to do this. I taught them how to do this, and you're going to get to see what happens when they go to the auction, okay? So I need you to get out a pencil and paper. Just get out a pen. Now, all I'm going to ask you to do, when you hear this woman talk about what she did, just write down what she paid. And then I'll do the analytics for you. Just write it down what she pays for the property. And she's going to tell you, and when you write it down, then we'll do the analytics together. You are going to be shocked at the amount of money that people make at these auctions. All right.
I first met Ted last August through Dave Dubois'
Write it
webinar.
down now.
And we had decided that we really needed something more for our retirement. And when I saw tax deeds, I really knew that this was something that we could do and that would work for us.
The first time Joan brought this tax liens and deeds business to my attention, I thought it was just one of those other get-rich-quick schemes that we've seen so many of before. You know, they're always too good to be true until you actually investigate them, and then you know they are. This one here was different. Once we got into the auction part of it itself, the more we researched it, the more we found that it was viable.
We went to our first auction in
Write
June,
down the numbers, write them down.
weeks ago in Sullivan County, New York. And there were 500 properties up for auction, and we ended up buying 4 of them. The first one we got was a single family home. It was valued at $70,000. We paid $25,000 for it. It has a tenant already in it. She's on renter's assistance, so the government is actually going to pay us $800 a month rent. The second property we bought was 27 acres of land on a beautiful side hill overlooking the river. Forested land. It's divided into 5 lots. It's valued at $175,000, and we paid $12,000 for it. Then we also bought 2 residential lots. They're both about 2 acres, and one we paid $1,000 for, one we paid $600 for. They're both valued at $20,000.
Without taking Ted's course, we'd never have learned how to do tax deeds and liens. We had heard about it before, but you know, it's very difficult to find the lists of properties that are available, and let alone trying to find which counties have sales on at what time and all that kind of stuff.
But Ted gives us all that information. It's very well laid out. And we're just excited about our future. This is going to give us all of our dreams and hopes fulfilled because we do it together, and the earning potential is unlimited.
Retirement, here we come.
Okay, folks, we're going to do the analytics together. Now, the first one, she said, was a single-family home, tax assessed value. Now, I don't make the tax assessed value. The local government says what the property's worth. Now, sometimes that's a little high, sometimes it's a little low. The government says it's worth $70,000. They paid $25,000. But the property had a renter person in it, already paying $10,000 a year. Now, folks, if I invested $25,000 and I'm making $10,000 a year, that's about a 40% return. I don't know if I'd sell that, but you'd have to decide if you want to sell that. All right, so that's the first one. Now, the second one they bought was 27 acres. It was all subdivided. It was on the water. It was on the river. Okay, it's all subdivided and ready to go. Tax assessed value, $175,000. They only paid $12,000 for this property. Folks, $12,000. Folks, let's think about the numbers here. They paid 6 cents on the dollar. My question to you is, you need to understand there's no deed of trust. There's no mortgage on this property. They paid 6 cents on the dollar. Could you make money if you sold it for 26 cents or 36 cents? Well, of course you could. Now, they didn't stop there. And some people are going to say, well, Ted, I don't always have a lot of money. I said, well, why don't we learn to sell them right away? So we teach people to buy them low and sell them low. Okay. It's just a simple Walmart strategy. Okay. And nothing secret about it. Everybody knows that Costco sells at low prices. What does Walmart do? What does Target do? They all do the same thing. So we just copy them. We buy it low and we sell it low. So if you could sell that at any price you want, you own it at 6 cents on the dollar. Folks, if you can buy real estate for 6 cents on the dollar with no mortgage or deed of trust, you tell me, can you make some money doing that? So that's just a simple Walmart strategy. Anybody could do it. So you could put it in the newspaper. You could put it on Craigslist, put it on a multiple listing. You put it on Zillow. Here's what the ad would look like. Okay, auction bargain. That gets a lot of people coming. Tax assessed value, 175. You can use that value. It is the tax assessed value. But what do? We buy them low. We're going to sell them low. How about if we discount it 65% and sell it for $62,000? You tell me, would it take you 4 months, 4 weeks? One guy said to me, we do that in 4 days. Okay, 175 value, you're going to sell for 62. Now, I know what some of you are thinking. You're saying, oh, Ted, you're giving away all the profit. Well, folks, I'm happy to give it away because there's so many of these properties to buy. But let's see how we did on this one. So we paid 12, sold it for 62. Would you be happy at 50 grand on that one property? Not bad. Now, some people say, I don't have the 12,000. Well, then don't buy the big properties. Buy the little one. She said she bought some residential lots. One she paid $1,000 for, and it was worth $20,000 by the tax assessor. Okay, she bought another one for $600, and it was worth $20,000. Folks, my point is, this is a business of abundance. There's plenty of properties that are going to come up. Will they all wholesale out real quickly like that? Folks, once you learn to buy low and sell low, guess what? You could be doing this online. You could be advertising on Facebook Marketplace. You could be on Trulia. You could be on Zillow. You could be on all the electronic sites. You could be doing this all at the same time. So the point is, this is a money business. Now, if you're one of the people that already is trained in real estate, this guy's trained as a broker. He lives outside the United States. He said, look, I'm a broker. Everything you're telling me makes a lot of sense. Can I buy at any auction I want to go, even if I don't live in the United States? I said, you can go anywhere in the United States electronically and buy. So he said, well, I want to buy in Florida. So that's exactly what he did. This guy bought and resold in 40 days. Now, I got to give him credit. Now, he's already a broker, so he understood all the terms. So he went through the class material as quick as he could. Let's see what he said.
My name is Joe Ricards. I live in Kelowna, BC. I do creative real estate in Canada. Have been doing that for 20 years. I've purchased about $200,000 worth of other real estate courses over the span of about 7 to 10 years, looking for the next big thing in real estate investing, looking for something better than I was doing in Canada. Well, TEDS is one of the only systems I would say, especially as a Canadian, that he was very upfront that, okay, if you're going to do this, you're going to need to do it down in the States, as opposed to the US gurus coming up to Canada and saying, oh yeah, this works up here too. I found that not to be the case. So it was refreshing to know that what I'm getting is what I'm getting with TED. From TED's course, then I participated in the Pinellas County auction online and bought a property at my second auction in Clearwater Beach, in actually an area called Island Estates, which is a very prestigious area. And net, it's about a 40K profit flip. So that was my first deal.
Folks, not bad. He's over on the coast buying properties on the coastline. Folks, what's your family going to say when you're doing business like this? He's buying it online. He never left Canada. He bought the property online. He's making money with his knowledge. Is he out fixing up property? No, he's not. He's making money with his knowledge. That's what this business is. That's why we have over 63% of my clients are female. Why? Because they don't want to fix the property up. All right? You guys that want to fix them up, believe me, you can find some fixer-uppers here, because many tax defaulted property are used and abused. Okay, Now, what do? We actually give you a game plan to show you step by step how to do this. Here's what you need to be in the business. You need a laptop. I know you already got one of those. You got a smartphone sitting there next to the computer right now. So just when you come to the classes, just wear a warm sweater because we put the temperatures down. That's all you need. All the skills we'll teach you how to do because this is the business we're in. We've been doing the same thing for more than 30 years. All right. So how do you feel if you're going to make this kind of money? Well, you're going to start feeling pretty darn good, and you're going to be able to change your life. Okay. I told you women like this business. Why? They don't have to have a pickup truck. They don't have to have a lot of tools. They basically have to have a computer like you see she's sitting at, and they need the skills to do it. All the skills that you need, I'm going to teach you right now. All right. And the most important part of the whole program is coming at you right now. If you get what I'm going to tell you right now, this will be clear sailing. If you get what I'm going to give you now, it'll be clear sailing. If you don't get it, what's going to happen is you're going to spin your wheels and you won't make the money you deserve. Okay, just get what I'm going to do now. There's an old saying in real estate that you make your money when you buy, not when you sell. This whole premise of this system is you're going to make your money when you buy, not when you sell. So this will be easy if you'll make your money when you buy. You won't spin your wheels, and you'll definitely make plenty of money. So I'm going to show you a game plan, and this is why people make $25,000, $50,000, and $100,000 on deals, because they're going to make their money when they buy. So they might go to 2 or 3 auctions and they don't get the price they want, so they don't buy. But there's going to be 2,500 to 3,000 auctions this year, probably closer to 5,000 before they're done. So you might go, all right, you're about to see people buying properties for under 10 cents on the dollar. Under that. I'm not bragging that's what we do. I'm just going to show you how these people do it. All of this can be done from your home. So this is Ana Velez. She does not live in the United States. She did. She learned it here. And her and her husband decided they want to be where there was warm climates. So they moved to Costa Rica. So online, she's buying in Los Angeles. Online, she buys in Los Angeles. And you're going to be shocked when you hear what she says.
I came across Ted Thomas material sometime in July of last year, and it was just really good timing because we were just about at time looking for something with greater returns, something that will give us more time to spend with family and enjoy our family more while, being able to live the life we've always dreamed of. Because I attended Ted's 3-day workshop, I knew that LA has a 2-day auction. What happens is whatever they don't sell on the first day, they sell half price on the second day. And that is how we ended up with our lot. We paid $14,000 for a lot that was assessed, I believe, $210,000.
You more than doubled our money.
And move on to the next deal. Yes. So we have 2 girls, almost 11 and 6 years old. And this new business will really give us more time to focus on our family, spend more time with our family, travel more. For instance, when we went to King County, we took the kids to Vancouver because that's where our family is, so they can visit grandma. At the same time, we spend time with them. So it was a bit of a family vacation / business trip, which is always nice. And being able now to work on this, not every day, 7-8 hours a day, but more kind of come and go basis, you have more free time to take family trips, to enjoy each other and make those memories that most people are just too busy, too stressed out to do when they simply, employed somewhere and they don't have time for themselves and their loved ones.
Folks, she bought that property for 7 cents on the dollar, has no mortgage, has no deed of trust. Okay, it's the law in all of the counties of the United States. When you buy at the tax auction, there's no deed of trust and there's no loan. How many properties like that would you have to do? The beauty of it is she didn't have to do any commuting. She didn't have to go get dressed up to go to work. She can do this in 5 to 10 hours a week. You can do this business because you can sit at your computer and do it. Okay, so in a few minutes, I'm going to invite you to come to the same kind of 3-day event that she came to, and we're going to make it free. And you're going to be able to do that and spend 3 days and learn the same things at a virtual workshop and learn exactly how that she did that. So you can do the same thing. I'm going to skip by a couple of these and because I want to make sure that I get finished today. But folks, this is the kind of business that you can do online. You can do the whole thing online. All the counties now are online. They will sell the property, and we can teach you how to have the property checked before you even go there. I'm always telling people, don't buy a property unless you had boots on the ground. All right, now I'm going to give you a competitive advantage. All right, the competitive advantage I'm going to give you is really going to be kind of shocking to you, because we can access every property in the United States. So read the bottom of the screen. There's over 100 million properties in the United States. We can access every one of those properties from your computer, sitting in your living room or at your kitchen table, wherever you want. All 3,000 counties are accessible just by using this simple thumb drive that I'm holding right now. But you can see it on your screen. So this accesses all, so you can start evaluating every property that's at the auction, and you can evaluate the auction list before you ever leave your home. Nobody else has the ability to do that, but we can access all 3,000 counties, all 1,400 municipalities.
And today I'm going to give you a short demo of how to use the Platinum Thumb Drive directories. This is what it looks like. And once you become a Ted Thomas student, you will receive access to it. And today's class is just meant to be a preview. We host 5 30-minute classes a week, one class every day, Monday through Friday, for 30 minutes apiece at the Ted Thomas office. And you'll receive access to those for 1 full year once you become a student. And this is what the Platinum Thumb Drive directories look like. So what you're going to do is scroll down. You're going to click on the state you're interested in. Today, we're going to look at Harris County in Texas. If you're not familiar with Harris County, that is where Houston is located. So if we click on Texas up in the top right, it's going to take us to the directories on the section focused on Texas. So if you scroll down, we are looking for the directories of every county in Texas. So here is every county in Texas. Let's go to H for Harris, and it's going to be the top county in the second row. If we click on Harris, now you can see in the middle column, we have Harris's tax collector and appraisal's contact information, their address, phone number, and their website. That's going to save you a lot of time because it gets you right to the website where you can locate auctions and begin your research. And once you've clicked on it, the website's going to open like this. So again, this is a direct link right to the county's website. In this case, it's Harris County tax assessor's website. So once we get here, we need to look for the upcoming auction. And each site's going to be a little different, but they're not too hard to navigate. So once you hover over online services in the top right, you're going to look for something relating to delinquent taxes. And we can see it's the second item down where it says delinquent property tax. So if you click on that, this is going to take us to information about the upcoming auction. Harris County hosts a tax deed auction once a month. Is on the first Tuesday of every single month. And it's an in-person auction. And this page is going to give you all the auction rules and information. So first off, you probably want to see the list. So let's look at 2 properties on the list. So over on the left-hand side, the 4th item down says list of sale properties. If we click on that, then we're given an option that says tax sale property listings, a blue button. Let's click on that. And now we're taken to the property list for Harris County. It starts with 5735, that's the address. So it's right here, this one that I've highlighted. So by looking at this, you can see that the assessed value is $142,000. The starting bid is $4,500. So that one has a decent spread between the 2 numbers. Next, I would look at the property and make sure that it looks decent online before looking at it in person. So I've highlighted the address here. Let's copy it and do a quick search for it and see what it looks like from Google Street View. So I paste the address. Now in the bottom left of this map, let's click on the image and look at it from the Street View. So here's the house here on the corner. On my weekly tutorials, I can go more in depth how to use Google Street View and more ways to research property and look at them closer. But today I just wanted to give you a quick preview of how it works. We do have 5 research tutorials a week. It's one every day, Monday through Friday. They're 30 minutes apiece. And once you become a Ted Thomas student, you have access to those for 1 full year. And you'll also get access to our Platinum Thumb Drive directory that I used today to do this demo.
Okay, folks, you just sat at home and you did all that from home. I took 3 minutes to show you that demo so that you get the idea. We can do all of this online. Very few people are able to do that. All right, now this next case history is something that I want everyone to pay close attention to, because the person was concerned. They had been in the rental business, and when the market dropped, they ended up losing a lot of properties because the people couldn't afford the rental units, and they doubled up, and then they started damaging his properties. So rental business is a hard business. You're going to hear from Lou Brown. This guy's an expert, so don't miss what he has to say. That is one tough business. I want you to know ahead of time. He'll tell you, but he's solved a lot of the problem. So this guy wanted a lot of help. So he came to me and he said, Ted, I can do the computer stuff. Can you teach me how to do and buy properties in places like California where they're high priced property? I want to buy good properties. I don't want to buy junkers. I want good property. So I told him, I said, why don't you start out with just residential lots? So that's where he started, with residential lot. Now he lived in Saskatchewan, Canada. All right, now that's a long way from California. He's going to do the whole thing online. So I said, okay, start out with residential lots. So there's a lot he's going to start with. Now look at California, look at the map, and you can see in red way down on the bottom, Riverside County. Now I can tell you, a lot of California prices are high. So he's going to pay, he's going to buy this property at a tax defaulted auction. All right, now the property had a value by the tax assessor of $229,000, not for the house, just for the lot. All right, well, he bought the property for 15 cents on the dollar. He spent $35,000. All right, now the system I teach people is buy it low, sell it low, and do it fast. Buy it low, sell it low, and do it fast. Get cash and keep moving. That's why so many women come to us. That's what they want to do. They don't want to do a lot of fix up on it. So he did exactly that. Told the broker he wanted to sell it fast. So he sold it in 60 days, made $20,000 profit. That's not a lot of profit. 20,000 is good. Now I like 25, 50, and 100,000. But folks, he sat on his rusty dusty, sitting at home doing that. He sat at home and made 20,000. I don't know how much money you did at home, but 20,000, pretty good start.
My name is Kelly Osmack, and I'm from Regina, Saskatchewan. I'm a Ted Thomas student. I had purchased a lot in Riverside County, at Riverside. I purchased it for $35,000, and after I got my title, I listed it. It was listed for a month, and I got a full cash offer of $55,000 US.
Wow. All right, so he's got his money. Is he happy? What should he do now? Should he give it up? No, he's not going to give it up. He likes doing this. So
After that deal, I went to the Kitsap County in Washington and purchased a 5-acre parcel in Kingston, and I paid $131,000 for that property. It had a 1,300 square foot manufactured home and a barn on the property. Really nice property. I had it listed at $280,000, and I received a full price offer in 4 days.
Folks, he sold it in 4 days. Now, how are you going to sell a property in 4 days? I'll tell you how you do that. The property was worth $400,000. He was willing to take $280,000, and you already saw he made a big profit, $150,000, because he bought it at the auction. He bought it low, he sold it low, left tons of money in it for the next guy. He could move on. Now I'm going to show you the property from the air, a nice picture of it. So on the right-hand side, you can see the water. That's Puget Sound. The people can commute from this property with a boat right across to Seattle. Okay, all 3,000 counties are available. You could use that thumb drive. We actually give that thumb drive to all the people that become clients of ours. Why? Because now they can access 100 million properties and they never leave home. All right, can this guy give up anytime he wants or do it anytime he wants? He can do his research in the middle of the night. He can do it 7 days a week. Why? Because we've taught him how to access and be able to do it.
I went back to Riverside because it's a great place. I love Riverside for whatever reason. In May, I bought another property. It's in Desert Hot Springs. It's another 5-acre parcel. It's awesome. Yeah, I bought this property for $177,000, 5 acres of land. On Zillow, they had it listed in 2011 for $798,000. There's this house. There's another 900 square foot nanny mother-in-law house. There's outbuildings. It's a beautiful property. I had a realtor go look at it, and he said, yeah, it's in, like, from the exterior, looks like it's in decent shape, depending what the inside is. He said it could range for anywhere from 500 to 800. I'll probably clear 100,000 US on that deal. I've never left my basement office, ever.
Folks, he's doing the whole thing online, sitting on his rusty dusty in his basement office. All right, now, is every property going to be that good? No. Used and abused properties are all through the marketplace. Okay, if you're a fixer-upper guy, you're going to love it because there's a ton of those. I don't teach that. I teach people buy it low, sell it low, just like you're looking at here. Property has, you heard him say it, broker says it's worth $700,000. He didn't even try and get anywhere near that. We're passing on profit to other people because we want it to happen now. We want to buy it low, sell it low, and we want to do it fast. Okay, that's a different kind of business and a much different kind of strategy. He doesn't want any junkers. He wants to get this kind of property so he can move on. Now, these are the kind of deals that the Ron LeGrands of the world do. Why do they do that? Why do they have 100,000 or 200 like you heard Ron talking about today? Because they see these deals, they make them, and then they sell them quickly. They make $45,000, $50,000, $150,000. Why? Because they get the cash and they can move it on. They're not slowed down in fixing up roofs, laying down driveways, fixing and painting and cleaning, having their wife break her fingernails and get paint in her hair. None of that's happening. These are buy properties and then quickly resell them. Now, folks, I can't teach you everything I know in an hour's time, but here's what I can do. I can invite you to a 3-day event. I'm going to have one next weekend. It's a virtual event. Because you're a Ron LeGrand client, you're going to get in and not have to pay for it. But you're going to have to sign up with Ron LeGrand today to do that. So if you're impressed with what you're seeing here, folks, I'm going to do a 3-day virtual workshop. And you can take everything that you learned today and multiply it by 30 times. Because I'll put the people in the room that are actually doing this, and you can sit in your living room and learn how to do what we're talking about doing. Is this a skill? Absolutely, this is a skill that any one of you can do. Okay, you can register free. The event's going to take place on the 10th, the 11th, and 12th. You just register with Ron. Just stay right where you are and do that. We're going to teach you about those tax lien certificates. Don't forget, that's another. I'm going to teach you 2 businesses in one. You're conservative. You want tax liens. You want 16, 18, 24. There's a great business. Some people never buy a property. They just buy tax liens and tax deeds. It's passive. Sit on your assets. Just sit on your assets and make money. Other people, what do they want to do? They want to buy houses like that. Now, I'm just showing you a couple of portfolio houses that I bought. All the houses I'm going to show you right now, I bought for under 35 cents on the dollar. Now, this house is worth today about $600,000. When I bought it, was worth about $400,000, but I paid 30, 40 cents on the dollar. How's that? 34. I get so much margin. You have margin 100, 150,000 on properties. Look what this thing looks like on the inside. Was it all junky inside when I bought it? Yeah, they left all the trash there. We just cleaned it up and polished it up. That's all we did. Here's one on the lake. Okay, same kind of thing. How long is it going to take to sell a lake property if you can buy it for 20 or 30 cents on the dollar? Okay, this little pond in the front had beavers down there. Oh my goodness, they had beavers and ducks. All right, these are great little properties that you can buy. If you want to be in the fixer-upper business, go ahead and do that. But you can hire people to do all this work and just make money. You're getting the idea. This is a money business. Now look, I've showed you some ridiculous deals today. You saw people making 90% discounts. The treasurer normally discounts 60, 70, 80%. All right, I've showed you deals with 90% discounts today. Now, don't go tell your friends about it. Just don't, because they're going to look at you and think you're crazy. They're going to think you're crazy. You're going to think I'm crazy. But you know, I have the proof in the pudding. You saw that couple today with me. They bought it probably 6 cents on the dollar. That means they got a 94% discount. Now, you answer the question yourself. If you could get a 94% discount, could you make money in this business? All right, you don't want to do what they're doing? Do what Ana Velez is doing. She's living in a nice, comfortable area in San Jose, Costa Rica. She got a 93% discount. Folks, nobody's going to believe this. Okay, it gets better. It gets better. I have people buy whole subdivisions. Look on the nice houses on the left. The developer went bankrupt and left all those lots on the right that circle in red. All those lots, one of my guys bought for $200 to $800 a lot. A lot with the utilities to it. It's got water, sewer, electrical to it. They were $30,000 or $40,000 at the least. Bought them at the auction for $200 to $800. Folks, we're talking about big money selling those lots and bought them for absolutely pennies. This guy buys in Michigan. In 60 months, this guy did 60 properties. 60 properties, and he never put up any money. He used his credit cards. We can teach you how to do it with credit card. Texas, you can make 25% if you want. Want to go to Georgia? I love Georgia. Why? Because the second year I can make 66%. Folks, I'm all finished. You need to get signed up for a 3-day virtual. It's next week on the 10th, 11th, and 12th. And 1 minute from now, I'm going to start answering questions. If you got one, get your question in there so Nick and one of the guys can get it written down, and I'll be happy to do it. Folks, this always sells out. I'm going to tell you, you want to get involved. I'm Ted Thomas, and we're going to go back to Ron LeGrand here in just a minute. Okay, you're in control in Jacksonville.
All right. Boy, I'm sitting here watching that. That's a heck of a job you did there, Ted.
Thank you. Thank you.
I was wondering if you were going to take a breath somewhere along the way, but
No time to breath because I've worked with Ron LeGrand for 30 years, folks. And if you go 1 minute over, he just pulls the plug and you disappear. He tells you ahead of time. You notice I finished 4 minutes early.
It's not exactly true, but whatever. Hey, we got a ton of questions for you here, man. So get warmed up.
Okay,
You ready to go, guys? All right, fire away.
Did you send them some?
First question. What do I do when I find property taxes have been paid 5, 20 years behind on paying their taxes?
What do? You go to the county because you want to buy that property. So go to the county and get as much data as you can. What's the property worth? Because if the taxes are worth more than the property, you don't want it. And the county will sell you that property over the counter. I don't have time to explain over the counter, but these are leftover properties. But they have a process. They'll sell those properties. But make sure you know what the value of what you can sell it for before you buy it.
I would think that county's remiss in their duties to let it go that long. I've never seen one that old of you.
Oh, I've seen 5 and 7 years. That's pretty regular.
Yeah, you're talking 20 years.
Yeah.
All right, next question.
Hey, Ted, what's the main risk of getting into the tax lien business? How can you lose if the government? It says, how can you lose if the government that's guaranteeing your return or giving you a property at a steep discount?
Okay, I'll tell you the big risk and how you can lose money. The average person, and if you're watching me right now, I'm going to hold up a newspaper. Okay, I'm holding up that newspaper. That's got thousands of certificates in it. But other investors, you won't. Other investors are lazy son of a guns, and they don't go look and see what they're buying. So what if you got a beautiful property, but it's in the middle of the ghetto, or it's in a bit of a bad area? Okay, you're not going to be able to resell it. That's your risk. Don't buy what you haven't seen and know what the value is. So go feet on the ground, boots on the ground, look at the neighborhood, know what you can sell it for, and then buy the certificate. Remember, with a tax certificate, if you don't get paid, you're getting the property. You don't want some of those bad properties. That's how people lose money.
Okay, next question. I have seen many TLC being sold are on a parcel that sits on a highway or a skinny 3-foot wide land between two properties. How did these come into existence?
Okay, when you buy property, a lot of people don't teach it, but you should get a survey. And so ultimately a survey got done and they ended up with a sliver of land. Or in many cases, the government will leave. For example, when they build an interstate highway system, they buy everything on both sides they can. And then they'll sell off that surplus property. And a lot of that is just what I said, surplus. You don't want to buy it. So don't buy it unless you know what you can sell it for. The business is not what everybody thinks it is. You're going to make your money when you buy. All right. So if you're going to make your money when you buy, you have to know what you're going to sell for. So if you don't have an exit strategy, for goodness sake, don't buy anything without a 4-letter word. EXIT. If you haven't done that, don't buy it.
Okay, Darlene asks, how can I find out if the property is owned by the government?
You can go to the county records. All records will show who owns the property. If it's owned by the government, they're going to put it up for the auction. The government doesn't want any more property. Let me take you through that process right now.
My answer to that is, what difference does it make who owns the property? It's still going to go on sale. The owner's irrelevant. And when the government winds up with these properties, they have to do something with them. They can't just sit on them. So they're going to put them on the market. And, I was listening to you a while ago. I've been to some tax deed sales, and I can tell you right now, that person up there doing that selling could care less what that property goes for. All right. They just want to get it over with. They have no dog in the hunt. And of course, now you're doing that online. But you might think that they care what they get for these properties. And they don't sit up there like you're selling a car for 10 minutes trying to get the bid higher, man. They go just like that.
Okay, next question. Do you use private money lenders to acquire these tax lien certificates?
Well, you're probably going to want to have worked all that out ahead of time. So there's lots of ways to raise money, but definitely use a private lender. Have your money ahead of time, because at the auction, you're not walking out of the auction room without paying. I can tell you that right now. It's not going to happen. You're going to pay right there while they start the auction again.
Yeah. So
if you don't go to the front of the room and buy, so you want to have your money ahead of time.
I'd say the answer is no to that question. The same as if you want to buy foreclosures, like you're in Florida. You can't use private money. You bid at 11, you got to have the money in by 4.
Morgan asks, can we use Roth IRA to purchase tax lien certificates and tax deeds?
That's the smartest way to buy these things is one of those trust things, like an IRA, Roth IRA, or even a traditional IRA. Definitely, we'll teach that at the pre-day.
I bet you half of them in America are bought from IRAs.
That's right.
Perfect use of your IRA.
Tracy says, Ted, the government being the government may not have to pay the mortgage, but once the government turns it over to us, is that mortgage still out there and we have to pay it?
Well, I like skeptical investors, and there's a skeptical investor. Okay, here's the process. The government puts the people in default. They send default notices, so they've levied on the property. Then what they do, if there's no response, then they're going to, they've liened it. Now they're going to levy. When they levy, when you see that word levy, that means the government's taking the property. When the government takes the property, they wipe out the mortgage. The government is in control. They allow the banks the privilege of lending. So they just wipe that mortgage out. There is no mortgage on the property.
And you're assuming there is a mortgage on it. I bet the largest percentage of these properties are free and clear, especially the land. But it doesn't matter. It's all gone.
Brian says, what are you allowed to do with the property while you hold the certificate?
Good question. When you hold a certificate, your certificate gives you the right to collect money. No other right. You can't go on the property. You can't charge rent on the property. You can't harass the owner of the property. The owner is left alone at all times. In other words, the local county that's selling a tax certificate is a benevolent county. They're taking care of their homeowners. They want the homeowners to stay there, and the homeowner is protected at all times. However, the day that the redemption period is over, you're going to own the property. But up until that time, all you own is a piece of paper. I should have put one here on my desk. I've got one on my other desk. You own a piece of paper that gives you the right to collect the interest which you bid on. You're a lender. You're a passive investor.
But you're not collecting from the homeowner. You're collecting from the government.
All right. Imran asks, I've seen in Maricopa County, Arizona, the TLC on houses in the city limits routinely gets bid down from 16 to 3 or 4% or less. And the vast majority of the times they get redeemed. Is this your observation too?
Absolutely. I don't know about the 3 or 4%. You'll probably find it doing a lot of research. Place like Maricopa, they probably bid it from 16 down to maybe 8. But in certain markets, you'll see that ebb and flow along with the economy. So if the economy is really great, you're going to find that the liens are down. But if the economy is bad, those rates are going to come up.
Okay. If you purchase the tax lien certificate in your self-directed IRA and the certificate is redeemed unexpectedly, does the cash have to stay in the IRA?
The answer is yes, it has to stay in the IRA. I'm not an expert on IRA. I am an expert on tax liens and deeds. So talk to your IRA people that do that. Your IRA question, I know we're allowed to do that, but I don't want to give you IRA stuff. But If it's
Answer is
in the
yes.
IRA, it stays there.
You use IRA money, it has to go back in the IRA, and you squeeze any out along the way. You're self-dealing. You cannot get compensated for any activities of your IRA, period. So don't be playing games, because I'm telling you, the IRS is wise to them. You can always take the money out of your IRA as a withdrawal. I mean, it ain't like you can't get your money, but you can't get any part of a deal.
Gary asks, what happens when no one buys the tax liens? What does the county do?
All right, so the county couldn't sell the certificate. They might resell it or try to resell it the next one, but that's where the over-the-counter sales come in. So like if I'm buying tax certificates, I wait till the auction's over. I just wait till it's over. And I'm going to buy tax certificate. Then whatever the county didn't sell, they'll now put on another list. The other list I can buy over the counter. There's no bidding. That's how I get high rates.
And won't they throw them in the next tax deed sale, Ted?
Yeah, some counties will do that. Other counties just put them on the leftovers.
Yeah.
Depends
They're not going to sit
depends
on
on
them
the
for
treasurer.
years.
The treasurer is the most powerful person in all of government. They can change. One thing people didn't pick up probably on the video is that gal that in Costa Rica, that she said, because I taught her, that the auction on the second day in Los Angeles, they cut the price in half on the taxes. Now Ron got it. Folks, let me show you LA. This is the LA book. There's no way you can sell all this property in one day. There's 2,500 properties. So the first day, they're charging back taxes as the starting bid. The second day, they're charging half of taxes. The treasurer can make that kind of decision. You go to enough tax auction, you'll see the treasurer will stand up and say, sell the property. And she just wants rid of it. And it's mostly a woman today. They want rid of it because anything that's on a defaulted list is not producing money for the county. Her job is to get the firefighters paid and get the school teachers paid. She wants that property back on the tax roll. She will say, sell that property and it'll get sold. I mean, our treasurers have that ability. I've been in Jacksonville when they had 8,000 properties for sale because they had an old time treasurer there 20 years ago. When the guy finally died, what are they going to do with 8,000 properties that he didn't care about? They sold them all in a year and a half, 5 cents on the dollar. Treasurer has power.
Can you bid at tax foreclosure sales virtually, or do you have to be physically present?
No, you do the whole thing virtually now. You can do both. Many of the auctions will be both. There'll be a live auction in the room going on, and there'll be a virtual auction. But a list like this, let me show you the list. Okay, this is Tampa, Florida. They have 40,000 certificates. Say that they're trying to sell. Okay, you can pick these out and start picking them out like a day ahead of time and send them a whole list. I mean, they just want to sell. They want to clean. They want those certificates out. They want the cash in.
Gary says, how often is the Platinum Directory updated?
We update the Platinum Directory quite regularly, but that isn't what's important. The Platinum Directory that we created is a good question. Tech people, only the ones that ask that, is the Platinum Directory gets you to the county. The county updates every day. The counties are updating their process every single day. We're getting you to the place to get the information.
Homer says, can you use transactional funding for these properties?
No. You don't understand transactional funding if you're asking that question.
Patty says, Ted, I've heard that a lot of banks are paying the taxes so they don't lose the first position of their mortgage. Are you seeing that?
Sure.
Well, of course, if the bank is responsible, remember, the tax lien is the first lien. If you buy it, you can wipe the banker out. And if the bank is responsible at all, they should be tracking every property. And when someone doesn't pay the tax, they should pay it. But if you go and look at a mortgage document, a mortgage has 3 covenants of promise. The mortgage says you will pay the taxes, you will pay the payment, and you will pay the insurance. If you don't pay any of those, the banker can go ahead and foreclose. So the banker doesn't get hurt by paying the tax. They pay the tax, then they foreclose on you.
Okay. Isn't it true that government liens like HUD, VA, SBA are not wiped out by a state, county, city tax sale?
Okay. When someone asks me, isn't it true? So let me put it in layman's terms, not attorney's terms. Okay. I don't make the rules. The government makes the rules. So I'll give you the rule. the rule is simply this. If a property goes to tax defaulted auction or it goes to a tax lien auction, when that auction takes place, the mortgage is going to be wiped out. It's the law that's made by the legislature. It's passed down to the Board of Supervisors for enforcement, and the treasurer enforces it.
Devin says, are there any problems transferring a tax deed from you to a new buyer?
Yes. And the problem is you have to have a clear title. So when you buy a property from the government is not giving you any covenants. Okay. They're not giving you any promises of condition. So you're going to get a quit claim deed. I don't care if it says treasurer's deed, collector's deed, whatever kind of deed they give you. It's a quit claim deed. A quit claim deed simply means the government is not saying anything about the condition, and they're not saying that the title is clear of defects. So you need, every time you buy a property at auction, you need to get a quiet title report, unless you're going to keep it yourself and rent it out, because you don't need a report for yourself. But no title company is going to take a tax property without you doing a quiet title.
Let me expand on that just a hair, Ted.
Sure.
A quiet title suit means that they're just going to, it's kind of like a foreclosure. They contact anybody that might have an interest and said, if you want to dispute this, come forward now, or your interest is quieted. And it takes a couple months, and it'll cost a little, ain't a big deal really, but now you got clear title. And I guess we'll say it again for the 15th time, the lien is the most superior lien on the property. It wipes out everything. When you go to a tax deed sale, you got clear title, but they won't insure it because they know somebody can come back and claim some kind of an interest in it. So with the quiet title suit, done, you're done. I've had to do 2 or 3 of those in the last 3 years. I bought a piece of land here, the tax deed sale for $215, and sold it for, I think, $695. I ain't touched the darn thing, but it did file a quiet title suit on it so we could deliver clear title.
So I'm seeing a couple questions like this. How much competition is there for this kind of business? One other person said there is too much competition right now.
Okay, hold up one of them big books again, Ted, and tell me how anybody is going to buy all those tax liens and tax deeds. Sure, there's a lot of competition, but there's a lot more properties out there. And by the way, that's just one county. Get the whole darn country, for crying out loud.
That's not the whole state. That's just, this is just Los Angeles County.
Yeah.
Where was Jacksonville? I had Jacksonville. Okay.
Yeah.
Jacksonville, Duval County, you know, is
That's
big,
right.
big deal. Big deal now. Years ago, it wasn't such a big deal, but this is a list for Jacksonville tax liens. I haven't got my young eyes here. I tell you, they got about 30,000 tax lien certificates. Every auction, they have an auction every 90 days. The auctions have 100 to 150 properties. But if that's too busy, go to Georgia and buy and just make 30 cents on your money. Or go to Miami, they'll have 60,000.
Hey, question.
Sure.
Do you think you'd do better if you worked in the small cities rather than the big cities? Lot less competition there, isn't there?
There's less competition in the rural areas, and there's less competition in the small city. And what I'll tell you guys something that no other person will tell you. There's 3,000 counties. They all sell tax defaulted property, and 1,500 of those same counties sell tax liens. But every time I put a notice up, I put the notice to tell people, but nobody in the United States, to my knowledge, in the past 30 years, ever talks about the municipalities. There's 1,400 separate taxing districts between the Georgia border with Florida and Massachusetts. There's 1,400 of those.
Wow.
If it's a taxing district, they have to make a list.
Yep.
They only publish it in that county. So let's take Georgia. Georgia has 159 counties. They have another 200 municipal places. All right, so let me take New Jersey. New Jersey only has 30 counties, but they have 500 municipalities. all 500, I've got a list of all of these. All 500 municipalities have tax auctions. And I didn't even tell you guys about those today. That's just New Jersey. There's so much of this going on, you cannot comprehend it. And if I take myself and Ron and Lou Brown and Jay Connor, all the old timers you're going to see today, put us all in the room, no matter how much money we have, we can't touch it. There is so much of this in the United States.
You know, you made a point a while ago I never heard you make, I don't think. That book, the list, okay. It's like going to any auction. The higher bids are going to come at the beginning of the auction. Okay. You get to the middle, you get to the end. I used to go to live auctions all the time, and I'd make sure I hung around to the bitter end, because a lot of those houses, those things that they sold in the middle that they didn't sell, nobody put up the deposit or whatever, they come right back on the auction again, and I'd buy them for a lot less than what they sold them for the first time. So, you know, have patience. And somebody mentioned about the bidding the interest rates down to 3 or 4%. I can tell you almost as surely that means that that's an extremely hot property. It's just one property. That's not my experience. I've never seen any bids that low, to be honest with you.
You know, you guys that live on the Eastern Seaboard, South Carolina, which I didn't cover today, I covered it in the 3-day. When you guys show up, we'll have in South Carolina, you raise your hand like this. If you buy a tax deed, a tax lien certificate, it pays 3% per quarter. At the end of the first year, if the property owner has not paid you, they just send you a deed. They just send you a deed. You don't have to do anything else. So there's people that just go to the auction, buy as many tax liens as they want, and they end up just getting a profit. That's all they did. They didn't do anything else. So every one of these counties and states has a different set of rules. And there's so much of it that I'm not saying the other guy is asking a question is wrong, because he's probably not wrong. There's just so many different rules. But if I show you, and I can't do it in this environment because we don't have time, because there's other speakers, but in the 3 days, I'll show you people buying properties for $300 because there's no other bidders there. There's so many taxing districts. So if someone lives in California, if anybody knows anything about California, there's no water in the state. I spent 35 years there. There's no water. The water's got to come from somewhere. Where are they going to get it? So when they get water, they bring it through all kinds of canals that were built back in the Depression area. All those canals are separate taxing districts. Well, what if the government comes in there and build houses? People don't pay tax on them. I had an attorney I taught how to do it. He bought 5 houses before people realized he was buying houses for $2,000 taxes because people weren't paying the taxes on. There's so many taxing districts in the United States. If I said there was 10,000 of them, I'm probably way under it. So every one of these taxing districts has to foreclose. And then what do they do with it? They have to put it out to bid so anybody can go and bid on these properties. So I'm just scratching the surface, but I have so many clients, I can't do it all. It's impossible. So there's so many districts that you could be doing this in. People just see, I don't tell people what county I go to until I've finished, because everybody will flock to the county. Now, if I say that I'm going to go to a county near Kansas City, let's say I'm going to go to Shawnee County, which is Topeka, Kansas. Okay. If I say I'm going there, don't go to that auction. I'll tell you right now, because there'll be hundreds of people. I have 5,000 people a day watching me on YouTube to see where I'm going. If I go there, can you imagine how many people are going to be there? They're all going to be. So yes, there'll be auctions that are going to be way too competitive. Don't go there. All right. So I can't go back to that auction because everybody thinks I'm there. I got to go to a different one. So Ron hit it right
Let's
on the
knock
head.
the rest of these questions out, John.
All right. Richard asks, after we buy a certificate, do additional taxes accumulate that would be due?
The certificate could be 3 years, like in Phoenix. So when it's 3 years, they'll ask you when you buy that one, do you want to pay the next 3 years? And say yes, because now you're going to get that same high rate for all 3 years, and you've knocked out, you've nailed that certificate, so nobody else can get in on the deal.
Are we able to take title into a trust or LLC?
Yes.
Steve asks, are tax liens superior to IRS liens?
Yes.
And That looks like we've caught up on all the questions.
All right. We wore them out, Ted. Okay.
That's great. I hope you guys learned a lot.
All right. Before the day's over, we're going to take a vote on whether our viewers like your shirt better or my shirt. So you guys take one last
Well, I
look here.
think you've got good taste. I really do. You got good
Okay,
taste.
well, you sent it. So. All right. Well, thank you, sir. It's always a pleasure watching you guys get signed up for his 3-day event. I'm telling you right now, it could easily be a life-changing event. All right. You just learn how to get a high rate of return if you never get the property. You just learn how to get the properties dirt cheap if you do get the properties, and do it from your desk. So that's why Ted is here. And he's an addition to your quest to create true wealth, both inside and outside of your IRA and other pension plans. So thank you. We appreciate you, sir.
You're welcome. Good to have you. Thanks for the invitation.
Do it now. ronlegrand.com/Ted, all for the price of $0. All right. And I know it's a short notice, but sometimes you have to make decisions like that. Remember when I went to my first seminars on short notice too, but I got there. All right. So is Mr. Connor here yet?
No, I think we were scheduled to take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, all right. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then Mr. Jay Connor will be here, and I can't wait for you to meet this guy as well. I only bring you the best. See you in 10.
Never take financial advice from someone who isn't making several times your income. Broke people cannot teach you how to be rich. So listen to the people that have the experience and the credibility, and ignore all of the crap you hear from people that have heard it from someone else and have never done really anything to speak of. Mr. Connor.
Good
Welcome.
morning, Ron LeGrand.
Yeah, okay. You know, every time I see this shirt, I'm getting to like it a little bit more. You know,
I like your shirt. I mean, it's psychedelic like your personality.
well, you got a tough act to follow behind Ted Thomas, I'll tell you that. So
I'm just like I'm not feeling too good about being right behind Mr. Ted Thomas. He's an awesome presenter.
yeah. Well, I think you'll probably hold your own. All right. Well, listen, Jay, you and I have known each other 12, 13 years now. I've already told them about you. I've used your name several times already.
In vain? Did you use my name in vain?
No, it was all good, Jay. It was all good.
Oh, good.
So you're going to tell us now how you get about 50% of the deals you're getting from people that have been filed on foreclosure. And then we're going to come back at the end of that and answer some more questions. So you guys put your questions up there. Please do not forget to put the Q in front of it so that we can easily sort them out. If you don't put the Q in front of the question, they might just get passed. I mean, I don't have to tell you, you got a lot of comments over there that are right, so it's hard to pick them out. All right. Well, Jay, a little bit about you for those that don't know. Been around, what, 13 years now, first boot camp, 13 years ago.
Yes, my very first boot camp, Quick Start boot camp with you was in February of 2009.
Okay, yes, you. And you've been making seven figures ever since, and that keeps growing every year by doing exactly what we teach. Buy houses, pay cash for them, private money, borrow more than you need, fix them up, sell them out, and your average profit now is $78,000, and you only do about 30 of them a year. And frankly, you do very little work on your own. Okay. So along the way, you've picked up automation and delegation and become a master at it. And that frees you up to do a lot of other things, such as teach people how to get private money, and you do some terms deals as well. So you're a good example of somebody that is well versed and diversified in the industry, as we all should be. So I'm going to turn it over to you and let you tell them how to get the really good deals. And I'll come back and we'll do some Q&A. All right.
That sounds great. Thank you, Ron.
All yours.
All righty. So I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint right now and get this presenting. So there we go. So John, just real quick, are we looking good and ready to go with this PowerPoint?
You're looking good.
All right. Thank you much. Well, hello, everybody. I am so excited to be here with you today. All of you followers and students of Ron LeGrand. I became his student, as I said, back in February 2009. So what I'm going to be sharing with you here in this presentation is how to locate people that are facing foreclosure before any of the other real estate investors know about these opportunities. Now, I want to make sure we are all on the same page. This process, and by the way, my wife, Carol Joy, and I, we actually started perfecting this process of locating foreclosures all the way back to even 2004 before I even met Ron LeGrand. And we've been perfecting it ever since. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page as far as the mindset and how we are positioning ourselves to serve these people facing foreclosure. Here's what I mean. This process, the way we do the foreclosure business, is all about serving the other people first, right? So I know you will agree, sometimes us real estate investors and entrepreneurs get a bad rap that we're out here to take advantage of people. And that is not the case, at least in mine and Carol Joy's world. We're out here to serve people. I know that you've heard of the law of reciprocity, which means when you serve first, what goes around comes around, right? So This is all about serving other people. So let me give you an example as to how we are serving these people and always creating a win-win scenario. When people that are facing foreclosure respond to our marketing, and I'm going to be talking with you about the 8 letters that I have that we mail out sequentially to the people that have been served in foreclosure. When these letters mail out, and we mail them out, and when someone that's in foreclosure responds to one of those letters, one of the very first questions that we ask them is, do you want to keep your house? Do you want to keep your house? And if they say yes, and we can give them an idea as to maybe how they can keep their house. Like, for example, we'll ask them, well, if you want to keep your house, have you talked with your lender? Now, right there, let's stop, because most of these people are in denial. They haven't even spoken to their lender. They're like avoiding their lender, right? That's got the mortgage on that property. And so we'll ask them, have you spoke with your lender about perhaps a loan modification? And of course, in most cases, they haven't. And we may ask them, well, have you talked with your lender about a deferment program where the lender will actually put the payments on the back end of the note and call you current, and now you start making your payments? Now, let me ask you a question. If we give these people in foreclosure an idea on how to keep their home, and it actually works out for them, they're actually able to keep their home, and they work out, a loan modification or whatever with their lender, is there anything in it for me and my team directly or indirectly? And the answer is no. But let me ask you a question. I know you believe in the law of reciprocity. You know what? If I help enough other people get what they need and want, I don't have to worry about myself. And I know you heard of Zig Ziglar, right? You've heard of Zig Ziglar. That's exactly what Zig Ziglar says, right? Serving other people first, helping them get what they want and need. You don't have to worry about yourself. Now, let me ask you another question here. Let me give you an example about how we serve these people first. It's all about serving them first, right? When they respond to our marketing, and we find out that, and of course, the sad thing is that most of these people would not qualify for a loan modification. They would not qualify for a deferment program because they have to prove to the lender that they have the financial wherewithal and income and et cetera to be able to make their payments now on time. Everybody hits a bump in the road. Things come along in life and things happen and people get behind on their payments. But unfortunately, most of the people that have been served and are now in foreclosure, they can't provide the proof that they can now actually afford the home. Something's come along financially. So when we learn that they can't, the loan modification isn't going to work or whatever. Well, let me ask you a question. Here's another way we serve these people. If I'm making, which I am, an average of $75,000 per deal, per house here in our small market, Carol Joy and my team, we're here in this small market of only 40,000 people in Eastern North Carolina. That's our entire market, doing 2 to 3 houses a month, averaging $78,000. Let me ask you this question. If I'm making $78,000 per house, for goodness sakes, can I not put a few $1,000s in these people's pocket to help them get back on their feet? Now, a lot of times, not a lot of times, all the time, we ask them, will you sell for what you owe? Will you sell for what you owe on the property? And of course they will. I mean, we're going, they'll sell it. I mean, the bank isn't going to give them any money, right? They're just going to take the house, foreclose on it. And so we'll put $2,000, $3,000 in their pocket to help them get back on their feet. Now, they're not looking for that. They're not expecting it. And even when they say they will sell for what they owe, we're going to put money in their pocket, for goodness sakes, and help these people out, right? So I want to make sure all of us are on the same page here and we've got the same mindset. And, quite frankly, I believe in the law of attraction, and I believe all of us are here. We're here because we got Ron LeGrand, is who attracted us here. He's our commonality, right? Well, I want to just make sure that we're all on the same page, and you that are watching and listening to this presentation, You are all about serving other people. Listen, if you believe that you've got a higher calling and a higher purpose than just making money, if you believe you got a higher calling and a higher purpose than just making money, I want you to type in the chat right now in the comments. I want you to type the words, I want to serve. I want to serve. And I believe everyone here has got that outlook. I want to serve, and you've got a higher purpose and calling than just making money. But you know what? When you're serving like this, you don't have to worry about the money. Now, obviously, you've got to have a business plan. You've got to have a plan in place that's going to make you money. And I'm going to show you exactly how that works step by step. There's 5 steps in this process of having a successful foreclosure business when you're serving people. But if by chance there's anyone here that does not have that outlook of I want to serve, then you can take an hour break. This presentation isn't going to be for you. But I believe all of us here have got that outlook that we want to serve. So let's go ahead and dive into it. Let's talk about how you can make huge profits in foreclosures this side of COVID without using any of your own money. Now, let me ask you a question. Is it okay to make a lot of money? Absolutely, it's okay to make a lot of money as long as you are serving people along the way in the meantime. So let's talk about how we make huge profits. Have you ever wondered what it would be like to wake up every day living your dream? Let me tell you something. Me and Carol Joy, thanks to Ron LeGrand in 2009, we've been waking up living our dream, being able to set our own schedule and be in control of our business. How about waking up every morning and being totally excited about your business? Wow. I mean, think of all the people out there that are waking up and not even wanting to go to the day job. In fact, you might be one of those people that has a day job and you would really like to be released from that day job and create your own business, right? Like this right here, the foreclosure business. As Ron says, this process and this business is now getting me and Carol Joy 50% of our deals right now. And here's the deal. If you don't know this foreclosure process and how we do it, then you're going to miss out on 50% of the deals that you could be getting, right? So it's all about being excited about your business. And how about, as I said, setting your own schedule, take a day off when you want to. I'll tell you, Carol Joy and I, we absolutely love going to Asheville, North Carolina to the Grove Park Inn. In fact, we got reservations to go up there in just a few weeks and spend a few days up in the mountains. And we live down here at the beach. So, you know, us people down here in the beach, we want to go to the mountains to get away and relax. But hey, isn't that what it is partly about? Being able to set your own schedule, right? And set your own destiny. Well, you are now entering the stress-free zone. And why do I say that? I say that because these people in foreclosure that you're going to be serving, right? They are stressed out, right? They are stressed out. They're in denial. And so now you are coming along with a solution to their problem. I mean, really, let's face it. We're in the business of solving and helping solve other people's problems. If they didn't have a problem, we wouldn't be out here serving. Well, they're financially stressed. Obviously, they haven't been able to make their payments, you know, on the house. And so now you're going to be coming along, helping them out of their stress, helping them get back on their feet, putting money in their pocket while you're making money as well. And now we got a beautiful, beautiful win-win scenario going on here. So if you want to learn right now how to make a lot of money really, really fast, type in the chat, type in the comments right now, show me the money. Type in the comments right now if you want to learn how to make money really, really fast in this foreclosure business and serving a lot of people. Type in the comment bar, show me the money. Now, as I go through this, you're going to have some questions. So as Ron says, be sure and put your question in the comment bar and we'll get your questions answered after I finish this presentation. And again, put the Q before your question to make sure that John and Nick and the whole team can find it. So I know you're taking notes. Be sure you got your pad out. I had a mentor tell me years ago, Jay, cut the gab and get on the pad, right? So it's time to start taking notes. I want you to write on your notepad foreclosures, and underneath it, write my name, Jay Conner, Jay Conner. I'm an ER, not an OR. So write Jay Conner, Jay underneath foreclosures for this presentation. So in this presentation, I'm going to share with you and show you, first of all, how is it that Carol Joy and I made $456,000, almost $500,000, in the very first 6 months that we were doing this foreclosure business. And I'll tell you what, I don't know anybody else. I don't know anybody else in the nation doing the foreclosure business the way I do it and Carol Joy do it, except for the handful of students that we have that are also doing the same foreclosure process. Listen, you're not going to have any competition. I'm going to show you here in this presentation how to get these records. You see, we're not going to rely on any national vendors. We're not going to rely on any national online services that gives you the foreclosure information. No, I'm going to show you how to circumvent all that and get the information before any of your other real estate investors in your local area even know about these opportunities to serve. Talk about giving you, in this way of we do the business, talk about giving you a big, big competitive advantage. You're about to find out exactly how. Secondly, this process is all about helping people and making big money while you are serving other people. And I'm going to show you our proven system as to how to locate these properties, how to buy and sell these properties on automatic, hey, without using any of your own money. How about that? Okay, here's a writer downer, and I want you to write this down. This is very, very important. How are you going to fund these deals? How are you going to fund these deals without using any of your own money? So write this down. Here's how to fund these foreclosures without using your money. You're going to buy the properties subject to the existing note or on a wrap. You're going to buy them subject to the existing note or on a wrap. So I buy them subject to the existing note. Well, I'm sure you probably know what that means, to buy subject to the existing note, but just in case you don't, here it is in a nutshell. When you buy a property subject to the existing note, what that means is the seller of that property, of that house, is agreeing to transfer you title and ownership of that house and that property into your land trust, whatever entity that you're buying in, and they agree to leave the mortgage in their name, and you agree to start making their payments. Now, you may ask yourself, who in the world in their right mind would agree to transfer ownership of that property into your entity name and trust you to make their payments? And I'll tell you who is willing to do that and more than happy to do it. Here's the answer. A person that needs debt relief. A person or family that needs debt relief is more than happy. I mean, after all, the bank ain't going to make their payments for them. And now you come along and offer to do it. So you're going to buy it subject to the existing note. And by the way, your real estate attorney will handle this closing for you. And guess what? Your real estate attorney does not have to make anything up. Your real estate attorney does not have to create anything. This method of buying subject to the existing note is already on the HUD settlement statement, line 203. It's already on there. It's called, the funding is subject to the existing mortgage. So that's how you'll buy them. That's how you'll fund it without using any of your own money. Now, obviously, these people that are in foreclosure are behind on their payments, right? They have arrears. Well, you either got to put your hand in your pocket, and I say don't do that, bring the payments current, or you can do what I do, and I use private money to bring the payments current. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, Jay, I don't know what private money is. I don't have any private money. Even if I do know what it is, don't worry. I got you covered on the private money. So I don't want you to ever be putting your hand into your pocket to bring these payments current. Now, here's another big writer downer. Don't miss this. Don't make this mistake because I've seen people do it. Write this down. Do not bring the payments current on that mortgage until after you close and you buy the property. All right? Because my lands, if you bring the payments current before you close, well, what incentive now do they have to even sell you the property, right? So you'll be bringing the payments current right after you close at the closing table. So what you're about to discover and learn here in this presentation is, first of all, how in the world is it that we get a crazy 57% response rate to our secret direct mail campaign? I'm talking about the 8 letters. Now, if you know anything about direct mail or you've been exposed to it at all, you know if you're getting a 1% to 3% response, you are knocking it out of the park. But the reason we get such a high response rate to our letters is for 2 reasons. First of all, we're mailing sequential letters. Ron LeGrand told me years ago, over a decade ago, he said, if you're going to do direct mail, don't waste your money if you're only going to mail one time, right? It's the sequential mailings that get this kind of response. Now, these 8 letters, we're going to be mailing them 3 days apart. That will vary a little bit depending on the state you're in. By the way, I want to say this. This foreclosure system works in any state, in any market that you are in. What is going to differ and change is the length of time between the file is opened at the courthouse until the sale. Now, here's an actionable item I want you to write down. You need to do this if you want to be in the foreclosure business. You need to hire your real estate attorney. And here is what you tell your real estate attorney. Tell your real estate attorney to assume you know nothing about the foreclosure process in your area that you are targeting and that you're going to be investing. And tell your real estate attorney to walk you through the process in your local county from start to finish. Now, here's what you're really getting at. What you're getting at is you want to know the time frame. It's the time frame that's going to be different from the time the file is opened by the substitute trustee until the sale takes place. Now, for example, down in Florida, where Ron is, it's going to be 6 months to 9 months from the time the file is opened until the sale actually takes place. That's the magic window. Write this down. This foreclosure process that I'm sharing with you works between the file being opened and the foreclosure process is started up until the sale. Now, you can buy the properties after the sale or at the sale, but you can't be buying it directly from the sellers. So that's the magic window. You want to be buying these properties, serving these people from the time the notice and that file is opened at the courthouse up until the sale. Now you're buying directly from them. Now, the second reason that we get such a high response to these letters is, in addition to it being sequential mailing, in addition to that, the message in the letters is an exact match to the audience. The messaging and the copy that I have in the letters is an exact match and speaks to the person that is in foreclosure. And that's what drives a high response rate, is how well are you communicating directly to the pain, the emotional pain of the person that is going through this foreclosure process. So you're going to get a high response to the letters. Secondly, I'm going to show you in this presentation how Carol Joy and I and the team, we made right at almost $500,000 in the first 6 months. And I'm going to tell you, right now is the biggest real estate opportunity this year to be buying these foreclosures and serving all these people. I've got some statistics that I'm going to be sharing with you here in the next few minutes. And I'm going to take you all the way back to when COVID started in March of 2020. And here we are, 3 years plus down the road. I'm going to show you the exact statistics of the foreclosure starts, and I'm going to show you the proof as to why now this year is the biggest opportunity to be serving these people in foreclosure, and you're going to be able to pick and choose actually the actual deals that you want to do. This is all about working less, making more money, right? We learned it from Ron all the way back. What did Ron say, right? The less I do, the more I make. So this is all about learning the process and then putting it on automatic. So I got 3 promises for you in this presentation. First of all, I'm going to teach you how to find these hidden foreclosures before your other real estate investors in your area even know they exist. In fact, when you start implementing this foreclosure system the way we do it, you're not going to have any competition because your competition does not know about this process. Secondly, I'm going to show you how to buy these foreclosures without using any of your own money whatsoever and how you can get started right now. So let's go ahead and define what a foreclosure is and the different stages of foreclosure. All right. So I want you to write down, these are the different stages. So just write down on your notes, stages of foreclosure. All right. The first stage of foreclosure is what's called pre-NOD. Pre-NOD. Well, now what does pre-NOD stand for? Pre-NOD stands for pre-notice of default. Pre-notice of default. So what is going on when someone is in pre-NOD? Well, what pre-NOD, pre-notice of default, means is that the owner of that property that's got that mortgage is behind on their payments, but the foreclosure process has not started yet. Okay. So you may find it interesting to know that there's a federal law that says it's illegal for a lender to actually start the foreclosure process until the borrower is at least 90 days behind. 90 days behind and in arrears, right? So those pre-NOD people. So years ago, I direct mailed to people in pre-NOD, pre-notice of default. The foreclosure process had not started. And I stopped doing it. Why in the world did I stop doing it? Because those people do not respond to the marketing. And here's why. Most people in pre-NOD, they're behind on payments, but the foreclosure process has not started. Most of those people get current, right? Most of those people that get behind a month, get behind a month, they get behind 2 months or whatever, they are able to bring those payments current, and the foreclosure process doesn't even start. So we're not messing with those people, right? We're not direct mailing to pre-NOD. We're going to start immediately mailing to the people once the foreclosure process has started and the file has been opened. So when a lender starts the foreclosure process, here's exactly what they do. They hire what's called a substitute trustee. A substitute trustee. So what in the world is a substitute trustee? A substitute trustee is an attorney or a lawyer that works at a firm, and most of these we call foreclosure millhouses. Foreclosure millhouses. In fact, these attorney firms, that's all they do. Most of the time, that's all they do is they process foreclosures representing the lender. And in fact, they're actually representing the borrower as well. But the lender is paying the attorney fees. So the lender, they know that the borrower is at least 90 days behind. Now they hire the substitute trustee to start the foreclosure process. So what's the first thing that happens? The substitute trustee, first of all, verifies that the lender has got the legal right to foreclose and they've got all the documentation in place. The substitute trustee then mails a file and documents to the local courthouse in the county where the property is located. All right. So the file is now opened. Now, the very first thing that happens after the file is opened, the deputy sheriff delivers in person to the property, depending on the county or state that you're in, either a notice of default or a summons. It's one of the two. But regardless of the document, the legal document, the purpose of that is to give the person notice in person that their property is now in foreclosure. Okay. So deputy sheriff goes there, knocks on the door. If somebody comes to the door, deputy sheriff hands that notice of default or the summons to that person in their hand, giving them notice. They knock on the door, nobody comes to the door. That happens a lot of times, right? So then the deputy sheriff tapes the notice to the front door. And I know you've seen it. I mean, you can be driving by a house, a property, and there's a notice on the front door. Well, that's either the notice of default or the summons that is notifying the owners of that property that now the property is in foreclosure. So let's make sure we know where we are in the stage. So you had pre-NOD, pre-notice of default. Okay. We're not targeting and communicating with those people. Now the lender has hired the substitute trustee. Now the file is opened. Now, immediately we're going to start mailing the letters. Now I want you to write this down. There are two primary categories or two parts to this foreclosure system. There's two parts to it. There is the tracking of every file, tracking of every open file in the county that we are targeting and investing in. And then there's the marketing. Those are the two pieces of this foreclosure process. Tracking every open file. And then secondly is the marketing. That's the letters that are being mailed out. So again, immediately after that file is open, now we have the letters going out. So how is it that we get these files before the other real estate investors even know about it? Well, there's two ways you can do it. I'm going to tell you how we do it, and I can tell you a workaround to it as well. Here's the secret sauce right here. We physically go to the courthouse. We physically go to the courthouse, okay, twice a week. Now, my wife, Carol Joy, when we started, she was going to the courthouse twice a week on Tuesdays and on Fridays. Now, we're tracking right now a little over 300 open files. And that is increasing very, very quickly, right? Because of all the moratoriums have been lifted on the foreclosures. And you're going to see why this year, right here, right now, is the biggest opportunity to be serving these people. Well, we physically go to the courthouse and we get the information on the file, right? Who's the borrower? Who's the lender? What was the original loan amount? Who's the substitute trustee? We get that information. Now, we did that. Carol Joy did that for a number of years, and then she hired Contessa. So Contessa is our courthouse assistant that actually goes to the courthouse now. And I mean, it's pennies as far as what we pay. Contessa goes there Tuesdays and Fridays. She's only there for about an hour and a half each day. Now, there's a couple of workarounds that you can do. You're thinking to yourself, well, Jay, I got a day job. I ain't got time to go to the courthouse, and I don't have a Carol Joy in my life that can go to the courthouse. So an alternative to that is that in most areas, there is an online service that provides this information within 24 hours real time of everything that's going on. So here's what you want to ask your real estate attorney, because you know you're going to have that meeting with your real estate attorney to implement the foreclosure system. So the other question you're going to ask your real estate attorney is there a local online service that provides foreclosure public records information in real time? That's the question. Write it down. Here it is again. Ask your real estate attorney, is there a local online service that provides in real time foreclosure public information? Now, most of the time, it's real estate attorneys that subscribe to that service. Now, here in our area is so small, we don't even have an online service that comes from the courthouse, right? So that's a question you want to ask your real estate attorney. If there is such a service, it's only $200 to $300 a year. Most of the time, it's only real estate attorneys that subscribe to it, but anybody can. There's another workaround of physically going to the courthouse yourself. In a lot of areas, there are already a local service that goes to the courthouse and will provide the information to you, but they only send it out once a week. If there is such a service, your real estate attorney will know that and be able to tell you. Again, It's best to be going physically yourself or someone on your team. So back to the stages. You got pre and OD. Now the file is opened. Now the substitute or the deputy sheriff has delivered the notice of default or the summons. Now what happens next? Next is what's called the hearing. Now, some counties, some states have hearings, some don't. That's the next question you want to ask your real estate attorney. Does our foreclosure process in our local area have a hearing? Now, the purpose of the hearing is for the clerk of court to determine if the lender's got the legal right to foreclose, right? So it's the clerk of court that's going to be administering that hearing. The borrower is summoned to that hearing. Unfortunately, most of the time they don't even come. Now, here in North Carolina, so if there's a hearing, you want to ask your real estate attorney, what's the time frame between the notice of default or summons up until the hearing? Here in North Carolina, it's 4 to 6 weeks from the notice or from the time the file is opened until the hearing. All right. Then what happens after the hearing? After the hearing, then there is the sale. So the sale of that property is going to be scheduled about another 4 to 6 weeks after the hearing. So here in North Carolina, we've got about 12 weeks. That window is about 12 weeks from the time the file is opened by the substitute trustee at the courthouse in the clerk of court's office. By the way, make note, it's what's called the special proceedings room in the clerk of court's office. The special proceedings room in the clerk of court's office. So we've got about 12 weeks from the time the file is opened until it goes to sale. That's the magic opportunity right there. Now, again, you can buy the property at the sale or after the sale. I'm going to talk about that here in a moment. But the best deal and where you're going to be able to serve these people and help them out of distress, right? And create these win-win scenarios is during that window between when the file is opened and it going to sale, right? That's the window of being able to serve these people and buy them directly from the owners of this property. So there's the window from the time the file's open until it goes to sale. Now, let's say that the owner of the property that's got that mortgage does not respond to the letters. We get a 57% response rate. Obviously, when someone responds, you stop mailing the letters. Now, I told you earlier, what's going to vary is how often you mail the letters. Here in North Carolina, we mail the letters 3 days apart. So it takes 24 days to go through the mailing. Okay. Now that's North Carolina. Now in Georgia, you got 4 weeks from the time the foreclosure information goes public. So you're not going to mail the letters every 3 days down in Georgia. If you're investing in Georgia, you're going to mail those letters 8 days in a row, 8 days in a row, right? If you're in Texas, again, you've got about a month. You're going to mail them 8 days in a row, right? And now if you're down in Florida, you got 6 to 9 months. You're not going to mail them 3 days apart. You're not going to mail them every day back to back to back. You're going to mail these letters 1 week apart because you got 6 to 9 months. And I'll tell you, you'll start getting more response to the letters the closer it gets to the sale date. Obviously, doesn't that make sense? Because they're running out of time, right? Now the urgency is like really heated up and it's, they're marching towards the sale. So again, this is the window. And again, it's very important for you to know from your real estate attorney, how much time have you got from the time that the file's open until the sale takes place? Now, what's the next stage of foreclosure? So let's assume that you don't buy the property from someone that's in foreclosure. Now it goes to sale. They didn't respond to the marketing. So you can go to the sale. And by the way, our tracking software in the foreclosure system that will be delivered to you instantly at the end of this presentation It's going to show you also exactly the information to get on the file at the courthouse, right? But in the tracking part of the system, it's going to track it all the way to the sale if it goes to sale and you didn't buy it in that magic window. And it will track it all the way to bank owned and REO. So let's talk for a moment how that process works and how that happens. So let's say nobody responded to the letters that you were mailing out. Okay. So now the property goes to sale. Well, it goes to sale. Well, when it's at sale at the courthouse steps, then the lender has got a representative on the courthouse steps with an opening bid on that foreclosure, right? So let's say that nobody bids. The bank bid with an opening bid, but nobody bid, all right? Or let's say somebody did bid, doesn't matter. What happens next here in North Carolina and about 10 other states is what's called the 10-day upset period. What in the world is the 10-day upset period? Well, here's the way the 10-day upset period works. After that sale on the courthouse steps, within the next 10 calendar days, anybody can come into the courthouse and upset the current bid by a minimum of 5%. 5%, right? Well, let's say somebody comes in and upsets the bid. I've done it countless times. I've upset a current bid during the 10-day upset period. Well, guess what? The whole 10-day period starts over. There's a whole nother 10-day period. Well, that keeps going until the bidding stops, right? Now, let's say that the sale took place, nobody bid except the bank's opening bid. So the bank's got a bid, nobody bid. Now, let's say it goes into the 10-day upset period and nobody comes in and upsets that bid. Well, guess what? Now the bank has got what's called a bank-owned property. That's what a bank-owned property is, also known as an REO, which stands for real estate owned, right? So that's how it becomes a real estate owned property, is that nobody bought it at the sale during the 10-day upset period. So now it goes back to the bank, and now the bank or the lender hires a realtor to list that bank-owned property and puts it in the multiple listing service. So that's all the stages and the time frames. Again, that's going to vary in your county and state as to how long it takes to go through the process. Again, let me reemphasize, your magic window to where you're going to be able to serve these people, help them get back on their feet, and you make a lot of money in the process as well, is between the notice of default or the summons and that file being opened at the courthouse and it going to sale. Those are the stages. So let's go ahead and let me give you my definition of actually what is a successful foreclosure business. Well, a successful foreclosure business is, number one, all about finding these opportunities in before all the other real estate investors even know about them. Secondly, it's all about serving and helping these people in distress. And it's all about controlling the property without your money. Now, I'm going to go over a way here in the next few minutes as to how you control the property without buying it. But quite frankly, I don't want to be in a deal unless I own the property. And again, I'm going to buy it subject to the existing note. And it's all about selling fast, right? How do you sell these properties fast? Well, let me give you some good news. Most of these properties in foreclosure, and the people are still living in the houses, these are what we call, quote unquote, pretty houses. Most of them do not need any major or significant rehab. That's why you're going to be able to buy them subject to the existing note. And then guess what? How are you going to sell them? You want to sell these foreclosures on terms. So write this down. Here's our magic criteria, rule of thumb. Of course, there's always an exception to the rule, but write this down. Your rule of thumb is when you pay all cash, say with private money, you're going to cash out. Put it in the multiple listing service and cash it out. When you buy on terms, which you are here, buying subject to the existing note, that's a kind of buying on terms. When you buy on terms, sell on terms, which means sell on lease purchase or sell on rent to own, right? So you're buying these foreclosures on terms, sell on terms. Well, my lands, how in the world are you going to be able to sell fast? I can tell you how you're going to be able to sell fast, because you're going to get a boatload of people responding to your Facebook marketplace Facebook post to people that want a lease purchase or rent to own house. And you're going to collect a large non-refundable lease option deposit. Talk about fixing your cash flow right away. It's a beautiful thing. And this process is all about doing it on automatic. I mean, for goodness sakes, you don't want to be replacing a day job with then working another 40 or 50 hours a week in this kind of job, right? You want to be creating the lifestyle that you want. So why get into the foreclosure business right now? Well, it's all about helping others while getting paid a lot. My average profits are $78,000, doing it on automatic. And best of all, it is easy to do. All you got to do is just plug and play into my process. Now, I want to talk with you and give you statistics right now about why now is the time. Now is the time to get in the foreclosure part of the business, part of the real estate investing business. Well, number one, now's the time, and I'm going to show you the statistics, but 50% of mine and Carol Joy's deals are from this process. And if I wasn't doing this process, and if you're not doing this process, you're going to miss out on 50% of the deals to get out there. Now, I'm going to take you all the way back to right after COVID. So COVID came along in 2020. So I want you to look at these statistics and how this is all leading up to this year right now that we're in, now being the time to get in the foreclosure business. Now, there's always going to be foreclosures, right? There's always going to be foreclosures, but there's not going to be this amount of pinned up demand like we're looking at right here since 2007, 2008, and 2009. So look at this, CNBC on October the 14th, 2021. So this is a year and a half after COVID came along. Look at this, foreclosures surge as the COVID mortgage bailouts end. Foreclosures up 67% higher than the third quarter. Now that was October 2021, just as the foreclosures were opening up. Now, look at this. This was a year ago, approximately, March 11th, 2022. We got Chris Morris with Fortune Magazine. Foreclosures are up 11% in the previous month in February. And look, double-digit increases in new foreclosure starts are expected within the next 6 months. Now, that was going to be from March until September last year. Boy, did they miss it. Man, did they miss it. It wasn't double-digit increases. It was triple-digit increases of the momentum starting to pick up. And I'm going to show you that statistic here in just a moment. Now, here's March, also last year, from Adam Data. Significant increases as the foreclosure moratorium is lifted, right? Foreclosures up 67% from a year ago. Now, here's March from MarketWatch.com. Foreclosures up on the rise, 70% increase over last year. Now, here's the next month, April last year, 50,759 U.S. properties in foreclosure, first quarter 2021. Look, they missed it, up 188% from a year ago, and boy, did they really miss it. Look at this, in July 2022, last year, right after that prediction in March, it wasn't up 67%. It was up 219% in foreclosures. And look, let me bring you up to date right here currently as to what's going on. Here's January of this year, 2023 foreclosure forecast. In today's foreclosure market, you're in a tremendous position of advantage if you are a cash buyer. Well, you are a cash buyer because you're buying these houses subject to the existing note, and these properties are coming into your land trust or whatever entity that you're buying in. I'm telling you, my friend, right now is the time. Now in this year, foreclosures are always going to be around, but right now is the time to really be able to pick and choose and serve a bunch of people. Look at this, January 12th this year, foreclosure activity doubles and the filings are up 115%. Listen, my friend, now is the time to get in the foreclosure business. So you got like this perfect vortex of a storm going on, foreclosure storm. And as I said, we're always going to have foreclosures, but now's the time. I've never seen anything like it as it is right now, particularly since 2007, 8, and 9. Now the storm's going to end. meaning this big opportunity as it is now is going to come to a close. There's always going to be foreclosures. You'll always be able to buy foreclosures, and you'll always be able to use mine and Carol Joy's system to locate foreclosures ahead of other real estate investors. But talk about the opportunity. Here's the question. When would now be a good time to get in the foreclosure business? And the answer is now. In fact, if you agree with me, you saw the proof on these the statistics here. Type in the chat right now. Now is the time. Type in the chat. Type in the comment bar right now. Now is the time, right, for foreclosures. Well, Ron has already told you who I am, but just to recap, who in the world am I and why in the world should you listen to me? Well, we've been buying foreclosures without using any of our money right now for 20 years. We've rehabbed over 450. Actually, it's now we've rehabbed over 475 houses. And again, these foreclosures, in most cases, you're not going to have a major rehab. I've been blessed to earn 7 figures a year, working less than 10 hours a week. And I've been blessed to have the best-selling books and et cetera. Involved in over $50 million in transactions. And I use the magic of direct mail to foreclosures like nobody else. Now, that's who I am. Here's who I believe that you are, and we talked about it at the very beginning of this presentation. Here's who I believe you are, because I think, I don't know who in the world came up with the phrase opposites attract. That's like the most stupid thing I ever heard in my life. I want to be around people that's like me, right? I want to be around people like you, right? We're all connected here with Ron LeGrand. Here's who I believe you are. I believe you are a real estate investor who wants wealth and freedom. And I believe you want to do what you want to do. And I believe you want to do it and schedule your time and do it when you want to do it. And I believe that you want to do this business and do life with whom you want to do it with. I also believe you want to make the rules, right? Isn't it a whole lot happier and nicer when you get to make the rules instead of having to follow somebody else's rules, right? For example, you're not having to go to the bank and follow their rules to borrow any money to buy these foreclosures because you're going to buy them subject to the existing note. Guess what? You're not assuming the note. The mortgage company that the owner has got, there's no approval process. This transaction takes place between you and the seller of that property, and the mortgage company is not having anything to do with any kind of approving your credit, right? This is directly between you and the seller. And I believe you want to use other people's money, right? You can use other people's money, private money, to bring these payments current. And as I said, I believe you got a servant's heart. I believe you want to make a difference. And boy, are you going to be making a big difference in these people's lives. And I believe that you want to give back. As I said, if I'm going to make $78,000 profit per deal, for goodness sakes, can I not put $2,000 or $3,000 in these people's pocket and help them get back on their feet? Well, how in the world did Carol Joy and I get involved in this foreclosure business? Well, I can tell you, I just didn't wake up one day and say, hey, I think I want to get in the foreclosure business. No, I knew for a long time I wanted to get into single family houses and, invest in single family houses. I was actually raised in what's called the mobile home business. And it was beautiful to me and my family for many, many years. But then the financing for the product went away in 2003. And guess what? That business got very ugly very, very fast. And so we woke up one morning, we had $22 million of wholesale inventory that we had no way to sell. We almost had to file bankruptcy. Well, we were able to work it out with our vendors and our suppliers. And so it's because of that industry being shut down that Carol Joy and I started in the foreclosure business. Well, the way we started, Carol Joy put the tracking system together. I put the marketing together. I put the letters together, and Carol Joy created the tracking system. How do we do that, right? We got the software that we use to track. We get the information from the courthouse and we keep it updated. So these are the two integral parts, the tracking and the marketing, right? So doing this the very first 6 months, we were able to profit $456,000 by doing it. Now, this right here is our very first foreclosure deal that we did all the way back then. This is on Mayberry Loop Road here in Morehead City, North Carolina. Well, some of you, if you're more than 50 years old, some of you may remember way back then, that's when realtors and realty companies actually published what was called the Homes Magazine. You all remember that? The Homes Magazine? It came out every month. It was a physical magazine that you would pick up at the convenience store or the gas station. And in the Homes Magazine, they had pictures of the houses, that were available for sale on the market in the multiple listing service. Well, I had read in one of those books, and my lands, don't I wish I had been to Ron LeGrand's Quick Start before I started doing this. But anyway, I'd read in one of those books that you need to find the ugliest, nastiest smelling property you can, because that's the smell of money, right? Well, I looked in the Homes Magazine, and I'm flipping through there, and I find this exact house. This house had been on the market for 9 months. It had been shown over 60 times and no offers. I said, man, that sounds like my house. So I went and looked at it. I got my realtor to take me to show it. And man, it was a wreck. I mean, there was a hoarder that had been living in the house. Anyway, I got it under contract for $50,000. And I'm so excited. I said, to be sure, Carol Joy, she would absolutely love seeing this house. This is going to be our first flip property. Now, bear in mind, back then when I got this house, I didn't know anything about private money. I didn't know anything about buying a house subject to the existing note. Back then, if you could fog a mirror, you could get a line of credit at the bank. I had a $250,000 unsecured line of credit at the local bank, burning a hole in my pocket so that I could go make some offers on some houses. So I find this house, I get it under contract. That's how I'm going to fund it. I'm going to use that unsecured line of credit at the local bank. So I get Carol Joy, my wife, in the car. I said, babe, I got to go show you this house that we got under contract. I pulled in the driveway. Carol Joy wouldn't even get out of the car. She wouldn't even get out of the car. I said, babe, I want to show you this house. She says, do you see them neighbors over there? I'm not getting out of the house. Getting out of the car. So anyway, Carol, she wouldn't even go look in the house with me. So I go to lunch with my dad to Ruby Tuesdays. And we're having lunch at Ruby Tuesdays. And I'm visiting with Dad there, and I tell him about this house I've got under contract, and I'm so excited about it. So we leave Ruby Tuesdays. I said, Dad, I'm going to show you this house. We go down there on Mayberry Loop Road, open up the door, we go in there, and Dad looks at me, he says, son, have you lost your mind? I said, I don't know. I'm getting ready to find out. So anyway, I closed on that house, $50,000. I put $50,000 worth of rehab in it. It's absolutely beautiful. And I listed with my realtor to sell it for $139,900. Well, it went in the multiple listing service in January, and 45 days went by with 0 showings. And I had it staged, absolutely drop dead gorgeous, ready for Southern Living magazine pictures. And nobody's looking. And I said, shoot. So I went back to one of them books I'd read. I put an ad in the paper, and it said owner financing. I read in that book, if you advertised owner financing in the classified ads, your phone would ring off the hook. And my lands did my phone ring off the hook. I had to shut down the ad on the second edition of the ad coming out in the classified ads. So one of the people that responded to the ad, his name was Linwood. So I'm talking to Linwood on the phone. And I said, well, now, Linwood, this house is sort of hard to find here in Morehead City. Meet me down at the Seaco gas station, and you can follow me in on Mayberry Loop Road. So Linwood meets me down there. Now, the reason I had Linwood meet me is because if you go down this side of Mayberry Loop Road, that's beautiful. But if you go down the other side of Mayberry Loop Road here in Morehead City, that's looking bad. So I want to make sure Linwood's coming in on the pretty side of the street, right? So we pull up into the driveway of this house. By the way, this was before I rehabbed it, right? I wish I had some after pictures, but that was so long ago. Linwood walks in the house. He walks around. He comes back to me. He says, Jay, I'll give you right now, I'll give you an $18,000 lease option deposit. I didn't know what a lease option deposit was back then, but my daddy told me if somebody offers you money, take it and you'll figure it out. So I did. Linwood writes me an $18,000 lease option deposit. Well, back then I was actually a licensed loan originator and mortgage broker. And if I had somebody with a credit score of 580, I could get them done. Linwood had a median credit score of 583. So I got Linwood a mortgage, And we put that $18,000 towards closing costs and the down payment, and I cashed it out. So that was my very first deal. Didn't even know what in the world I was doing. And I said, you know what? I'm liking this business. So because of Carol Joy's and my foreclosure system, we have done countless deals. I'm going to show you just a couple of examples. Here's a house on Fulford Willis Road right here in our local area. This foreclosure that we found by using the foreclosure system, we profited $57,400 on that house. This foreclosure on Country Club Road, in fact, not far from my office here, this foreclosure, we profited $72,500 on this one. Now, this foreclosure is across the high-rise bridge over to Pine Knoll Shores. We bought this foreclosure and we profited over $100,000 just on this one house, $104,389. Now, there's some challenges that some real estate investors are facing. First of all, some real estate investors say, Jay, I ain't got no time to be investing and doing the foreclosure business. Well, I've got the way for you to put it on automatic. If you can dedicate 5 or 6 hours a week, you can automate this exactly the way that I do it. Some real estate investor says, well, I don't have a proven system to follow. Yes, you do, because right here at the end of this presentation in the next few minutes, I'm going to be able to deliver to you instantly on Kajabi. That's what our foreclosure training is on. It's on Kajabi, and it will be delivered to you instantly. And I'm telling you, the training is not all that long. The training is less than 6 hours to give you all the information that you need about implementing this foreclosure system. Some real estate investors say, Jay, I don't have any money, right? I don't have any money to put it there. Well, guess what? I'm showing you here in the system exactly how to buy these properties with none of your money. And they say, well, I don't have a coach. Yes, you do. Here I am, and I'm going to be holding your hand from start to getting it implemented. In fact, I'm going to be conducting next Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. I'm going to be conducting a live Zoom for you here on this foreclosure system to get you started on the fast track. So a franchise, you know, is sort of like a system, right? And what does a system stand for? Well, a system will save yourself stress, time, energy, and money to get it implemented right away. Listen, you don't have to create anything. I've already got it put together for you. All you got to do is plug and play. Systems equals wealth and freedom. So I'm going to go over with you right now the 5 steps, and these are so easy to understand and implement. I'm going to go over with you the 5 success steps in this foreclosure system. First of all, what's different about this system? Well, it's about locating these opportunities and these properties before other real estate investors even know about it. It's about creating win-win solutions for the owner of these properties and for yourself. It's working right now. It's been proven to work since 2004, and this system is completely automated, and it works in your market no matter where you are investing. Now, some people say, Jay, there's not enough foreclosures in my area. Are you kidding? Since what I just went over, since COVID and what's going on right now, you're going to have so many foreclosures to choose from. First of all, because you've got the information before other real estate investors even know about them, because we're not relying on the national reporting services like the other real estate investors are relying on. Some people say, I got too much competition. Let me tell you something. I know you, in some areas, there's a lot of competition, but guess what? When you do the business like I and Carol Jugo are doing it here with the foreclosures, you ain't got no competition. You don't have any competition because they don't know this process. And some people say, well, Jay, I'm not comfortable talking to strangers. Well, guess what? Either you or somebody on your team has got to talk to these people. Now, you don't have to talk to anyone, but somebody on your team. And by the way, in my foreclosure system here that I will instantly deliver to you on Kajabi right here, right now, I've got the simple, easy scripts to follow that anybody on your team can use in talking to these people in foreclosure. Now, here are the 5 steps. Here are the 5 success steps in this foreclosure system. Now I'm going to go over each one of these and unpack each one of these steps. So step one is get the list, get the foreclosure list, and maintain the list. Now I'm going to talk about each one of these steps. Step number two is now you're going to market to the motivated sellers, to the people in foreclosure. How are you going to do that? You're going to do that by using my 8 letters, right, that are going to be in Kajabi that you'll be able to instantly download and have those letters to use. Step number 3 assumes that someone has responded to the letters, and now you're going to negotiate the deal. You're going to fill out the property lead sheet, right? The Ron LeGrand property lead sheet. If you don't have it, I can provide it for you. You fill out the property lead sheet, you analyze the deal, you go to the house, see if there's any repairs, negotiate the deal. Step number 4 is now you're going to control the property, and I'm going to recommend that you buy it. I don't want you to, sublease. I don't want you to like control it with a lease option. You can, but I say buy the property subject to the existing note on a wrap. And then step number 5, sell fast, right? And guess what? There's multiple exit strategies in this process. Maybe you don't want to stay in a deal for whatever reason. Well, you can wholesale it. I'm going to go over right now these multiple exit strategies that you have, but let's start with unpacking step number 1. How are you going to get the foreclosure list and maintain the list? Well, here's how. Either you or someone on your team, it can be your local assistant, ours is Contessa, you're going to physically go to the courthouse twice a week and update the files. And you're going to track every open file until that foreclosure is either closed or dismissed or you buy it, right? And you're going to use our foreclosure tracking system that you're going to have access to in the Kajabi training that I'll deliver to you instantly right here in the next few minutes at the end of my presentation. Now, again, I mentioned it at the beginning of my talk. I'm going to tell it to you again right now. There's 2 other workarounds that you can do instead of physically going to the courthouse yourself or having an assistant go. Going to the courthouse is still the best, but here's a couple of workarounds. Remember, ask your real estate attorney if there's a local online service that delivers in real time public information on foreclosures. All right. Your real estate attorney will know if that's available. Secondly, a lot of times there are local services that physically go to the courthouse and will provide you the information. If there is a local service, your real estate attorney will know who that is as well. Again, it's best for either you or someone on your team to actually physically go yourself. Now, what Rick loves about the foreclosure system is the automation. Rick loves how it's automated and you're not having to spend countless hours working this system. Now, step number 2 is the mailing of the letters, right? So step number 2, you've got the list, you're maintaining the list, and now you're going to be mailing the letters. Now, I actually automate this out. Our preacher's mother, Miss Eunice, actually mails the letters for us from her house. So there's 8 letters. Now, the reason I say use a realtor if necessary, in the state of Washington, I don't know if you're investing in the state of Washington, you can't solicit to someone in foreclosure unless you are a realtor. So you can just use your realtor as your buying agent and the letters can be mailed out that way. Now, in these letters, there are multiple calls to action. And with each letter, 1 through 8, each letter, the urgency is building up and the scarcity is building up. Time is running out, getting closer to the sale, right? So there's multiple calls to action. They can dial a 24-hour recorded message hotline. They can go to the website, etc. And of course, once someone responds to the letters, then you want to stop. Now, what Bob loves down in Boca Raton, Florida, is the 57% response rate. No other direct mail campaign do I know gets this kind of response. Now, step number 3 is going to assume that someone has responded to the letters, and now it is time to negotiate the deal and research the deal, research the property. So they respond to the marketing, one of the letters. You're going to fill out the property lead sheet, right? That gives you all the information on the property. And now you're going to verify the comps. I mean, are they upside down? Now, bear in mind, you're going to be able to buy, you can buy these properties at retail. You don't have to buy these properties at a discount or a significant discount. Why is that? Because you can sell them on lease purchase, rent to own, as long as the monthly payment that you can bring in is more and gives you a positive cash flow over and beyond what the underlying monthly mortgage payment is. Because remember, you're going to be making that mortgage payment if you are staying in the deal. So you can buy it at retail. You don't have to buy it at a significant discount as long as you can get a positive cash flow. So step number 3, they have responded to the marketing. Now you're going to analyze the deal. And if the numbers make sense, just on analyzing the deal, you can get a positive cash flow, selling it on terms. You can collect a non-refundable lease option deposit. Now it's time to go to the property. Do not make an offer on the property until you've seen the property. I made that mistake. Don't make my mistake, right? So you want someone, either yourself or on your team, to actually physically go in the house and make sure what kind of repairs, and you know what kind of repairs, if any, are required on this house. So you negotiate the deal, and now you make the offer and you go under contract to buy this house. Now, what Mike loves down in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, is the foreclosure system is absolutely so simple to use and so simple to implement. Here's a house on Fairway here in Morehead City. This foreclosure, we profited $89,400 just on this one property alone. Step number 4 in the foreclosure process is now you're going to buy the property, or you're at least going to control it, right? You can control it by buying it on a lease option, but I say don't do that. Buy the property, right? Buy it subject to the existing note or on a wrap, okay? And then I'm going to use private money, and I got you covered on that. I'm going to use private money to bring the payments current, but again, don't do that until after you close on the property. Now, what Clinton in New Jersey absolutely loves about this foreclosure system is that it's helping you so you can help others, right? This system is going to put you in the driver's seat, and it's all about serving the other person, creating win-win scenarios. And then step number 5 is choose your exit strategy. You've got multiple exit strategies that you can choose from. Let's say you don't want to stay in the deal. Right? I mean, I want to stay in the deal. I like $78,000 better than $7,800, right? So, but you don't have to stay, and you can wholesale the deal. You can get it under contract. The marketing has done the work for you. You get it under contract, and now you can assign that contract to another real estate investor, and you collect a wholesale assignment fee. Of course, Ron has already taught you the wholesaling end of the business, so you've learned that here on this event. Now, another exit strategy is you can, if it needs renovations, you can renovate it. You can sell it on retail and put it in the multiple listing service and cash out if you want to. But remember our rule of thumb. When you buy on terms, sell on terms, right? You're going to buy it subject to the existing note on a wrap, turn right around and sell it on lease purchase and collect that large non-refundable lease option deposit. Now, another way of selling on terms is what's called work for equity. You can sell it as is and sell it on work for equity. That's a type of terms deal. And you just give the buyer a small discount on the price, and now they're responsible for all the cosmetics in the house. Or you can do what I've done in the past. You can sell it on lease purchase, and you can offer credit repair and actually help them get a mortgage, right? But leaving the people to their own devices, in all likelihood, they're never going to cash out. And you do know, here's a writer downer, the longer you own a property, the more money you make. As long as it's cash flowing, right? The longer you own a property, the more money you make. Here's another house right here in Newport, adjacent to Morehead City. This foreclosure on Graham Road, this foreclosure, we profited $78,000. Now, what Chris down in Naples, Florida, absolutely loves is the 8-letter process is so easy to understand and to implement. What Don in Oklahoma loves is that the step-by-step system is so easy and so user-friendly. Well, I got a question for you. If you want to serve a lot of people, help them get back on their feet, and put a lot of money in your pocket really, really fast, type in the comment bar right now, "I want it," with an exclamation mark. Type in the comment bar right now. If you want to serve a bunch of people, make a lot of money, help them get back on their feet, type in the comment bar right now, "I want it," with an exclamation mark. Well, here's exactly how you can get plugged in right now into mine and Carol Joy's Wealth and Freedom Foreclosure System. Here's the benefits. It's been proven to work since 2004. It's totally automated. It's all about helping families in distress. You got the done for you marketing with the letters done for you. You're able to do 50% of your deals coming from foreclosures right now. And I showed you why now is the time. And it's all about working less and making more and giving you the financial freedom that you're looking for. The first part of this system is called the Secret Deals Tracking System. You'll never miss out on a foreclosure opportunity because the foreclosures are automatically located and tracked, so you find the best deals every time. Just the value of this part of the system is $19.97. Then you've got the direct mail marketing. That's the letters. So you've got my coveted 8-step direct mail system, gets you the deal with number one, they are proven to work all these years. Secondly, you're going to receive lifetime royalty-free licensing using these letters. You get to use these letters forever and ever and ever without paying any kind of royalty fee. You're going to get a high, crazy response rate, just like we do in our market. The value of these letters alone are $9.95. Now, then you've got the documents. What documentation do you need in order to implement the system? So I call it the Wealth and Freedom Foreclosure Library. So you're going to get the contracts, the forms, the agreements that you need to keep you protected and to save you time, energy, and money. All you got to do is plug and play and implement it. I'm also going to include here in the training on Kajabi, that's going to be delivered to you instantly right here in the next few minutes. I'm going to include my exclusive no selling profit scripts. You don't have to sell anybody anything. You're going to be serving these people when they respond to the marketing and helping them out, right? So the library alone is worth $5.97. And then you've got my classified courthouse secrets. What is it that you need to know at the courthouse to navigate around the courthouse, and the exact information on these foreclosures that you need to get at the courthouse? These courthouse secrets alone valued at $9.95. So what are you going to get? How to get current information on all the open foreclosure files. Secondly, how to get the vital information on these foreclosure files and not waste any time. And thirdly, how to get the information on these foreclosures that, listen, none, zero, nada, none of your real estate competitors even know about. For goodness sakes, talk about giving you the edge and giving you the leg up. And all this is done on automatic. So you're going to be able to get over to Jay Conner, and that's with an ER, jconner.com/get houses. Now listen, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what it is right now, because here's the deal. I'm slashing this value. I mean, look at this value. You got the tracking system at $19.97. You got the marketing, the letters at $9.95. You got the documents, the foreclosure library at $5.97. You got my courthouse secrets at $9.95. When you add this up, the total value is $4,584. Listen, I'm getting ready to give away right now about $4,000 in bonuses for the first 10 of you to get over to jconner.com/get houses. And guess what? I'm slashing this down for this event to only $9.97. Only $9.97. You can get all this right now. And for the first 10 of you to get over to jconner.com/get houses for $9.97, for the first 10 of you, I'm going to give you an additional thousands of dollars in bonuses. So here's the bonuses for the first 10 of you to get over and get enrolled. I'm going to deliver to you instantly on Kajabi. As soon as you enroll, you're going to get the training sent to your email address. So here's the first bonus for the first 10 of you. It's called the Work Less and Make More coaching call with Jay's foreclosure assistant. So if you've got any questions about how to work and locate a foreclosure assistant, then you can actually get this bonus call. I don't even know what kind of value to put on that. Now, here's the big bonus for the first 10 of you to get enrolled at jconnor.com/get houses. Now, you can call the number on the screen with any questions that you have about this package, but don't call the number to enroll. Get to the website to enroll, but any questions you have, you can call us here at 252-808-2927. Listen, for the first 10 of you to get enrolled here in the foreclosure system, I'm going to give you 2 tickets to my upcoming Private Money Academy Conference. I told you I got you covered on the private money, and here it is. At the upcoming Private Money event, you're going to meet private lenders and network with private lenders. Get private money. I'm also going to do for a half a day at the event a rehab bus tour, right? In addition to that, you're going to meet my team members. You're going to meet my real estate attorney, Julie Wickheiser, and how it is that we work together, right? Secondly, you're going to meet my realtor, Chris Latham. We've been working together now for almost 20 years. You're going to meet my acquisitionist, Kim Burnett, and how she negotiates with all of our sellers and keeps me in the business on automatic. And then you're going to meet Chris, my project manager, that's on charge of all the projects. Then you're going to meet Tom, my general contractor, and how we work together. So you're going to meet my entire team members along with the private lenders. I'm going to teach you all these other ways that we find motivated sellers in addition to the foreclosure system. And I'm also going to teach you step by step how to sell houses in 3 days or less. So you're going to learn my automation system and how I'm actually able to be in this business and run it in less than 10 hours a week. And you can bring a guest for free. This event is valued right at $3,000, $2,997. Listen, this event is free with only a $97 registration fee. I'm going to be holding your seat, but the event is free for the first 10 of you that get right on over to jconnor.com/get houses. Again, you can call the number on the screen with any question. Now, write these dates down. Listen, this is only 2.5 weeks away, right at 3 weeks away, June 21, 22, and 23, right here on the beaches of beautiful North Carolina. The event's being held on an oceanfront resort. It's absolutely gorgeous. I'm going to be there in person all 3 days teaching this event at the Private Money Academy Conference. That's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, June 21, June 22, and June 23. And listen, immediately after you enroll on Kajabi here in the foreclosure system, we're going to mail you the secret website that allows you to go ahead and register for this private money event. I'm also doing it again October 25th, 26th, and 27th. Again, this is for the first 10 of you to get over to jconnor.com/get houses. And then here's the third bonus for the first 10 of you to get over there and get enrolled. I'm going live here on to do this training. Now, the date, I need for you to edit that. The date is actually going to be next Wednesday, right? So today, here is June the 3rd. So next Wednesday at, actually it's going to be at 11 a.m., right? So write down the actual time and date. Next Wednesday at 11 a.m., I'm going to be doing this live Zoom coaching call for the first 10 of you. What are we going to do on the Zoom coaching call? I'm going to get you on the fast track, answer any questions that you got about the foreclosure system. This is valued right at $1,500. So here's the complete recap right here of the Wealth and Freedom foreclosure system. I'm slashing it down to $997. And again, the first 10 of you to get enrolled at jconnor.com/get houses, you're going to get the bonuses. You're going to get the tickets to the upcoming Private Money event and be on the Zoom call next week. Listen, this website is coming down tonight at midnight. I promise you, do not go to the site and try to enroll after midnight tonight because it will be gone. So get right on over to jconnor.com/get houses and not miss out. So as I said, your value is at $9,000, but that's not your investment. Your investment's not even $1,997. In fact, your investment's not even $1,497. I'm slashing it all the way down to $997. And again, the first 10 of you are going to get tickets to the event and also be on the Zoom call next week. Now, if that wasn't good enough, who wants everything for free? If you want everything for free in this package, type in the comment bar right now, I want it free. Put free all in caps. I want it free. I want it free. Well, how are you going to get it? I'm going to give you the first 6 months to use the system, get your foreclosure, get your first foreclosure deal using the system. Send me your testimonial, and I'm going to write you a check back for $997. So just think of this $997 as your deposit, right? And I'll write you a check back for $997 within the next 6 months in exchange for your testimonial. Listen, this is my mission. My mission is to explode your real estate business while you serve a lot of people by using mine and Carol Joy's foreclosure system. This is your moment. This is your time. Don't miss out. This offer is coming down tonight at midnight. Get on over to jayconner.com/get houses. If you got any questions, give us a call right here at 252-808-2927. There's the total recap on everything that you see, all that you're getting, slashed down to $997. Get right on over to the website. Don't miss out on being one of the first 10 to get the bonuses. Call us here with any questions at 252-808-2927. And Ron LeGrand, here I am for any questions we got.
Well, I'm sure we got plenty of them, but before we do, I have an announcement to make that frankly, I just came up with watching you and you don't even know about it.
Uh-oh.
And I haven't even cleared it with a boss, but I still got pull around here, so I'm not worried about it. Here's what I'm going to do for you folks watching. If you are not a Gold Club member, call in right now to our office at 800-567-6128 and register for the Gold Club. It's only $59 a month. You can quit anytime you want, and I'm not even going to try to go through everything that's on that Gold Club website. It's just loaded with resources of all kinds. And of course, the minute you become a Gold Club member, we're sending you leads every single week that we scour off the internet and send them into you, whatever 2 counties you pick. So if you are not a Gold Club member, register now. You can quit anytime you want, and we will throw in 100 Gold Club points for you, which are worth $100. If you are calling in to get Jay's system right now, as you should, I get tons of positive reviews about Jay's system. You can use that $100 toward Jay's system, or you can put it in the bank and use it for anything you want later. So that's like I am giving you $100 to spend as you see fit. Now, you can't spend it on the Gold Club. That's one thing you can't use it for, and you can't use it with VA service, but you can use it for Jay's system. And I know you're saying, well, I am a Gold Club member, Ron. What about me? Well, don't worry. If you call in, we're going to give you the 100 Gold Club points, and then you can decide if you want to use them on Jay's system or not, or use them later. But you got to call in right now and all the way through during our lunch period, which we're going to take as soon as we take a few questions. And I'm going to give you a $100 gift for doing just that. No strings. I just made that up. I've never offered that before in my life, Jay. But, I'm sitting here listening to you. And by the way, you guys don't know this guy. The more you get to know this guy, the more you're going to like him. And the more you're going to learn from him as well. So you can see by now, we bring real quality people on here. They do what they say they do. They're experts in their field. And you got an opportunity here to grab onto that for a ridiculously low price. And by the way, he just made you a 6-month guarantee. You just send him a testimonial that you've done a foreclosure deal. He's going to write you a check for $997. Well, if you use the Gold Club points, you're only paying $897, for crying out loud. So go ahead and get that going while I take some questions for Jay. What do we got, guys?
Okay. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, John, did anybody say, I want it free?
Yep, all of them did. So George here says, when you were talking about foreclosure, are you talking about they're already in foreclosure or pre-foreclosure?
So these people have been filed on by the substitute trustee. So the file has been opened. So again, we're not targeting people that are pre-NOD, notice of default. These people are actually now have been filed on for foreclosure.
which is a matter of public record, by the way. And just for Jay's benefit, the rest of the country, you can get this right off the online, Jay. Of course, if you live in a podunk city like yours, they're probably not that up to date on all of their. But, yeah, we
Did
used
you
to be
say
the only ones to
podunk?
do this.
Did you say podunk?
Today, you can sit at your butt and get that information. You don't have to go down to the courthouse. Just saying.
Edwin asks, is it the county district courthouse, the circuit courthouse, or can it vary from county to county?
It's the county courthouse.
Wherever they file stuff, wherever they record stuff, all stuff.
Willie asks, are lawyers receptive to this process?
Well, I mean, I've been using the same real estate attorney now for, since 2003, all the way back then. And so the real estate attorney is going to be receptive to it, because guess what? Your real estate attorney is going to make money every time you close a deal, because you're using your real estate attorney.
I don't understand the question. What does the real estate attorney have to do with this except for the closing? They could care less, no different than any other closing.
Okay.
Right.
Edna says, what is the seller's motivation to sell subject to if they are already losing the property to foreclosure?
Well, they got a couple of incentives. One is, I went over in my talk, I'm going to give them money, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually going to help them get back on their feet. The bank ain't going to give them no money.
That's right. And it does stop the property from being sold and that's recorded. That's recorded as well. But I think we probably need to make a point here, guys. We're not helping their credit. Don't ever tell anybody you're going to help them save their credit, because you're not. The minute the foreclosure is filed, it goes on their credit, whether they bail it out from the sale or not. But yeah, remember the super appreciation we've had in the past couple of years. Most people got plenty of equity in their property. So if you give them money, it usually ain't going to be a lot of money. And if it's going to be a lot of money, then I'm going to take a subject to and give them a second mortgage for what I owe them sometime later in the future. But, look, they don't have any choice. They're either going to sell you the house or they're going to walk out and get nothing. It's that simple.
That's right.
Morgan asks, what if the owner files bankruptcy?
Well, that's a good question. So bankruptcy does, I'm not going to say stop. I'm going to say it's going to pause. The bankruptcy process pauses the foreclosure process. And the reason I say that is because, unfortunately, and by the way, here in the foreclosure system, we continue to track. I mean, that's still an open file. That foreclosure is still an open file, even though bankruptcy has been filed. We're going to continue to track that file, because here's what happens in the real world. Unfortunately, most people that file bankruptcy do not even pay the payments that the bankruptcy court judge has now said, here's your new payment. And I'll give you a case in point. I mean, here we are in June. I actually won the bid on a foreclosure back in November. And guess what? They filed bankruptcy before I closed. So that paused it. And guess what? 2 months ago, it came up for sale again. So yes, it does pause it, but in most cases, it's not going to stop it for good.
So the answer to your question is, you quit worrying about it and follow up on it and go at it again when it goes back into foreclosure.
That's it.
What if there are 3 or 4 different lenders on the property or lien holders? How do you handle that?
Ooh, man, ain't that a good question? Now, never put an offer in or a bid in at the courthouse, okay, without your real estate attorney or whoever it is that's checking your title. There's one big mistake that new real estate investors make, or some do, and that is there'll be a foreclosure filed, and it'll be like a small dollar amount. And then they'll go put a bid on it. Guess what? They were bidding on a junior lien mortgage in second position. And guess what? If they won the bid, now they got a surprise. They just inherited the first mortgage.
That's called training. Okay. But that really wasn't the answer to his question, because if there's several mortgages or liens on the property, you're going to know that before you even close on it. And that has, you answered the question as if it was going to the sale, but we're getting it before it goes to the sale.
That's
so
right.
You'll immediately know which one is filing foreclosure and which ones are senior or junior to your lien before you
Correct.
close on the property. So you got nothing to lose.
Imran
Correct.
asks, Maryland has 6 months redemption period. How do you deal with that?
Well, that's a curly Q right there. You got any comments on that, Ron?
Yeah, well, the answer is you got to find out whether you can buy them out of that 6 months redemption period, because you probably can. So go investigate the rest of the law and talk to somebody who knows what they're talking about, which should be an attorney on that subject, because you only need to get that answer one time. In fact, Michigan has the same thing, but sometimes there's a way you get around it. And usually that's buy them out and get them to release it. So go find out if that's the case. And then you'll know, and probably a step ahead of all the other people around you that are in the business.
Patty says, I went to every department at my county courthouse and no one knew where these lists were. They said they didn't have that info. It was up to the banks. Where do I go next?
Well,
I love it when you're talking to government employees, don't you?
I love it. That's why I said at the beginning of my talk, set up your meeting with your real estate attorney. And I said at the beginning of my talk, the exact questions that you want to ask your real estate attorney, and that's one of them. Your real estate attorney is going to know exactly where in the courthouse are these records. Like you're in North Carolina, it's in the special proceedings room of the clerk of court. Your real estate attorney will tell you.
There is no city in the country that can file foreclosure without it being recorded on public records. And there's no city that does not have public records. So actually the lesson here is you can go down to the courthouse or any other government facility and you can talk to one person. You can go 20 feet away, talk to somebody else, get a totally different answer.
That's
So
right.
you're going to have to get the answer outside of the courthouse, most likely. But frankly, that's an easy, I mean, anybody you talk to that is in the system should know where you go to get this information. But first, you go online. I'm telling you, in most cities, it's online nowadays. Everything that's recorded every day is online.
Lisa from Texas says, when bringing the loan current, is there a guideline, limit, percentage, or maximum that you will pay to bring the loan current?
Well, first of all, that comes down to analyzing the deal. Does it even make sense? Does it even make sense to buy this house? And that's going to depend on what's the value, how much do they owe. So that's all part of step number 3, analyzing the deal.
Yep.
Okay. Would you buy if there was no equity in the property?
Well, that depends. That depends. So remember, I mean, you can actually buy one upside down, right? But it all depends. How much can you realistically bring in per month when you sell it on lease purchase? And what's the monthly underlying debt payment? If you can get a positive cash flow on that, you know you're going to get a large non-refundable lease option deposit when you sell it. Yep. But the answer is, how much are you going to bring in a month and how much is the monthly payment underlying debt?
And does it need repairs?
Correct.
Ferris says, in order to get the $100 discount, do I sign up with Jay's website?
No, I said you got to call into our office. Jay has nothing to do with Gold Club points. That's 800-567-6128 down there at the bottom of your screen. You can order it from us, but we're the only ones that can give you the $100 Gold Club points. I forgot, you're actually going to you, aren't they, Jay?
Correct.
All right.
So the Gold Club points, or signing up for Gold Club, they would want to call your office.
That's right. I should have said that.
All right. Sarantha says, is it wise for heirs to buy property of their relatives if it goes into foreclosure without their knowledge?
That's a way to start interfamily feuds, I guess. But
that's what I was thinking.
That depends on the relationship with your relative is the answer to that question.
Hey, Ron, I don't think we've ever had that question.
Yeah, sometimes you want to do it just to spite them.
That's right.
We don't know the answer to that question.
Tom says, we have purchased the system earlier. Are we offered the updates for no additional investment?
Yes, just call in here to our office. They're at the phone number 252-808-2927, and Brenda or Ashley can help you.
And by the way, if you don't use the 100 points on Jay's system, don't worry about it. There's a lot of stuff you can use it on. Just almost anything we sell you can use those points on. You don't have to use them on his stuff, but why not? He's right here.
How far will you go in helping them if they still want to stay in the property?
I'm not sure I follow the question.
They're not going to stay in the property if I buy it from them. It's not
Yeah,
an
I mean,
option.
none of my people staying. I mean, if they're going to
No.
stay in the property, then they worked it out with their lender. I'm not buying it.
Right. In fact, they probably won't even be calling you anyway.
Right.
When we use private money, do we provide the lender with a contract or sign the lender's contract?
Say
There is
again
no
now?
lender's contract.
Yeah, they said,
Yeah,
do
when
we,
we're borrowing-
do we
when
use
we're
our
borrowing-
own contract or does the lender have a contract?
So I'm actually going to go over contracts
Yeah,
and
this
forms
afternoon.
for private money a little bit later on this afternoon. But anyway, the answer to your question is when you're borrowing private money, actually your real estate attorney is going to draw up the closing documents. And I'll go over that later.
Yeah. Your lender don't have a contract because they don't even probably know what private money is till you tell them.
That's
They're not
right.
in the business of making loans.
That's right.
All right. Last question from Lisa. I spoke with the seller scheduled for foreclosure in 6 weeks. ARV is 350, loan balance 98, and the seller insists that she gets paid 100,000 at closing, needs 75 in repairs.
I
How
don't
would
care
you
what
handle that?
I don't care what the seller insists. That's a no deal. She ain't going to get 100,000 at closing, and pretty soon she ain't going to get anything. Okay.
That's
So
right.
what you got to do is make sure that you politely point that out. Now, the last thing you want to do is be argumentative, and probably make her an offer and let her sit on it. And I'm almost certain you're going to get a call from her. Closer they get to the sale, the more motivated they get, and you'll be shocked how big of a difference you can get. You know, you don't do stuff just to satisfy the seller. You know, there's got to be a profit in it for you. Patience. And that's also why you want way more than one deal working on at one time. One goes out, you got plenty more to work on. Don't get hung up on one deal. And that's also why you need a mentor to keep you from making stupid mistakes like that and overpaying for the property. 100 to her and 75 for repairs and $100,000 balance. Who the heck would do that? Ain't no investor going to do that.
Not me.
Not me either.
All right. I think it's about lunchtime.
All right.
All
Well, before we
right.
go to lunch, give me my overhead back, John, and I'll give them one more reminder here. Give them something
right.
else to think about as if they don't have enough.
All right. We're going to say goodbye to Jay.
Huh?
Saying goodbye to Jay.
We can say goodbye to Jay, but he ain't going to be gone for long. He's coming back this afternoon, teach you where to get all this money you're worried about that you don't have, that you need to do real estate deals. But in fact, this afternoon, you're going to see just how easy it is to get private money.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ron,
All right,
I
listen.
think you got me coming back at 3:15 Eastern time.
I don't know. I play it by ear, Jay, because, you know, some people are actually finished when they're supposed to be, but then there are those that aren't, and I have to adjust.
I can't imagine who that would be.
All right.
All right, Jay. We'll see you in a couple hours.
See y'all a little bit later.
Before you guys go to lunch, you're running out of time to take me up on all them killer offers that I made you and become one of our masters. And I'm not going to go through all this stuff. So in fact, I can't even get it on there. It's so much. So maybe you can take a picture of it and then turn it sideways, but you get everything on that page if you become a master. And not only do you get everything on that page, but we're got a company that'll finance it for you with nothing down. In case you weren't here when I talked about this yesterday, master's program is $30,000 if you don't have any credits, and there's likely nobody watching that doesn't have credits. But this new financing makes it easy. Nothing down, zero, nothing down. Okay. Up to 84 months, you decide how long you want to stretch it out based on the payment for the balance that's left after you take out all your credits. 6 months, same as cash. 6 months to get a deal and get them paid off. Don't have to pay interest, for crying out loud. And you get instant approval, and it does not put a ding on your credit report.
And if you can't get approved for that loan, then we'll finance you here at Global. So just call in and get all your options before you lose them, because these deals that we're giving you are designed strictly for those who are watching this weekend. And like that $100 Gold Club points, never done that before in my life. And after today, we'll never, you don't have the option. Can't call in Monday and get those 100 points. So, and if you want mentoring only, you can do that as well. It's $15,000 if we get our outside loan to, or you pay in cash or credit card or whatever. And if you don't, it's just going to cost you a little more. But to tell you the truth, it ain't going to matter very long. When you get in the system and you start doing the deals, just like Jay did 13 years ago, and like people that you're going to hear from every time you come in contact with me, because I try to get some of our successful students that are present at that time to share their success with you. And just so you know, there is no problem that you think you're going to face that hasn't been faced and solved by hundreds or thousands of people before you came into the business. It's just a new problem to you. And there's no problem that can't be solved very quickly. So you can get mentoring only, or it comes with your master's. And you need to really seriously consider just getting masters now while we still can finance it, because I don't know how long we're going to be able to finance it with these uncertain times going forward. Banks are tightening up, and anybody that's lending money is tightening up. So I can't count on this money forever. They change the rules all the time in the money business. And then if you are mentoring now, you can upgrade to masters, use the financing to upgrade and get credits for what you already have. In fact, if you're in mentoring now, you're already halfway or more to masters. You might as well complete the cycle. And if you do, and you owe a Global any money because we financed you in the past, you can put that in there, refinance the whole thing. We'll kill your debt. Your payment will go way, way down if you do it. So get on the phone with them today, and in a few minutes, you'll know whether you're going to get financed with that outside source. And that's it. So call in here. You can call in here to get Jay's course. You can go to his website, whatever. It's all going to be available to you. But if you want that 100 points, now if you're a Gold Club member already and you already have Jay's system, you need to call in to get the 100 points, or you won't get them. And honestly, I'm rewarding you for staying with me for all this time for these last 2.5 days. And it's just something I came up with, so it's not going to be repeated. All right. We are going to take a lunch break. And let's see. It's almost 1:45. We're going to come back at 1:15. 1:15, 15 after 1. See you then. Sellers who need to sell will make you rich. Sellers who don't really want to sell or don't care if they sell will make you old and tired and angry and hard to live with. Deal with the people who want to deal with you. That means we have to weed out the folks that are ready to sell now and get rid of all the rest, because they'll suck all of the energy out of you and waste your time, and you'll wonder why you're not getting anywhere. One of the key components to being successful is qualified leads. Qualified leads is when sellers call you, not the ones you have to chase because they have an ad on the internet or whatever. Deal with those folks and you'll find it a totally different conversation than ones you're trying to convince to sell. Hey there, we're back. Okay, we're halfway there. So, Mr. John, do you have any more questions before we turn Mr. Brown loose here?
Yeah, I think we got a couple.
Okay, shoot.
Timothy asked earlier today, if I finance the Quick Start School, can I come to the live event in July?
Absolutely. You get to come to the live event and the virtual event as many times you want first year.
So this one was for Jay that came in late, but maybe you can answer. Said, how do you get boots on the ground when the auction requires in-person purchases?
I assume you mean because the house is out of state from where you are. The answer is a lot of people know somebody there they can use. And if you don't, you can always get a hold of a realtor or two and ask them to go do it for you for some small fee, a couple $100 maybe, or whatever they want. And then you can also go on Craigslist under gigs and advertise you're looking for somebody to do that as well, or Facebook Marketplace or a million other websites.
Francois says, are there going to be any deal structuring or calls today?
Are there entity structuring? No.
Deal structuring?
No, not at this event. We do that at my 4-day live Quick Start School.
And you also do live calls or?
Yeah, live calls and deal structure.
Willie asked this for Jay, I guess, in terms of foreclosures. Can you contact the trustee for information?
You can contact them, but they probably won't give you any information. Don't know what you'd want to know from them anyway. If the house has been filed on, that's all public record. And until that person that owns that property contacts you, you don't need to know anything else. They don't call you and tell you they want to sell. There's nothing else for you to know other than what you can get out of them about the property and what they owe and so forth. No need to contact the trustee. The trustee can't do anything anyway. It's going to the sale unless somebody stops the sale. All right.
Okay, looks like we're caught up.
Have we got Mr. Brown on here?
We do.
Hey, talk to me. I can't hear you.
How are you, my friend?
Now I got you. Okay.
Now we got you. How's it going?
It's going great. We're having a lot of fun here. Been here. It's my 3rd day now. So I told him I was saving the best for next to last.
Yeah, baby.
Okay. All right. This guy you're looking at here is one of the very few people that I know that's been in this business longer than me. But we learned a lot over the years, haven't we, boy?
Yes, sir, my friend. We've learned a lot.
Frankly,
still learning.
And you don't look much older than you did 20 years ago.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
You. It's beautiful.
All right. So your job today is to tell me how to manage assets better and teach me some cool tricks that only an old guy like you would know.
Yes, sir. This is the old G day, isn't it? So
it is actually, come to think about it. Yeah.
I am pleased to be part of the OG group because we learn a lot over time. The young folks that are just getting started, there's a lot of things for them to learn. And definitely over time, we have learned a lot. We've learned what to do and what not to do.
But the problem, Lou, is getting them to listen. That's the problem.
Amen, brother.
Yeah. All right. Well, we understand that. We're men. We got testosterone too. Last thing we're going to do is follow the instructions. So I'm speaking for myself. All right. I'm going to turn you loose and then we're going to do some Q&A after. So it's all yours.
I love Q&A. So be glad to do that. So that means that people will be able to put stuff in the chat. Is that right? They'll be able to communicate in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where they're putting their
Awesome.
questions.
Loving it. Loving it. All right.
All right.
So I'm going to do that share screen thing, right?
Yes, please.
That's the entire screen thing.
Right. Yeah. Click on entire screen, then click on the little picture of your screen and then hit share.
All right.
I see it.
Yay. All right. Does that mean I won't be able to see it?
You just got to pull up your PowerPoint and we'll be able to pull it up on our screen here for everybody to see your screen.
Okay, dokie. All right. That's a beautiful thing. You seeing that?
Yep, Lou, we're good to go.
All right. All right. Thanks, John. All right. Welcome, everyone. I'm so glad that we have this opportunity to share with you some things that that I've learned over a long time. Thank you, my friend Ron, for giving me the opportunity to do that. I love to teach. I love to give people the opportunity to learn from my painful school of hard knocks. And the cool thing is I've been buying, holding, and selling property now for over 40 years. And it's been a great ride. It's been an awesome ride. This is my 5th real estate cycle. I'm very excited about it because we make a lot of money when things are in disruption. One of the things I learned years and years ago was to not just sell properties, but also to hold properties. And in that process, we've learned some valuable lessons. So I'm going to teach you today how to activate the 25 hidden profit centers in your real estate business that you probably don't even know are there. So I'm going to give you a blueprint to manage houses and apartments more profitably, help others, and give you residual income for the rest of your life. How many of you love residual income, right? So I call this creative property management. And in the creative property management arena, this event is about making more Benjamins, a lot more Benjamins. And we're going to do this unlike anything you have seen, know, or thought about managing property or residence, a lot more. And this is going to make it faster, better, safer, and cheaper in your world. So get ready to take a lot of notes because this is a very content-filled presentation. So there's a lot of information that you're going to want to implement in your world. And is that a yeah, baby? All right. So every time I say something you love this afternoon, I want to hear a yeah, baby. You can just put it in the chat. You can tell me so you're communicating with me because we love lots of yeah babies. We love lots of yeah babies and lots of fun that we have. So I am willing to do questions afterwards and love to give answers. So in chat, tell me who you are. Are you a starter? And that means 0 investments. Or are you a runner? And that means 1 to 5 properties. That means 1 to 5 income producing properties that you have in your portfolio now. Or are you a player? And in my world, that means 6+ properties. And we can do so much. Now, if you're a starter today, congratulations that you were smart enough to get on this session because I'm going to teach you some things that you need to know as you acquire properties. Hopefully, I'm going to inspire you to keep some of those properties, not just flip properties. And I'm going to encourage you to hang on to as many as you possibly can. You know, back in the downturn of 2008, and all the crash and burn that happened with that, I had a lot of properties. So thank you, God, that I had properties. And I acquired over 100 assets during that crash and burn. So glad I did because now fast forward, you know, I was buying those in 09, 10, and 11. Now you fast forward 10 years and those properties are worth 10x and 12x what I paid for those properties just a short time ago. So definitely the buy hold strategy pays well because you can reap your benefits and reap your profits ongoingly on a monthly basis. Not only that, it's when you keep those properties over a long time that you're really going to get that awesome thing. And we all know what's happening right now. It's a thing called inflation. And inflation is occurring, and those who hold assets are those who are going to win when it comes to inflation. So what's the plan to get you what you want? Step one, the plan to get you what you want is a foolproof, time-tested, proven system to create more income to get out of the job. So some of you are still working for someone else, and if you're smart, you want to get out of that as quickly as you possibly can and get into your own job where you're getting paid the full value of your time and not part of the value of your time. All right, so more income on each property and every property, substantially more, is what I'm here to teach you today. So it's probably going to inspire some of you that would otherwise have flipped properties to keep some of these properties. Now, why do I say that? Because many of the properties that I buy now, I'm buying from wholesalers. So I love me some wholesalers because they bring me some great deals with a lot of meat left on the bone. And especially because of what I'm about to show you, this is the reason that I'm happy to buy properties from wholesalers. Now, what I'm teaching you today is from a system called informed property management. So we're going to creatively learn what to do and how to do it in your business. First things first, current or possible headaches that you might have in property management and how to fix that. So here's what happened for me. After I had acquired about 20 properties, I sat up in the bed one night. I had a nightmare. And I sat up in the bed and said, thank you, God, for showing me real estate. Thank you for all the opportunities that you have given me. And boy, have I got a lot of challenges right now. And so I made a list of the things that I really didn't like about holding property long term. Let's see if you have any of these things on your list. One of them is tenants. I call them alien beings from another planet that have been sent here to trick us. They've been sent here to make us think they're like us, and they're not. So the other thing I learned is that maintenance that these tenants cause to the properties is another nightmare that I have. And how about vacancy when these tenants move out? And how about pets and other animals that these tenants move into my property? And how about collections when these tenants don't pay and we have to resort to collecting that money? And how about damages that these tenants cause to the property? And how about downtime, the time between when we get the property back and we get it ready for some more tenants? And how about repairs that these tenants cause to the properties? And how about government that we have to deal with? Security deposits, asbestos, mold, radon, lead-based paint, all the issues that might happen with a given piece of property. And the final thing that I put on my list is tenants. So if we could deal with all these things, would you agree with me that if we could deal with all of these issues, then holding property would make a whole lot of sense? So that's exactly what I want to do today, is create a solution for all of these challenges that we're faced with right now, and to get rid of these nightmares. Now, I'm literally going to go through a solution for all of the things that I've just shared with you right here. So you want to be prepared to take notes because it's a lot of good stuff. All right, so who currently has any property management problems? Like they won't do as you say, they ignore your rules. How about they won't pay on time? They owe you money. How about they've moved in extra people, pets, or drugs into the property? All right, so if you're like me, you've got to deal with situations like this. And over time, you will have all of these situations. So the smart person actually has created a solution for that. And as a result, you're not going to have nearly the problems that other people have in holding property long term. So system step 2, don't be the owner Be the manager. One of the biggest mistakes I see people make is letting the tenants know that they're the owner of the property. So how do you put yourself in a position? Maybe you've already told the tenants that you're the owner. Maybe in the future, as you're acquiring properties, that you would tell people you're the owner. Don't do that. That is my strong recommendation to you over many, many years of being in this business. So how do you legitimately avoid being the owner? The answer is, my friend, the trust. So this is a system step. How do I become the manager and not the owner? And the answer is, you must learn the magic of trusts, because, oh, groovy baby, trusts are the most awesome thing on the planet. And I know Ron has talked to you about it, and I've been teaching trust since 1986. It's the best thing in the world for privacy, protection, profits, and probate avoidance. But one of the big things that you need to understand about a trust is that once you transfer your property into a trust, you don't own that asset any longer. The property is now owned by the trust. So how is it that you avoid then being the owner of the property? Because the trustee of the trust is going to hire you as the manager of the property. And that's a powerful thing. By the way, you also need to learn about personal property trusts that protect your vehicles, your stocks, bonds, bank accounts, CDs, CDs, motorhomes, mobile homes, gun collections, coin collections, jewelry collections. This is one of the things that Ron has had me teach on in the past, in years past, to really help you to build up your business and to protect yourself. So the answer is that you are going to use the management agreement in the trust system in order to now not own the property anymore, yet be in control of the property, be in control of the tenant selection, be in control of the management of the property, be in control of the management of the tenant that's in the property and the collections and everything related to it. So what happens is the trustee hires you to be the manager. Now I'm going to throw in a system bonus today. Those of you who join me, I'm going to give you a video recording plus a transcript of a live training that will teach you exactly that and give you more details about that. So that's a bonus that I'm going to throw in today. Now, talking about them Benjamins, one of the things I want you to know is a little bit of background on me. First of all, I was raised very poor. I was raised by a single mother immigrant who came to this country on the Queen Mary. She didn't understand money at all. Money was something to be spent, and if you didn't have it, you spent it anyway, and you borrowed from loan sharks and that kind of thing. And so I learned what it was like to not have anything, but also not to have a safety net, because basically I had no brothers, sisters, cousins, uncles, aunts, nobody in this country but just my mother and I, because my mother had met her American trooper husband. Everything was going to be fantastic. It did not work out. And then she met my father, her second mistake. So she ended up in this country without parents, grandparents, cousins, uncles, aunts, brothers, or sisters. And then I came into the world without any brothers, sisters, cousins, uncles, aunts either. So it was just the two of us, and we learned what it was like to have no money and to hide out from the rent man when the rent day was due. But one thing I did learn from my mother that was very valuable is I learned about volunteering. And so she was a big time volunteer, even though she had no money. We had no money. She would drive around town. She would take things to people. She would bring meals to people. And when you looked at our situation, it was like, really? People should be doing that for us instead of us doing it for them. But I learned about volunteering. So I sure enough became a volunteer in this industry. I became a vice president and president of the Real Estate Leadership Association of America. I took that organization and transformed it into National RIA. I was the founding president of National RIA, 5-year board member there. I was also the vice president, and now president emeritus of the Georgia Real Estate Investors Association, 9-year board member there. And I was the founding chairman of the Small Owners Council of the Apartment Association. So one of the great things in working with all of those nonprofit organizations is I learned that there's nothing nonprofit about a nonprofit. I learned that there were many things that could be done by volunteers, and that many people would give of themselves to advance the industry and help others in the industry as well. So definitely that gave me a background, and I got to meet people like Mr. Ron LeGrand. He was running the Jacksonville group, and I was running the Atlanta group, and we got together, and that was the first time we were able to meet, was at a real estate leadership group before he even went out there in the world and started teaching and doing bus trips, which I was fortunate to be involved in those bus trips in the very early days of Mr. LeGrand. So it's been a fun ride, no doubt about it, and really enjoyed the process. And one of the other things to know about me is I am in the business. So some people teach what they know, but they don't do what they know. Well, we do what we know, and we actually help many deserving families to end up with home ownership. This is me at our world headquarters in Tucker, Georgia, and we love helping folks to obtain home ownership through our program. All right, now I'm going to be giving away 2 tickets oh, look at that interesting wording up there. Well, that should say we're giving away 2 tickets to the Millionaire Jumpstart. That's August 4th, 5th, and 6th. And that's going to be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's $995 event that I'm going to be giving away 2 tickets to, and there's only a $99 reservation fee required. So I just wanted you to know about that in advance. Is that a yeah, baby? So I'm going to give you a lot of information today, and I want you to know there's much more to the story. I really need 3 days to go into it. So I've been diligent in cutting out a lot of my 4-hour presentation here today and narrowing it down to what I can give you in a capsulized version. So one thing you should know is that landlords are quitting if they only knew what you will know. Now, this is an important piece because that's where a lot of opportunity exists right now, is there are many landlords that are aging out or painting out of this business, and they don't want to be in the business anymore. And they will sell you their entire portfolio of properties at pennies on the dollar. And what Ron has been teaching you about the terms and the ability for landlords to sell you those properties that they've been making income off of, well, one of the things they got used to is income, dependable, predictable monthly income. So definitely you being able to take over their properties on terms and being able to give them dependable, predictable monthly income is a great thing. Now, the trick is to make a lot more than you're paying that seller, and that's what I'm here to do today. So not only do we want to know about the pain of being in the business, we want to, and the things that could happen that we might not like, we also want to adopt a philosophy. This is not Burger King. You don't get it your way. You take it my way, or you don't get the darn thing. So back in the day, Burger King used to say you get it your way. Well, here's what we want you to know. Now, you don't have to say that out loud, but you do want to have that in the back of your mind as you're working with the residents that are occupying your properties, that they don't tell you what to do. You have to tell them what to do. But there's a way to do that where you're not put on the spot and you're not the one challenged by what you're saying. So proper property management is skill-based and requires processes, procedures, and paperwork. You got to have good paperwork, y'all. That is the keys to the kingdom. So I'm going to teach you my anti-landlording method. And that means that we do things differently than traditional landlords do. So you might be a landlord now, but by the time I'm done with you today, you're going to be considering not being a landlord in the traditional sense, but being a different kind of landlord altogether. All right. So activate the 25 hidden profit centers in your real estate business. Now, this is an arena where it's going to defy your imagining, and you're going to have a paradigm shift about how money is made when you hold properties long term. Now, generally, when you own a property, you've got underlying financing and you've got a rent. So hopefully you've got a spread. And usually that spread isn't too much. You know, sometimes it's $100, $200, $300 a month. And hey, one water heater goes out or a roof problem happens and you just wiped out a year's worth of income on that property. Well, we do things differently. And in fact, we start at that income and add to it 25 more profit centers over and above what a traditional landlord makes. Now, here's Kevin and Cynthia Shriver in their Illinois Certified Affordable Housing Provider office. It says, we started with Lou with 2 properties. Now we are up to 115. Couldn't have done it without Lou. Thanks. All right. So Kevin and Cynthia are a great story because they joined me with both of them having full-time jobs, full-time responsibilities, 50 plus hours a week, plus 2 teenagers at home and 2 dogs. So they had a lot of responsibilities. And yet they were able to start with me, and then every month to 5 weeks, they would buy another property and another one and another one and another one. They built up their IRAs and 401ks. Then they were able to transition out of their jobs. She quit a job at Boeing. He quit a job on the car lot. He was 33 years selling cars, and he was able to quit that job. And I love the story that he tells when he went in to tell everybody that he was leaving, and they had a meeting with him, and they said, well, what are you going to do now? Your property business? And he said, yes. And he said, well, how much do you make on that? Meaning the owner of the lot said, how much you make on that? And he said, $32,000. And he cut him off real fast. He says, you're not going to make it on $32,000. And then he said, per month. So at the time that he quit his job, he was up to $32,000 a month in his rental property business. And then he gathered up all of his papers, stood up and walked out, and left all of the managers speechless because of what happened in his world. So definitely at that time, I think he had about 60 properties when he quit his job, and now they're up to 115 properties. So just think about what your future can look like. Now, Kevin shared how much just the profit centers were bringing to his bottom line, $22,820. That was in 2017. And what I'm about to show you is the few of them are listed there: pet fees, pet rent, loss discount, collection fees, insufficient funds fees, and daily additional rent. So just 6 of the 25 profit centers brought him in $22,820 in 2017. And he says that can pay for training, marketing, or other things for your business. Now, fast forward to 2021. Oh, by the way, I have a whole calculator where we calculate all these additional incomes off of each property that you own. So starting with the properties you currently own and the ones you will acquire, you can literally track what this additional income means to your bottom line. But take a look what happened from 2017 to 2021. It grew to $148,560. Now, guys, that's additional income over and above traditional regular income of a landlord. So everybody that's thinking about their landlording business right now, I want you to add 148,000 to it and see how that feels in your world. Because definitely Kevin was able to do that, and now even significantly higher than that here in 2023. So we have a great opportunity to build an amazing business, an amazing income stream. So listen up as I go into that. By the way, they've won our Foundations Award, the G.D. Sanford Foundation Platinum Award, every year since 2012. So they've done an awesome job helping deserving families in their local communities to end up with home ownership. How cool is that? All right. System step 4, have a system and follow the system. Now, we use this rental process checklist. And by the way, every business should have checklists. Just like a pilot gets in a plane, they have a checklist before they take off. Even if they landed just an hour before, they go through that checklist and make sure everything is in working order. You need to do exactly the same thing for proper property management. So system step 5 is prepare, then market your property. Now, the rental process checklist, one of the things you got to do is determine what you're going to do with that property. Are you going to rent it or rent to own or owner finance? What are you going to do? And are you going to do it as is? Because one of the things I love is a thing called work for equity versus all fixed up. So rather than you or a contractor that you hire doing all of that work, then putting it on the market, we put it on the market right now as is. We generally have it trashed out, mow the grass, and then we start having folks come over and look at that property, and we give them the opportunity to earn credits towards their down payment. Now, this is an awesome little piece of information I'm going to give you right here, because what happens is, in our world, we have a process. And in fact, let me just go into that now. Is I remember what happened to me when I bought my first property. I still had a full-time job. I was traveling parts of 4 states. I only had the weekend to be able to do my property management world. It was when Ronald Reagan came into office, and he was turning around a horrible economy, delivered to him by Jimmy Carter. And he said, I know how to do this. I'm going to do it with real estate. And he gave everybody an incentive to invest in real estate. And that was a double depreciation. So we could write off a property, buy a property and write it off over 15 years. Well, I loved that because I was paying a lot of taxes at the time. And this gave me an opportunity to get into the business wholeheartedly while still working for somebody else. So I bought that property, and one of the sides was vacant. It had green shag carpet. If you remember shag carpet, and you remember you didn't vacuum the carpet, you raked the carpet. That's the kind of carpet that was in there. Now think about this. I have a couple coming, and I say, well, listen, I haven't had the place painted yet, and are you willing to look at it in as is condition and just see if it's going to be right for you before we do anything? And they said yes. So sure enough, I met them over there. They liked the property. They filled out the applications right then, and I was able to get the application screened. And I said, okay, you win, you get the property. Now, I would like to give you a credit towards your move-in costs if you would agree to do the painting. Would that work for you? And they said yes. And I said, great, wait right here. And I went over to Home Depot. I got a 5-gallon bucket of paint. I got a pan with rollers and brushes, and I knocked on the door. I handed them the bucket with all the stuff, and they said, thank you. And it was so good because they stayed in that property for 6.5 years, and they paid on time. They did what they were supposed to do. It was all good. And then one day they got transferred. They called me. They said, we're moving. And I said, okay. And I came over to the unit. They had already moved out. And what did I see on the floor? But that green shag carpet was still there. I opened up the closet that was underneath the staircase. It was a 2-story townhouse. And what was there? That same 5-gallon bucket of paint with that same rollers, everything, the brushes, everything was right there. So in other words, they never did the work. They were happy as bugs in a rug for 6.5 years. And I learned the value of work for equity. So imagine that you can own properties and you don't have to fix them up. Imagine that your renter or your buyer or your rent to own client will come in and do some or all of the repairs to the home. So I absolutely love that. And it has worked beautifully for me for all of these years. So for over 40 years, that's what I've been doing. And it just works beautifully. All right, so you want to decide what your strategy is. Are you going to rent? Are you going to rent to own, meaning lease option, lease with the option to buy? Or are you going to do an agreement for deed, meaning sell the property to them with at least 10% down and get a monthly payment of principal, interest, taxes, and insurance? That's owner financing. So we decide the strategy. Usually it's all of the above, and we see who shows up first. Now, we schedule the repairs. Well, guess what? If I can avoid that, I'm going to, because all I have to do is offer it on the Work for Equity program. I install a lockbox or hide a key at the property. Then you place a sign in the yard and in the window with contact numbers. So in other words, we use an entire process checklist to make sure all of the steps are taken and nothing is left to chance. So knowing that you have an opportunity to connect with the neighbors, we have a flyer and a letter to the neighborhood, choose your neighbor. And we get to know the neighbor. We tell them who we are. We give them our contact information, and we get their contact information as well. Because if you want to know what's happening at your property, all you have to do is call the neighbor. The neighbor will tell you who all is living there. The neighbor will tell you how many animals they've got. Now, I'm not talking about their kids. I'm talking about, what they've got going on there at the property. So definitely it is a powerful thing. Now, what I'm teaching you is that there's a process to successful property management. And I'm teaching you that there are skills necessary in order to do this. So as a result, we have the step-by-step process built into a system so that you don't have to think about these things or even know these things. You just have to implement. And when I hired a property manager in our business, I gave her this system and I said, listen, I want you to read this guidebook. And she did. And then I said, now I want you to listen to these 6 hours of training. And she did. So sure enough, that's how I implemented my property manager. Now, one of the things you want to do is when you're intaking a client, you want to have a questionnaire, because there's important things that you should gather from these folks before you show the property to them. You want to make sure that they can actually afford this property before you waste your time showing the property to them. So sure enough, we gather how many adults and children are going to live there, how many pets, where do they work, how long have they been there, how much did they earn, and their spouse. We find out if they've been bankrupt. We found out if they've been foreclosed. There's a lot of information that we gather from people before we send them over to the property. So generally speaking, we're advertising the property without the address so that we can now talk with the folks. And in fact, they go online and fill out our questionnaire, and then we talk with them. And we're able to have all of this information at our fingertips and then send them over to the property. All right, system step 6, have them self-show the property and get a disclaimer liability release by text. So in other words, I don't let them know before they go that they're going to actually be self-showing the property. So when they get there, I have them call me. And then I say, great news, I've got a contractor's lockbox on there. Our contractor is probably on the way over there. I want to get you in right now. I'm going to walk you through that. But first, I need you to text me a copy of your driver's license, front and back. So they're not expecting that. They do that. And then I go ahead and immediately send them a text disclaimer liability release in case they get hurt on the property. They've agreed that we're going to self-show the property. And that is a protection for you. I'm going to give that to all of you that join me today. That's going to be another tool in your toolbox to definitely save your life. I don't know if you're like me, but definitely I have had this situation over 25 years ago when people would make appointments with me. I'd drive over to the property and they would not show up. And I said, you know what? I'm going to stop doing this. I'm going to put a lockbox on here. I'm going to walk people through opening up that lockbox. I'm going to give them some instructions on not to use the bathroom and to lock what they unlock and close what they open. And then I'm going to have them call me so they can put the key back in the lockbox. And I'm going to do an exit interview with them. And I'm going to find out if they like the property. And if so, I'm going to send them a document, or I'm going to have in the house the applications. So we've got paper applications, but we've also got online applications as well. And sure enough, that has saved me an endless amount of time. I mean, I can't imagine how much that has added to my life, not having that pain and suffering. So take my advice, let your residents self-show. But remember what we did in advance. We pre-screened these folks before we sent them to the property. So definitely, you know who you're talking to, you know who you're dealing with. They've already sent you a copy of their driver's license on the front and back. So you know, and it's clear because of the disclaimer that they are not residents of yours. And so they can't do any shenanigans after that. But definitely when you pre-screen the folks, that's how you avoid any kind of problems that you might have in the future. Now, if they appear to be good candidates, schedule a time. Well, if they've already self-showed themselves, you don't have to do that. The next step is the application. So system step 7 is get applications on all and screen those applications carefully. Now, one of the things that we do also is that we get application fees and reservation fees in certified funds or money orders. So in other words, when someone submits their application to us, they have to have a number of things. They have to have proof of income. We have to have their IDs. We have to have their 1040 proof of income, depending on the level of program they're joining, their credit report. We know how to get their credit report. We walk them through that, their application fee and their reservation fee. And reservation fee is another big thing that we added to our system, where basically they can reserve the property off the market and not have anyone else. Now, we still take applications, but an application with a reservation fee, guess what? Pops to the top. Now, what that does for you is that, and by the way, the reservation fee is equivalent to about 1 month's rent. I hope you guys are learning a lot today. By the way, if you're learning a lot, go to your questions box or your chat box and just say, I'm learning a lot, Lou. I like this. This is good stuff. I appreciate that inspiration. Thank you. All right. So the reservation fee is a big deal. And I started that over 25 years ago. And what it does is it takes their money. So they might be looking at other properties and they've given you an application, but they may also give applications to other people as well. Well, guess what? While you're going through the process of getting yours approved, they might actually move into someone else's property and you lose a good client, a good prospect. So what we do is not only get our application fees. Yes, we charge application fees on every single application. We also get reservation fees as well. And it's equivalent to 1 month's rent. And that way we've got the money and we've got some advance money already on these folks that will apply towards their closing if we approve them. If we don't approve them, their reservation fee goes back to them, not their application fee, but their reservation fee goes back. Now, we have them fill out an application for rental. And we communicate with people on our applications. For example, it says all information must be completed. All blanks must be filled in. Failure to do so may prevent your application from being processed. The decision to rent to you will depend in great part on your credit history and references. Only clean, responsible people who pay rent on time need apply. So yes, early on in our relationship, we begin setting parameters, setting the stage, pre-framing our relationship with them so that they can understand that we are serious, we are professionals, we do things in a professional manner. And so as a result, they sit up, they take notice, and they respect who we are and what we're doing. So I encourage you definitely to do it that way. Now, another thing we do is we find out about who all is going to live there. So we get everyone's names. We tell them that everyone has to be vetted. Everyone has to be exposed to us, and there are no exceptions. And that there are pet fees, and there are no exceptions. They have to tell us about their pets, and if they don't tell us about their pets, well, you'll find out what's going to happen. Now, in the application, we also find out all about their vehicles, because that's what you're going to get when they don't pay. So you better know all about their vehicle and their vehicles that they're going to be parking on that property. Now, the next thing, of course, is what I was explaining about the rental application receipt agreement. So when they give you an application, you're going to give them a receipt. And the receipt says that they have committed to take this property if they are approved. So now you've got them essentially pre-contracted to take that property, and you've outlined exactly the address that they've applied for, the amount of their non-refundable credit analysis fee, and the reservation fee, and they are giving you all the details. So, and it's being disclosed to them that they understand and agree that rent begins as of the day after application approval and will be prorated for the following month. So we get a lot of good cookies in that contract. By the way, it is a contract because it is signed by both parties. It states the agreement and it outlines the terms. So definitely it is a powerful document when people are committing or not committing to come in with you. That's why we encourage you always to get a reservation fee. Now, system step, get applications on all and screen those applications carefully. Now, you've got to, in order to stay in compliance with government standards, you've got to screen everyone equally and evenly. So what we have is an application evaluation worksheet, and this helps you to define exactly what you're doing and to make sure that it gets done according to the training that I give you, and you're going to give them a score based on the information that you find. And then you total score them, and we've got an analysis here of the application scoring system, so you know exactly what to do when you are screening these folks. I hope you're learning a lot about how to successfully do this business, because I'm training you based on over 40 years experience in doing this. Now, system step 8, train your tenants from the beginning. So what we do is we tell them, all right, congratulations, Sally, congratulations, Joe, you have been approved. And by the way, remember who I am. I'm the manager. I'm not the owner. And so the board of trustees has reviewed your application, and congratulations, you're going to be coming on board with us. Now, we do have some paperwork we need to go over with you. We would prefer that you get a babysitter, or if you can, but we're going to be coming together. We're going to need about an hour of your time if it's a rental agreement, or an hour and a half for a rental agreement and an option agreement. And we are going to meet someplace that's comfortable. So sometimes it's in the lot. If you don't have an office of your own, we do. And we encourage you over time that you might be starting on the corner of your bed, but eventually you are going to grow up like so many of my licensees and end up with an operation, a full-blown operation where you do not have to be there every day. In fact, the operation runs on its own. I myself, what I'm teaching you right now, I have others that do this for me. I only spend a few hours a week in my rental property business, and it is an amazing cash flow machine, I will tell you. So once you get the system in place, it will really pay you over time. And one of the things that's helped us greatly is to train our tenants from the beginning. So we do not take our eye off the ball. We are focused on having good residents, and that requires proper training. So it's just like if you've got a dog and you learn that you need to train that dog if you want them to do what you want them to do. We do the same thing with our residents. We train them. So we have a signing ceremony, and when we get together, we give them a copy of the agreement. We have a copy of the agreement, and we read the sucker to them. So they cannot say they didn't understand or were not given the opportunity to ask any questions. And in fact, what I'm about to show you is that document. And what you're going to learn is that there's very valuable ways that we approach our relationship with these residents. You've got to set the table right. You've got to make it clear who's in charge and whose property it is and what they are required and expected to do. How cool is that? All right. So give them a copy of the paperwork, read the entire agreement to them, emphasizing the important parts and explaining some of the company policies. This is the most important meeting of your relationship. This agreement is worth many thousands. You want to exhibit professional integrity and seriousness, yet a cooperative and pleasant nature. Now, I'm going to get into the other documentation that you're going to need. So, make more Benjamins, a lot more. The Jedi paperwork provides profit centers and protection, baby. This is where the rubber meets the road and where you get your additional income, because many of these profit centers that brought in over $148,000 in 2021 for Kevin, well, these are built into the paperwork. So you don't have to negotiate all these things. They're actually built in. Not all of them, but many of them. All right. So what we have is a standard real estate rental agreement. Now, it's our standard, right? There's no true standard real estate rental agreement, but it is your company's standard agreement. Now, this is intended to be legally binding contract. So in this agreement, we have so many nuggets. I do not have time today. Like I said, I took a 4-hour presentation and narrowed that down into just an hour. So I want to give you as much content as I possibly can. I will have to skip around. I won't be able to get to everything. But one of the points I want to make is that when you are going into contract with someone, and that's a year's contract, you want to state the entire value of that contract. So that's important that not only are they contracting for a monthly payment, but there's a full value to that contract. So if they ever move out early or they leave in certain circumstances, they actually owe you the rest of the contract. Now, it's broken down into $1,500 a month in this example. Now, what we do is state the gross amount of rent. So in this case, we're going to have $1,500. But if you look down here, earned discount for prompt payment and maintenance is number 4. So they actually earn a $100 discount for prompt payment. Yes, we collect all of our rents on the 25th of the month. Now, I've got about 13 reasons that I collect the rent on the 25th of the month, but one of them is that we get paid out of the middle of the month check instead of the first of the month check. When everybody else gets paid, we get paid out of the middle of the month. I got so many secrets to share with you. Now, we've also got built in here, unless otherwise notified in writing, the annual rental rate shall increase by 10%, payable in monthly installments beginning the month following the initial term and adjusting annually thereafter. So we're telling them up front, there will be an annual increase. By the way, guys, if you're not raising your rents annually, you are leaving a lot of money on the table. And we all know that inflation is incremental. Listen, $1 in January is worth less in December because of inflation. And, you know, if it was just 3% inflation, it would be $1 in January, it'd be 97 cents in December. These days, $1 in January is probably worth 80 cents in December. So it's definitely something you've got to build into your system, that you are absolutely annually increasing. Now, one thing I'm going to be teaching you is 90 days before your rental agreement expires, you need to get an inspection on the property. You need to have that done either yourself or have a maintenance supervisor go over there and inspect that property, give you pictures, and decide whether you're going to be renewing those folks or not, and under what terms and circumstances you're going to renew them. And then we've got a 60-day, a 45-day, a 30-day, and we tell you exactly what to do on each one of those things prior to the renewal of the agreement. Now, we've just gone through a whole cycle. You know, we've got a couple of hundred residents, so we got a lot of stuff going on in our world. And what's really cool about it is 98% of our folks renewed their agreements, some of them with increases of well over $100, some of them $100, $200, and even $300 increases, and they still stayed. So that just tells you that we've got a value that we're giving to folks and that they will stay. So we've built it all in, but you see here, it says, unless otherwise notified in writing, the annual rate is 10%. So it might be less than 10%. It might be more than 10%. So that's something just to know, that you got to say the right things. Now, how you apply the money is another thing. So your first money applied first to lost rental discount, second to any outstanding additional rent, third to any unpaid fees or charges, then fourth to any current monthly rent installment payment or monthly rent installment payment to become due. So that is, as you're receiving money, how you're going to apply the money. All right, I've given you a lot of stuff, I realize, but it's important because when you're going to do this business and do it right, you're going to make a lot of money. I promise you, a lot of money. And these properties are going to continue to go up over time just because of inflation. So you can't hardly go wrong with this business. You just can't. Time is a very forgiving thing in this business. You buy a piece of real estate, maybe you didn't pay the right price for it at that time. However, over time, it's going to make up for itself. All right. And we have additional profit centers, or should I say incentives, built in. One of them is that loss discount. So let's say that you want $1,600, you want $1,500 a month rent. Well, we advertise it as $1,600 a rent, and then we give the $100 discount down to $1,500. You see, so we put in the agreement $1,600. We advertise it at $1,500 because we're always expecting all of our residents to earn their discount. But if they don't earn their discount, meaning on the 26th, and they haven't paid the $1,500, well, guess what? On the 26th, the rent becomes $1,600. That is their lost discount. And we also have something else called additional rents. Each day they go past the day they're supposed to pay, they have to pay additional rent. So that is now $10 per day until they make their payment. So it really helps your cash flow greatly. You can plan on about 10% of your residents at any given time being somewhat of a challenge. But the rest of them, the 90%ers, you never hear from them. They're just paying. They're just happy. They just take care of the property. You do an inspection annually. It's all good. So that's the way I want you to understand your business is there are going to be some challenges. There are going to be some things that you need to pay attention to, and it pays very well. It pays very, very well. All right. So I've told you about the earned discount for prompt payment and maintenance. By the way, we have them do minor maintenance on the property as well because they're joining a membership. So we have all of our clients join a membership. It's our Path to Home Ownership membership. I'll get to that in just a moment if I have time. All right. So loss discounts, that's $100 per month. And your additional rents of $10 per day are going to be a huge income and profit center for you over time. And the more properties you have, the more this means to you on a monthly basis. So you can, I say for every 9 properties or every 10 properties, excuse me, for every 9 properties I've got, it's like having a 10th property that's free that I didn't even have to buy, because the income that I get off of those 9 properties is as if I just got that 10th property, or I even owned that 10th property. So it's a really powerful thing. Now, another thing is, I know you've heard of security deposits, and maybe you have security deposits. I'm going to give you a really great strategy here that we do not have security deposits. We have move-in fees. And we tell people up front, we do not do security deposits. We do not have security deposits. There is nothing to get back, because what's going to happen is you're going to pay the fee to move in. And then while you're living there, take good care of the property. When you give us notice that you're moving, then we're going to send you a list of items that you have to do, our move out cleaning instructions. Now, when we send you those instructions, we're going to expect you to do those things, and we're going to send you a schedule of what we're willing to pay. So we're going to pay for a clean stove. We're going to pay for a clean refrigerator. We're going to pay for clean carpet. We're going to pay for clean walls. So what does that do, guys? That incentivizes our client to do things at the property before they move out, because they're going to receive a check from us. And it's not getting back something that was theirs. In fact, it's earning money for things that they do. I hope you like that idea. If you love these strategies, go to the chat box and say, I love this, Lou. This is good cookies. I love this. All right. Now, move in fees, and don't forget all the other goodies there. So additional rent and return checks is a piece of that, because remember, that's the $10 a day after the 25th. We also have our move-in fee built right in. All right. The next thing is no security deposits, but we do have a clause in there related to security deposits. So even if you wanted to charge them, say, $100 security deposit, you could do that as well. You could fill that in. Now, I want to say this about the move-in fees. You might think that's aggressive. And by the way, I do have some aggressive things in here, and they are designed to incentivize behavior, to incentivize our residents to do the right thing. But one thing I wanted to point out is that the concept of move-in fees has gone all the way to the state Supreme Court of Illinois, which, if anybody understands Illinois, that's a challenging state to be a landlord in. And what happened is they approved move-in fees in Illinois. So imagine that it is something that is being used by my clients all over the country. And it has been a powerful way, because remember this, you're entering into a contract with those residents, and that contract is two-way. There's your agreement and there's their agreement with your agreement, right? So they're signing off on this. They're contracting to do these things. Now, the good thing about move-in fees over security deposits is their money. You have to put it in a bank account. Many states, you have to tell them what bank it's in, and even what account number is, and pay them interest on it as well. But with move-in fees, you don't have to do any of that. It's your money. You can spend it right now. Now, I know I'm probably talking to some landlords right now that might have 10 or 20 or more properties. Imagine you could convert all of those security deposits that you currently have into move-in fees. So I'll show you how to do that. It's going to blow your mind that you could actually have that much cash very quickly. Within the next few weeks, you could have all of that cash that's sitting in those bank accounts right now. You could have access to that money. Now, for some of you, that's literally tens of thousands of dollars that's pent up in a bank right now that could be working. And imagine that those residents stay 3 or 6 or 10 years. That's money that's pent up for 10 years, as opposed to in your hands and being able to create that as something that can go to work. So how cool is that? So there's a number of things that we've built into the system, and there's additional profit centers. Now, another thing to be prepared for is termination fees. When people don't do what they're supposed to do, when they leave early, well, guess what? We have a clause for that, and that is early release and or return of property, liquidated damages. Now, this is a very big thing because judges, they don't want to give you the rest of the contract. But when you have liquidated damages stated in an agreement, the judge will give that to you because it's pre-agreed to by the parties. So it's a very powerful thing when you get to an agreement. And I'm going to show you how that you can claim 3 months termination fees, because what they're supposed to do in my agreement is they give you 60 days notice plus 1 month's termination fee. So if they move early, if they get transferred with the company they're with, guess what? You are getting a check for 3 months, probably from their company, and you get your property back too. So yes, that is another profit center. It's not even on my list of 25. It's just an occasional one that can come up from time to time. Now, another one is maintenance and repairs, where your tenants, we make them responsible for minor maintenance and repairs in exchange for that discount that we're giving them on a monthly basis. Now, another thing to plan on is appliances. Appliances can be a headache. And over 25 years ago, I remember when I had a bunch of apartments and one of the ladies' refrigerators went out. Now, we're talking about small apartment-sized refrigerators. And imagine the size of the freezer in one of those small apartment-sized refrigerators. So it was, about that big, really. And I said, okay, we've taken care of the refrigerator. She said, what are you going to do about my meat? And I said, what do you mean? She said, well, I had meat in that freezer and the meat went bad and you need to pay me for my meat. I said, well, how much is that? She said, $400. I said, $400? How in the world did you get $400 worth of meat in that little freezer? She said, are you denying me? And so, I just realized that appliances are pain and suffering. So I said, I'm going out of the appliance business. I am not going to provide appliances anymore. Now, guys, this is over 25 years ago, that maybe 30 years ago now, that I just stopped. I just stopped being in the appliance business. Whenever somebody moves in, I have a clause in my agreement, and we are able to make some really good money off appliances. All appliances of any kind, including but not limited to refrigerator, stove, dishwasher, microwave oven, clothes dryer, clothes washer, and window air conditioners, is specifically excluded from this agreement. Such appliances, if present, remains as a convenience to the resident, and management assumes no responsibility for their operation. No part of the monthly rent is attributable to them. Residents shall return any appliance on premises at the signing of this agreement upon move out in the same working condition as the signing of this agreement, or repair replacement shall be due from resident. Well, that, my friends, is keys to the kingdom. I will help you get out of having to deal with the pain and suffering of appliances. And another income stream is we sell the appliances to the residents. It's like a buy here, pay here. They give us $50 down and an additional $25 a month per appliance. And hey, that's another profit center built into the system. All right. I hope you're getting a lot of goodies here, guys. All right. How about extra person fees? Now, anybody that's been in this business any length of time knows that people are going to move other people in, and they're not going to tell you about it. So what we did is we put in a clause that says that if you move in let me just share that with you, because this is good stuff, baby. All right. So the property shall be used for residential purposes only, and shall be occupied by the undersigned blank adults and their blank children. Now, that's not a descriptive phrase. That's the number of adults and the number of children as named in the original application to rent only. Occupancy by guests staying over 14 days will be considered in violation of this agreement. An additional monthly rent of $100 per person shall be due, chargeable from the beginning date of this agreement. Oh, yeah, baby. Now we're off to the races. So imagine that we've got ourselves covered. We've got extra person fees of $100 per person. And you might ask, well, can that work? Meaning they move in somebody, they stay over 14 days, they tell you they're just visiting, and you say, yeah, I understand. And that's $100 per person extra, and we need to add them to the rental agreement. And they don't like that, but guess what? It's already in your agreement. Now, you're going to see in just a moment, I have letters for each one of these things. So whenever people don't comply, for example, with the pets or with, and I'm going to get to pets in just a minute, extra person fees. Well, guess what? Here's what happened to Rosemary. She's in Windermere, Florida. And she said, as I mentioned previously, not a day goes by my business I don't refer to your information. Just recently, one deal of mine paid for the whole enchilada, not to mention the deals I've done where your information has saved me money and headaches. Had a tenant move in under a lease option. Within 3 months, moved in 2 people, claimed to be temporary. I used your lease agreement with a special clause requiring additional rent for unapproved residents. I have collected an additional $2,000 in rent this year from this one tenant. Has 2 months left on his lease. I don't foresee his guests moving out soon. Well, actually, Rosemary told me they stayed there for 3 years. So she picked up an additional, imagine that, guys, an additional $200 per month for what? 3 years. Now think about the math on that one. So that's $2,400 a year extra income that she got off of that one unit. Now think about the investment. So once you have the system that did that for her, you'll have that as well. So whenever you have a challenge, any kind of issue with your residents, I want you to go back to that beautiful rental agreement that I've updated annually for years. And we got some goodies in there. I'm just going to say it like that. We got some real goodies in there. Now, pet fees, this is another one I want to talk to you about because, oh my gosh, America has pets and America loves their pets. So here, let's get paid for that. And by the way, they love their pets more than they love their kids. The pets don't talk back to them. The pets love them. The pets lick them. The pets like them. So they definitely like their pets, and they will pay for them. So we used to charge $100, and then it was $250. Now we charge $500 per pet. That says per month, guys. That's wrong. I'm sorry. That's at move in. That's $500 per pet at move in. And then we also get $25 to $50 per pet per month. And yes, we have a clause for that in the agreement. Pets, no pets, birds, fish, or other animals of any kind, permanent or visiting, indoor or outdoor, shall be permitted on the property without prior written consent of management. Any such pets, if allowed, requires a payment of non-refundable pet fee of blank dollars per pet plus additional rent, blank dollars per pet per month. By the way, this also has a retroactive clause that says if they are found to be on the property, let's see, let me find that part. And it describes any kind of additional issues with those pets or anything like that. But if they are found on the property, above stated pet fees retroactively to the beginning date of this agreement shall be immediately paid to management. Any breeds considered by insurance companies known vicious, such as pit bulls, etc., they've got to add them to the renter's policy. They've got to be approved by your insurance. We cover the whole gambit here, guys. So the idea is for you to put yourself in a position to absolutely win at this business. And by the way, get paid also, because this is serious money, by the way, guys. This is serious money that comes into us at move-in, but also every month. just because the clause is in there. Renter's insurance, yes, there's a requirement. We are added to their renter's insurance. If they hold over beyond the term of the agreement, that's included. Default, we have a UCC1 lien against everything in the property in case they don't pay. If they don't pay, we have a lien against everything they own. By the way, we stay out of the traditional court. We get them to agree in advance to a mediation and then binding arbitration. So we've got a whole litany of things, guys, that's going to change your life when it comes to property management. So I always encourage everyone to really just consider what life looks like when you don't have the pain and suffering that everyone else has. Now, what is your retirement plan is a good question, isn't it? What are you planning to do? Well, I had Ken and Susan Carden. They joined me at 65 years old. They had retired from IBM after 29 years with IBM. And they're in Dallas, Texas. And I said, Ken and Susan, well, what they said to me is, Lou, we got a problem. We're 65. We have a pension coming in from IBM. It's not nearly how much we thought it would be, and we don't feel comfortable. And what we want to do is go fishing with the grandkids, and what we're concerned about is our future. And so I said, well, Ken and Susan, get on board, stay on board, and let's do this. And within 2 years, they had 15 cash flowing houses in Dallas, Texas. Then they came to me after 2 years and said, Lou, I think we're done. And I said, well, I don't know if you are or not. Let's take a look at your portfolio. And by that time, they had built up a nice cash flow. And I said, great, let's do this. Let's convert the residents that you currently have into buyers. And let's go ahead and sell some of these assets, take that cash, pay off the other assets. Then you have free and clear properties where you are the bank for your residents. And that absolutely worked and built them a $10,000 a month positive cash flow off of exactly what I'm teaching you today. So they used exactly this system to be able to do that. And they are happy, happy, happy campers in Dallas, Texas. All right. So system step 8. Are you learning a lot? I hope this is good stuff, guys. I hope you're taking a lot of notes. Protect yourself from problems with the government. You know, you're supposed to give proper disclosure about lead-based paint. Well, guess what? We do not stop there. We also disclose about asbestos, mold, and radon too. So we want them to know everything we know about that property. Now, you're supposed to give your residents a Protect Your Family from Lead in Your Home pamphlet. We've got that built into your system. So one of the things I'm going to be providing to you is this gorgeous thumb drive. And this thumb drive is going to have on it all your documents so you can plug them right into your computer and have access to them at any time. In fact, my recordings are also online. You're going to be able to download those. You're going to be able to download them to your devices. You're going to be trained on what to do and how to do it. System step 9, prevent the problem before it occurs. So another thing to do is a move in, move out inspection report. What I've done is broken it down room by room and item by item on the things that are that are true about that property right now. So you either click off the OK column, or if there's something like an iron burn in the carpet or something like that, you just put it right here in the moving condition, and you leave it blank over here to the right where it says move out condition. And then that goes into the permanent file. When they notify you that they're moving out, or they do move out, you take this over to the property, and what do? You go through that property and you see what it looks like now. So that definitely gives you an opportunity to do exactly what you need to do on that property, room by room and item by item. I hope you're getting excited about this. This is, even though we're talking about forms, formats, formulas, it's just so awesome when you think about this. Now, another consideration I want you to have Well, I'll ask you this question. What about when they do not, what about when they do what they agreed not to do? What about when they do what they agreed not to do? Well, how about they've moved in pets? You called the neighbor, you found out they have pets, or you did your annual inspection and you found out they have pets and they didn't disclose those pets to you. Well, we have a pet disclosure violation notification. So what you want to do, system step 10, is communicate with your residents in writing. The letter is already written for you, guys. The letter is already written for you. All you have to do is put your contact information here, their contact information here, how much they owe, and press print. Guess what I've done? Whatever is in the agreement, I have excerpted that and put it right into the letter. So whatever they agreed to over there is right here in this letter. And now you're going to mail it off to them and they owe you whatever that additional sum is. And that's a profit center, guys, because they did agree to this and you are outlining what the agreement is. Now, in fact, we've got rental agreement compliance forms, letter introducing you to the neighborhood so that you can give the neighbors the opportunity to find your next resident. And by the way, they love that. And they've got friends, family, co-workers that might be looking for a place. And so, yes, we've had that work very well for us. New resident welcome letter, meaning you're talking to your new resident and you're reminding them what they've agreed to. Pet disclosure violation notification, pet nuisance violation notification, occupancy violation, yard maintenance, non-operating vehicle, moving resident reminder letter, and move out cleaning instructions. Payment for cleaning and repair, move in, move out, recap and deduction schedule, rental agreement termination notification with cure provision and without cure provision. All the stuff that you're going to need because, hey, compliance is a thing. When you're getting human beings to do what they're supposed to do, you better have communicated well what you wanted them to do. Remember, the first step in the process was to have that signing ceremony with them. The second step is to properly manage based upon that agreement. And so that's why I'm including all of those letters in the package as well today. Now, what about when they don't pay as agreed? When they don't pay as agreed, then we've got a work out process. And if work out doesn't work, then we've got a dispossessory process. And if you have to dispossess them, then there's collections. So we teach you and show you exactly how to deal with that process. Again, a step-by-step process to help you through what to do and how to do it. What if I end up in court? Well, you might end up in court. And if you end up in court, what's going to happen? Well, here's what happened to Dan. He paid attention to me. In fact, he learned about me at a Ron LeGrand event over 20 years ago. And he says, "Dear Lou, as a landlord, the last thing you want to have happen is to end up in court. But when you have tenants that do not pay and won't leave on their own, you have no choice but to take them to court. When my turn in front of the judge came, I was scared out of my mind." He didn't say a word as he just sat there and kept reading your documents. After what seemed to be like an eternity, he looked up and said, "Did you do this?" I couldn't say a word and just weakly smiled, thinking, I'm going to jail. He looked back down at the paperwork and said with a smile, "This is good. The judge found in my favor and everything worked out fine, all thanks to you and the airtight paperwork in your property management program." So guys, fear not going to court because your paperwork has your back. Lou Brown has your back. I've been in this business now over 40 years. I know what's going to happen. I know how it works. And I know what needs to be in the paperwork to prevent that problem in the first place. Or if you do have a problem, to cover your assets if it does happen. How about that? So we really appreciate Dan's testimony on that. So learn the high profit, low stress, huge income, and exit strategy that can triple your returns on each and every property. So remember, we're going through this process of learning the step-by-step on intaking a client and properly training them to be good clients. And if they're not, we're going to have compliance on your part to take to them to make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. And because of those additional profit centers built into the system, well, you've got one other step that you can take, and that is what I call property management on steroids. Here's the perfect plan. Buy for a buyer, meaning that you already have a buyer in the pipeline. Then you go about finding a property. So I've been teaching that for years. Find a buyer before you buy so that you're buying the right property for the right buyer. You already know how much down payment they have and how much they can afford on a monthly basis. Then you custom buy a property for them. Number two, protect your property for safety. In other words, buy that property in trust and protect it. Put your vehicles, your bank account, put that into personal property trusts. Number three is hold for income. So that means hold that property and sell that property while you're holding it, meaning that the resident that lives in the property is also getting an opportunity to someday end up with home ownership. And then finally, sell that property for the maximum income. And that means that all of the different expenses that would typically happen on the sale of a property are not going to be your expenses. That's going to add to your bottom line. That's going to increase your profitability. So that's what I call the perfect plan, baby. I'm going to be teaching you that at the Millionaire Jumpstart, which is the 3-day training that I'm going to include with your package today. So definitely, I want you to have this property management package. I want you to use it. I want you to begin earning money with it right away. And I've got more to the story to share with you when you come to the Millionaire Jumpstart. So how can I make more money from the tenants I already have? Well, we've got our membership fees, application fees, credit repair commissions, option fees, down payments. We've got so many things because what we do is we not only offer our properties for rent, we also offer them for rent to own and in-house financing. And in fact, we have a membership program and our folks can become bronze, silver, gold, or platinum members or work up to the next level. Now, it's a new day, it's a new way, and I say instead of being a landlord, the lord over the land, the anti-landlord is to give the resident an opportunity to someday own that home or a different home. In fact, some people move into one property, they build up their credit, they build up their down payment, and they say, here, Mr. Brown, you can have your property back. We're going to go buy a new house in this area over here. And we say, thank you very much. And they hand back a property that was in better condition than when we gave it to them. Other times they buy the property and it's such a beautiful thing. I've had a number of folks this year buy the properties that they occupy. And oh my gosh, is that a beautiful payday when you don't have any deductions other than the property taxes and boom, here's a big fat check coming your way. No real estate commissions, no closing costs, none of the typical expenses. Why? Because the resident can qualify for the loan now. They built up their credit. They built up their down payment. What a nice day when that happens. And it does happen. So I want you to know that there's a process that we put our folks through, and we call it the path to home ownership. I'm going to teach you more about that at the Jumpstart. But congratulations, Stacy Ann. She's a platinum member. She bought her house. Congratulations, Juanita Gachana. She bought her house along with her husband. They are doing fantastic. So where did this program come from? My mother tried to buy a house when I was 12 years old. She was turned down for the loan. She never wanted to talk about buying a house again. It was very devastating to her. And I just think, what if there had been a program like this? I know she would have joined that program and I would have been raised in a home. So I'm going to teach you more about that. And in fact, how we find properties, we buy them right, we buy them cheap, we hold on to them for long-term income, and we protect them using trusts. I'm going to teach you all of that at Millionaire Jumpstart. That's a 3-day training that I'm going to include in your package today. Imagine how you and your business can help others. Now, this is Mr. Samuel Benford in Fort Wayne, Indiana. He joined me with no properties. Now he has hundreds of properties. He's been doing fantastic following what I've been teaching him on doing the path to home ownership. Linda sells houses in Tennessee, and she's done over 100 properties. The Shrivers are now up to 115 properties. Todd is over 36 properties at this point. This is my wife, Janice, in our headquarters. You can see the pictures of our happy campers behind her, and that's our wall of winners. And we've helped hundreds of families. Is Marty and Karen in Missouri, over 100 families that they've helped in Springfield. This is Michael and Natalia up in Seattle, Washington. They've helped 68 families in their program. Here's Jeff in Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, and he's helped this family from the Congo, and they are doing fantastic. They came as refugees to this country. Now they have a home thanks to Jeff and the Path to Home Ownership program. So how will you feel about yourself and your business when you are able to help others in addition to helping yourself? So we call that doing good while doing well. Yes, we go to Washington, D.C. We elect the Congress. This is Mr. Tom Emmer's third in command in D.C. Listen, we are serious about this business of seller financing. We have sponsored a bill. This is me standing next to Ted Cruz. Yes, we go to Washington, D.C. We talk about what we're doing, and we get sponsorship. This is Vincente Gonzalez. We have bipartisan support of what we're doing and how we're doing it, and we get support as well. Yes, that's Mitch McConnell. That's me chatting with Mitch and saying, hey, let's talk about this path to home ownership. So our bill just got dropped a week ago, and we are so excited. When they say dropped, that means dropped into the hopper for legislation for this year. So we're very excited about that. That's Mr. Rand Paul. So we are out there espousing for seller financing, and we want you to be a part of that as well. Really making a big difference out there and being able to change lives. And we're big on seller financing. We're big on the part of the market that is underserved out there in the world. And we definitely can help a lot of folks if we are part of that. Now, there's other income streams that I'm going to teach you about. Home visits. There's so many things that we've got built into the additional income. But remember, imagine what your business looks like when you got an extra $148,000 coming in. Now, what is this? This is a patchwork quilt, guys. And just think about, is your business like a patchwork quilt where you're taking an idea from here and a concept from there and a form from another place, and you're trying to cobble that together into a business? Well, I have a solution for you today. One word to describe your success in this business is survival. So just my personal guarantee is, if you survive, you will win. So repeat after me: I will survive. I will survive. And that's what we're going to do. I'm going to share with you my survival kit right now, and that is the property management system. Now, I got all the stuff you're going to need. Don't get nervous when you see those CDs. Yes, Mildred, you can download the audios. We do have that available for you. Don't get nervous when you see that CD-ROM. We do have the thumb drive for you that we're going to provide to you as access to all these documents. And I'm going to send you that guidebook through the mail because I want you to have guidance on how to fill out the forms. I want you to have a filled in version and a blank version of every form, a cover sheet that explains who gets an original, who gets a duplicate, does it get recorded, where does it get recorded. I want you to have all of that. And in fact, I have it right here. You know, we have stacked the documents so that the first form you come to is the first one you use. The second one you come to is the second one you use. Just like I've been teaching you today through process, I want you to know that I've got that covered for you. Even working with your spouse without killing them. How cool is that? This is my wife, Janice, and I talking about the deal, the sword finder and the dragon slayer. And most couples have have that situation going on. So imagine that you can work with your spouse. We teach you how to do that. It's a really powerful thing. Now, I've got a number of bonuses I'm going to give you today. So just sit up and pay attention. But I want to go ahead and give you this access right now. And this is ronlegrand.com/Lou, L-O-U. So that's ronlegrand.com/Lou. Or in the chat, say, I want the system, and we will call you. So the important thing is that we want to make sure that you get taken care of, because I'm about to go through all the goodies that are in here. And by the way, there are a lot of goodies in here that's going to change your life, change what you're doing, change the trajectory on the money that you make in this business. You're going to want to hold properties long term. I know what my cash flow looks like on a monthly basis. And let me tell you something, it is awesome. It is just freaking awesome. And I don't even do a lot of the work. It's done by others. So I want to teach you how to do that. By the way, another profit center for you is to do management for others as well. That can be a whole income stream in and of itself. So you need the tools to do that correctly. And this step-by-step process is going to help you to be able to do not only your own, but other people as well. Now, all the different residential rental forms we've got for you, the compliance forms we've got for you, as well as the modification forms. We've got the property, the business record keeping forms. We've got your information on the tenant ledger and the information that you need to keep up with in terms of the residents, the turnkey and repair forms, so that you know exactly what the inspection should be on that property and how to inspect your properties, your rental collection forms, your management forms, even your management agreement. Remember, I told you you should not be the owner, you should be the manager. We've got the management agreement in there and the letter to the tenant informing them of new management. Also, you want to know what's true in your state. I've got the state-by-state landlord-tenant statutes so that you can keep up with what it says. Now, what does Ron LeGrand say about Lou Brown? Well, I have taught classes for Ron on property management, and it says, you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Well, I don't have to you don't have to insist, excuse me. Well, you don't have to unless you insist. I've hired the best qualified person I know to help you bypass my painful seminar and School of Hard Knocks. Name is Lou Brown, legend among real estate entrepreneurs because of the system he's built for asset management, creating wealth by holding properties. Lou's been at over 25 years. Know he's seen it all. Truly a man who practices what he teaches. To this day, Lou's full-time profession is real estate investing. He does it well. Not only is he extremely qualified, he's also got the best system of agreements and forms to manage tenants and assets on the planet. What more, his teaching skills make it easy to understand what he's teaching. Even beginners get it quickly. So just wanted you to know that Ron and I have been working together for a long time, and he's been recommending me for a long time. So I really do appreciate that endorsement from Ron. And it's all about helping you to make more Benjamins, a lot more. And this is one of my platinum, Darren Feddick from Jacksonville, Florida. And he just picked up his brand new Porsche. He says, started with Lou 3 years ago with no properties. Now have over 30 with over $30,000 a month cash flow. Thanks, Lou. I got my dream car too. And my wife got one too. And in fact, that's her Porsche next to his. Is that a beautiful thing? Yeah, baby. He even got to pick out the threads on his seat. So here's what we're going to do for you today. Street Smart, it's be street smart and invest in a system that makes money now and forever. So here's what we're doing for you today. Now we've got a bunch of bonuses I'm going to go over with you. And here's the thing that you should know. You need to be able to select great residents for long-term occupancy. You need to know the application process, what's important, what's not, how to get your rent by the 25th of the month, how to get your residents to strictly abide by the rental agreement terms, what the law says, your rights and obligations, a live role play between a resident and property manager so you know what to say and how to say it. You don't have to make this stuff up. What paperwork to use and why, how to have your residents stay longer and love you, have your residents do minor repairs instead of you and want to, how to use higher authority to your advantage, how to never show a property again, save time and energy, when and where to advertise, what to say, how to resolve disagreements to your satisfaction and get you more money on each of your properties, much more. That is what I'm providing you today. I hope you are drooling to get this because it is a really cool thing. And we have come up with a great deal for you at ronlegrand.com/Lou. Now, not only am I giving you the system, it's also going to include not one, but 2 tickets to the Millionaire Jumpstart. That's a $1,500 bonus right there. You are going to get a special manual when you come to Jumpstart, and that is going to give you some amazing additional documents on buying, on holding, on selling, on trusts, everything that we're going to cover in class. So you'll love my Jumpstarts. And in fact, here's what happened to Juan. He came to the event within months. He had bought 3 properties and helped 3 families in Baltimore, Maryland. So we have a lot of excitement, a lot of fun stuff that happens at our events. We encourage you to become a VIP as well, but it's definitely an opportunity for you to advance your knowledge and be able to create some new things. Now, you're also at the event going to receive my book. It's called Doing Good While Doing Well, How Real Estate Investors Provide a Service and Make a Difference. Now, I always say, you're going to pay for your education in this business one way or another. You got to know that. So Doing Good While Doing Well is written by our certified affordable housing providers as authors to tell you what they're doing in their local markets. This is an Amazon bestseller. We're going to be giving you that book when you come to the event. All right. So what's the deal, Lou? Well, Informed Property Management is $14.97. The Millionaire Jumpstart Training, that's $1,500 for 2. However, I'm including that today. So it's only $14.97. However, in hard negotiations with Ron said, Lou, what's the best deal you can give my folks today? And the answer is, I'm going to give you a $300 travel allowance, not when you get to Jumpstart, but I'm actually going to give it to you today. And then in addition to that, I'm going to give you a $200 Take Action Now additional discount so that you can take advantage of this right now. The special deal for Ron LeGrand and all of his folks are on a fantastic deal today of $997. What a deal to be able to get all of those profit centers, literally tens of thousands of dollars in profit centers, and to really put you on the path of doing your business the right way. Having your tenants want to pay you instead of have to pay you, stay longer, take better care of your property, love you, and protect yourself as well. So I wanted you to have all of that. And we're doing this. By the way, not only am I giving you 2 tickets to Millionaire Jumpstart, I'm giving you 6 hours of professionally recorded audios downloaded or loaded with property management tips and training, ready for downloading and listening. Now, when I hired my property manager, I had her read the book the first day. I had her listening to the audios the second day. I had her read the book the third day. I had her listen to the audios the fourth day. And the fifth day, she said, what do you want me to do? I said, go manage property and leave me alone. And I'm not kidding you. That's exactly how I trained her, was this system right here. I want you to do exactly the same thing. You're going to have great success with your business as a result of knowing what to say and how to say it. So I'm going to give you a live role play on a rental agreement signing session, audio recorded, ready for download. I'm going to give you my 20 steps to wealth, my millionaire 20 steps to wealth. I've helped many people just like Ron to become millionaires in this business. And I want you to know my secrets as well. So I've got a 6-hour video series that you can download. I'm including that. I've got a weekly Q&A training webinar. And by the way, that is every Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. So literally this coming Sunday night, you'll be invited to that training. And as a result, we are going to be giving you incredible information, answering questions, powerful. I'm going to give you that profit centers calculator that you saw, all those different profit centers, so you can start making those right away. And the state by state landlord tenant statutes are included as well. So, wow, a lot of stuff. And the unadvertised bonus that I mentioned to you about the trust training as well, I want you to have that. So I'm including that, and working with your spouse without killing them, audio training. So there's a bunch of stuff here, over $3,187 in value, plus those tickets to the Millionaire Jumpstart. All of that is included. And I'm going to be delivering this to you right away. So as soon as your order is processed, we're going to be sending that over, and we're going to be shipping you the guidebook, but we're going to be opening up the downloads right away. So you'll be able to start using this material, plus the bonus audio recording of and transcript of my live training on trusts. So that is the news there. Ron, hey, you got me down to $997, which is a bargain for this property management system, wouldn't you say?
Well, frankly, at that price, you might as well just give it to everybody. It's so cheap. I can't believe you can give all that stuff away that cheap. You know, I'm sitting here watching you. That rental agreement alone will cost more than $1,000 to get an attorney to prepare, and they would never, ever think of that stuff in there that takes 40 years to learn. I know how you learned it. Everything you put in there to fix happened to you before you fixed it. Okay.
You nailed that.
Huh?
You nailed that just right. You know, this is
honestly,
true.
Lou, I can't imagine anybody putting people in houses without having this system. Because I'll tell you guys, he has the best documents of anybody in this entire business, and not just on property management, but on trust and all the other stuff, all from experience. So I did like that picture you put up of me, though. I had dark hair and I looked 20 years younger, probably because I was. But anyway, guys, listen up. Your price is not $997. A while ago, I said if you're in the Gold Club, or if you call up and register for the Gold Club for a measly $59, you get 100 Gold Club points. If you did not use them for Jay's, you can use them for Lou's system right here.
Wow.
So get it now. I'm telling you now, don't call Monday and want this deal, because it's not going to be available to you. You got to do it today. All right. With that said, do we have questions for Mr. Brown?
We have quite a few, maybe more than we have time for.
All right. Well, we're not going to get to all of them then, because it seems like today all these old guys run over on their time.
Well, you start me late.
Did you hear that, Lou? That was meant for you.
Okay, good. I'm glad it wasn't meant for me.
All right, what you got?
First question from Tom is, does your system documents work in all 50 states?
They do, Tom. Here's what's important to know. There's some aggressive things in here. And what I want you to know is what the rules are in your state, and know when to hold them and know when to fold them. So basically, we've got a clause in here that says if any part of this agreement is found unenforceable, then the balance of the agreement is fully enforceable. So you're protected in that way, but I still
That's
want you
good.
to know what the rules are in your state.
That's good.
That's a yeah, baby.
Next.
Doris says, why do we ask for additionally insured from renter's insurance?
Oh, it's so important because if you are getting renter insurance, first of all, you definitely want to get renter's insurance and name yourself as an additional insured so that you can first go against their insurance before you go against your insurance. And I have done this very thing. In fact, we had a house burned down and it was found that the tenants were at fault. The first $100,000 came from their insurance policy, not from my insurance company. My insurance company was very favorable to me because of that.
Okay. Do you rent to Section 8 tenants?
Not if I can help it. So I'm a veteran of over 1,000 Section 8 contracts, so I know that program really, really well. I used to have a bunch of apartment complexes and stuff. And the interesting thing about Section 8 is that they do an annual inspection and they almost always fail your unit. So I call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. The good of Section 8 is you're going to get paid. The
Not
bad,
only that, Lou, you can't use your agreement with a Section 8 HUD tenant. That's reason enough for me. I don't want anything to do with them. I've had my share of them too.
well, they've let me in our market. They've let us our rental agreement. Yeah.
Well, let us.
rental
They furnish the
is
agreement.
supposed to be them and you, and then there's an agreement with you and the public housing authority, and then there's an agreement with the public and housing authority and the tenant. So it's like a triangle, but you should be able to use your own agreement. Yes.
Okay. Next.
So if they blow off mediation, do you still use the courts for eviction for non-paying tenants?
Definitely. So the mediation is actually to get the mediation. Most courts already are set up now to have that mediation occur at the courthouse. So yes, we start with the negotiation between the parties. We do file the eviction proceeding. And then in that process, we also set up the mediation. So we definitely want to go through the mediation if we possibly can and not get in front of that judge, because you never know what the heck that judge is thinking that day.
Francois asks, why not delegate the management of the properties to a good property management company?
Well, it's the money. It's basically they're taking 10%. They're taking your first month's rent, and then they're taking 10%, depending on the number of properties you have. That's negotiable. But basically, they're taking a big hunk of your profitability. So I love self-managing because there's a big payday in it.
Well, you probably should disclose your definition of self-management. Don't mean you have anything to do with it.
That's right. I have my team. I should say team management, right, Ron? I should say team.
You are delegating it to property management. It just ain't a property management company. It's somebody you put in place. You get a handful of properties.
That is correct. And it's a beautiful thing. By the way, managing for other people can be highly profitable. As you just heard, you get the first month's rent, you get 10% of the rental income, you get a half month on the renewal. And all these profit centers, by the way, often property managers keep these profit centers for themselves, and they give the landlord their part, but they keep all those profit centers above that for themselves. So it can be highly profitable.
Okay, Roger asks, what advertising do you use where you don't have to put in the address?
So with Zillow and several of the different several of the different markets online, you don't have to put the address in. So what we do is put in a picture of the property and a description of what we're offering, and then get them to call, or better yet, go online and fill out our questionnaire. We prefer that they go online first, fill out the questionnaire, then we receive that by text immediately then we know who we're dealing with. Then we give them a call back and discuss whether we're going to send them to that property or a different property, or put them in our layaway program, where we actually have a VIP program, and we'll put them on layaway if they don't have enough money.
Okay, Clark asks, do you have a separate account for insurance and tax escrow?
Yes. So when you are selling the properties on an agreement for deed, then you either have third-party management, which is what I suggest. If you're going to do agreement for deed, get third-party servicing. If you're going to do that yourself, then you need to keep up with the taxes and the insurance for sure.
Agreed. Set
Paid.
the money aside before you spend it. How would you like to have to come out of pocket to pay taxes on 100 properties?
It's not a pretty thing.
Well, that's a good way to work yourself right into bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Doris asks, what do we do when rent increase regulation goes into effect?
Rent increase regulation, it depends on the market that you're in. You know, I work with people in LA, California, which I would say that and New York City is like the worst of the worst. They do have rent control and they do have things, but it's literally jurisdiction by jurisdiction, where different, even municipalities, cities, counties, they have different rules. So you have to know what the rules are in your area, and you have to comply with those.
Okay, Maddie asks, have you had to handle many tenants' requests relating to service animals, emotional support animals, and therapy animals in relation to compliance with fair housing laws?
That is a great question. First of all, they have to be true service animals, and there are things called true service animals versus emotional support animals. So emotional support animals are not a protected situation, whereas service animals are. So they have to have the right certification, and I'm not talking about a download off the internet that they wave in your face and say that's a real thing, but actually a doctor's statement that they have that ailment, whatever it is that requires them to have a true service animal.
So you can't keep out, I happen to have a service dog, can't keep out the service dogs, but you still get to charge the fee.
Exactly.
And besides, the service dog is probably not going to tear up your property like some of these other mutts. They're well trained.
That's correct.
Do you advocate setting up an LLC as a property management company separate from the trust ownership of the property?
Well, no, I don't. I actually love trusts. And one of the things that I teach is a personal property trust. And you can set up a bank account in a personal property trust and actually have that as your management, quote unquote, entity. And I've only been doing that for over 30 years. And it has worked fantastically well for me and many of my clients across the country.
So technically, it's the same thing as what he asked, if you're using a trust instead of another LLC.
Correct. Correct. No annual dues, no annual fees, no annual tax returns. It's a beautiful thing.
I heard they work.
And the money is segregated from all your other assets, and it's just it's the right thing to do.
And you said it a while ago, and I'm telling you guys, hope you heard this. You need to set up a separate account just for the taxes and insurance, and anything else you want to set aside. That money, because that money does not belong to you. The house is going to soon want it back. Don't spend it, please.
That's right.
John, one more, and then we got to move on.
Okay. Last one. Morgan asks, do you use the same contract for single family houses and apartments?
I do. Morgan, thank you for asking that. I sure do. And whether it's apartments, single family, I use that. Commercial property, I use something different, and I do have a different commercial property agreement.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, the rest of your questions, I'll try to answer them after we get through with Jay this afternoon, but we're on schedule pretty much, and I want to stay that way. So
one thing I'll add to that too, Ron, is those of you who are joining us today, you can bring those questions with you on Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. All of you are invited to, or all of you that join us are invited to that, and you'll be getting a special notification about that to invite you to the Sunday night call. So we appreciate you joining us today, and thank you, Ron, for the opportunity to share this with your wonderful folks. Always has been a great relationship for sure.
But I like the plan where they ask you the questions better than I do my plan. All right. So
Yeah, baby.
that probably just makes something up. You actually know the answer. All right. All right. All right. Hey, you're amazing, man. You always have been, as long as I've known you. And
Thank
I mean,
you,
it was
sir.
some powerful information.
I appreciate
so
it very much.
we appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Take
See you
care.
soon. Okay, guys, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll run to the bathroom and run back. And then we're going to get Mr. Connor back up here and teach you how to get the private money to buy some of these properties. Then you can decide what to do with them. Okay. In fact, you might have noticed that Lou's exit strategy is a little different than mine. I want lease option tenant buyers. He's building an empire with tenants. But I'll tell you what, you better learn how to handle them if you're putting tenants in your houses. I'm bringing you the quality people with a quality education. Unfortunately, you got to decide which direction. Just look at what I do as a cafeteria. Okay. You go down the line and you decide what looks good to you. But if you don't know this stuff is here and there is no line, you could spend your whole life losing the income and the value out of these opportunities. So I hope you're getting I hope you're taking copious notes. I really do, because this is extremely valuable information. All right, let's take 5. We'll be back at 5 and we'll have Jay ready for you.
I often tell people you can't learn how to run a restaurant by eating at one. You got to get back in the kitchen and find out what really goes on, and the good and the bad and the ugly if you expect to be successful. And I see people buying into all kinds of businesses they have no experience in whatsoever, and they expect that everything to work out okay. Open it and they will come. Well, open it and they may not come. Better learn how to run the business, and we got to learn how to get the business, or we're not going to have a business very long.
That's absolutely true. Okay. A lot of people learn that the hard way. All right. I'm going to bring Mr. Connor up. John, there he is. And he ain't got any better looking since this morning.
I don't know, Ron. You're looking better by the minute, man.
Okay. I must be the shirt. So when we're through, when Jay's through, I want to catch up on questions, John, whether they're mine or his or whatever, except for Lou's, because he's going to answer theirs on Sunday night. All right. Okay. Well, Jay, you're going to tell us how to get all the money we want, right?
You got it, Ron. That's what I'm going to do right now.
Okay. Don't know anybody better qualified to tell us that than you, the private money king for a lot of years now. So I'm going to turn you loose. And then again, we're going to hit you with a bunch of questions when we're through. All right.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome.
All right. Hey, John, just confirm real quick. Is my PowerPoint up? Where to get the money now?
Yes.
Yes, sir. You're good.
All right. Awesome. Here we go, folks. So in your side notes, what we're going to be talking about here in this session is how to get all the private money that you would want for your real estate deals. So on your side notes, write my name, Jay Conner, Conner, and underneath that, write the Private Money Authority. The Private Money Authority. And the reason I'm so excited to present this information to you is because private money is the one thing that has had more of an impact, made more of a difference in mine and Carol Joy's real estate investing business than anything else. Private money, and I'm going to tell you how in the world that came about. So have you ever imagined what it would be like to live in the home of your dreams with no mortgage payment? Or how about go to the luxury car dealership and leave with that luxury vehicle with no payment on that? How about travel the world or set your schedule the way you want it? Well, the reason I ask you those questions is because it is private money that has allowed Carol Joy and I to enjoy this type of lifestyle. And now you as well can enjoy it with the private money. So if you want to make money really, really fast, type in the comment bar, type in the chat right now, show me the money. Put in the comment bar, put in the chat right now. If you want to make money really, really fast, get all the private money that you would want for your deals, type in the comment bar right now, show me the money. All right, I'm going to show you in the next few minutes, first of all, how to never miss out on a deal because you didn't have the money or the funding for the deal. I'm also going to show you the exact steps needed to attract unlimited funding for your deals. And the reason I say attract is because I'm not talking about chasing, begging, or selling. We're actually going to get the private lenders chasing us. And then thirdly, I'm going to show you and share with you my complete private money system. There's only 5 easy steps. My private money system designed with your success in mind. And what that means is what I'm going to be sharing with you in this session is exactly how I raise and how I attract the private money for deals. I'm also going to show you how to attract funding from 3 different sources. Secondly, how to locate using this tablet right here, how to locate all the private lender loans that have closed in the past 30 days. This is called the private lender data feed. And we update the data feed every month. We get from public records throughout the entire nation every private lender's contact information and the money that they are funding on deals. And we get their contact information. So you will be able to use this tablet and you can search by typing in your zip code or any zip code in the nation and search for the private lenders right around that zip code. This is not dated information. This is updated every month. So I'll be telling you more about how to use this tablet and how to get access into the private lender data feed to get in touch with the existing private lenders. And thirdly, I'm going to show you how I raised $2,150,000 in less than 90 days when I lost my line of credit at the bank. So I got 3 promises for you. First of all, I'm going to teach you how to buy properties with none of your money. How about that? I mean, who wants to buy properties with none of their money? And even better than that, I'm going to show you how to bring home a big check every time you buy a property. Now, when I say property, it could be a house, it could be a duplex, triplex, quadplex, small apartments, whether you're doing single family houses or you're doing commercial deals, it's all the same money. All right. So not only am I going to show you how to buy these properties with none of your own money, but in addition to that, how to bring home a big check when you buy. I mean, after all, who wants to get paid to buy properties? We're always going to borrow when we're using private money. You'll always borrow more than you need to buy the property. So you actually get to bring home a big check at the closing table and take none of your own money to the closing table. I'm also going to show you how to get multiple checks on every transaction. Not only get a big check when you buy, but you're going to get other checks as well. You'll get another check when you cash out. If you sell it on terms, you'll get a large non-refundable lease option deposit. So I love this part of the business on using private money because you always receive multiple checks on every deal that you do. And I'm also going to show you how to get all of your rehab money up front. Now, let me be clear. Private money is not only for the ugly house business. Private money is not only for rehabbing deals and buying houses that need rehab. Write this down. You're going to use private money when the seller of the property. That doesn't mean that doesn't matter if it's a for sale by owner or if it's a bank-owned property or if it's a short sale, if it's in multiple listing, doesn't matter. Whenever the seller of a property requires all the cash, which is in the majority of the deals, when they require all the cash, you're going to use private money to fund the deal, regardless of whether it's in the multiple listing service or it is an off-market for sale by owner. So let's be clear on exactly who is a private lender. Well, a private lender is a human being. A private lender is an individual just like you, just like me, that loans you, the real estate investor, loans you money from either their investment capital and or their retirement account. Now, here is an actionable item. Here's a writer downer, and that is you need to establish a relationship with a self-directed IRA company. And here's why. Carol Joy and I right now have got 47 private lenders, individuals that are loaning us money, investing in our deals. You don't need 47, by the way. All you need to start with is with 1 or 2. And they're investing in our deals. Well, here's what's so important about this, and that is over half of our private lenders are using their retirement funds to loan us money on the deals and fund our deals. So I recommend you reach out to questtrust.com. Questtrust.com. They're out of Houston, Texas. And that's where all of my private lenders who are using their retirement funds to loan us money on our deals and invest in our deals, they have moved their retirement funds over to Quest, and now they are funding our deals from Quest. So the reason this is so important to establish a relationship with a self-directed IRA company is because over 50% of mine and Carol Joy's private lenders are using their retirement funds. So when you're talking with someone that perhaps has retirement funds that are not giving them, good rates of return, then you can introduce them to your rep at Quest. They can move their funds over and then start funding your deals. So again, it's just not retirement funds. We got a lot of private lenders that are just using their investment capital to fund our deals as well. But the reason this is so important is if you don't establish this relationship with Quest or another self-directed IRA company, you'll be missing out on over half of funding. When I talk private money or institutional money at all, and I'm not talking about partners. All right. So I want you to write this down. The private lender does not own the property. The private lender does not own the property. Write this down. The private lender acts in the same capacity as a bank, right? It's your land trust. It's your entity that owns the property. So the private lender is the bank. They're loaning the money, and we're going to give them the same protection and same documentation as though we were borrowing money from the bank. You know, the old business model is that somebody puts up the money, the private lender, you do the work, you negotiate the deals, and then you share in the profits. But in this world, we're not talking about joint venturing on deals. Your private lender is going to get a set rate of return. I'm paying 8%. You don't need to pay any more than that. No points, no origination fees. So they know exactly what their rate of return is going to be, and you get to keep all the profit. I'm also not talking about hard money lenders. A private lender is not a hard money lender. And there's some big differences between hard money lenders and private lenders. Most of the time, a hard money lender is a broker, a hard money broker that has gone out and raised funds for their hard money lending fund from private lenders. And then the hard money broker then lends that out to you. Where their interest rate is much higher. Right now, the national interest rate on from a hard money lender is 14%. 14%. I'm paying only 8% to the private lenders. Then they have origination fees that are from 2 to 4%. That's the percentage of the amount you borrowed that you got to bring to the closing table. We never pay private lenders origination fees or points. And then hard money lenders have extension fees if you haven't cashed out within 6 months, 9 months, or a year. They'll extend your note, but what do they want? More money. So the extension fees typically run, 2%. So now you're up to 20% in interest to a hard money lender per year. But with private money, you're still at only 8%. And then another big difference is when you're borrowing hard money, they're only going to loan you 65% to 80% of the purchase price. You got to come up with the other 20% or more down payment. Well, guess what? In this world of private money, you're going to get 100% of your purchase price, and 100% if there is rehab involved. You're going to get all that money up front, so you don't have to take any money to the closing table whatsoever. So simply put, a private lender is simply an individual that you're having a one-on-one transaction with. They're loaning the money, right? And there's no middle person involved. Now, why would you want to use private money versus going to the bank? Well, here's the big difference. The old traditional way of borrowing money is you go to the bank, you get on your hands and knees, you put your hand underneath your chin, and you say, please fund my deal. Please fund my deal. It's like you're begging, right? In this world, we're not asking for a mortgage. I've never asked anybody for a mortgage. I've never asked a private lender, will you fund my deal? That's the most stupid question in the world I could ask. Instead of asking for a mortgage, we are offering a mortgage to our private lenders. So in this world, you get to make the rules. You get to set the interest rate, the length of the note. And I say, just duplicate my private lending program, and you're able to just plug and play and do it the way I do. No monthly payments. We structure deals all the time to where the interest just accrues and you don't have to make monthly payments, right? Now stop and think about that cash flow. Imagine what it will be like when you buy a house, buy a property, use private money, bring home a big check when you buy, don't take any of your own money to the closing table, and then you don't have to make any monthly payments and just let the interest accrue until you cash out. Wow, talk about fixing your cash flow. As I mentioned, no origination fees. It puts you in control. And here's a big one. You can close so quickly. I put in all my offers that I can close in 7 days. 7 days. Traditionally, I'm surprised anything ever closes, right? Well, here's the reason this is so important. Since I'm making offers, particularly to for sale by owners that I can close in 7 days, I get more offers accepted at even a lower purchase price than my competition offers. Well, with private money now, you can close quickly and get more of your offers accepted. right? And speaking of offers, when you got money burning a hole in your pocket, just think about how much more confident you're going to be in making offers and how many more offers you're going to make. Private money is going to fix your cash flow problems. You bring home a big check when you buy, take none of your own money to the closing table, and don't even make monthly payments. Your credit has got absolutely nothing to do with how much private money you can get. There's never any credit checks, and there's an unlimited money supply. I mean, my lands, when I was borrowing money from the bank, I had a limit to my line of credit. And when COVID came along, even the hard money lenders were shut down and they weren't even loaning money out. Well, prior to COVID, there was $18 trillion in cash that private lenders and individuals could use. Today, on this side of COVID, $31 trillion available. Talk about unlimited money supply. You never run out. And listen, another big reason I love using private money, there's no limit to the number of private lenders that I can do business with. And there's no limit to the amount of private money that I can use. Another big difference as to why I love private money is there's no personal guarantees. So when I was borrowing money from the bank, I had to sign a personal guarantee, but not in this world. No personal guarantees when you're borrowing private money. So bottom line, you can do all the deals that you want with the private money. My favorite reason to use private money is I receive multiple checks on every transaction, every deal that I do. I get a big check when I buy, and you will too. It's nothing for me to, nothing out of the ordinary for me to bring home a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 check when I buy and take none of my own money to the closing table. And then, of course, I'm going to get another big check when I cash out. Talk about fixing your cash flow problems. That does it. Now, when are you going to use private money? All right. Well, you're going to use private money when the seller, regardless of who that is, requires all the cash. So obviously on bank-owned properties, any kind of short sales, auctions, and here's the big one. Don't miss this. Let me have your attention right now to make sure you don't miss this, right? So sometimes people will say, well, Jay, I don't need any private money because I don't want to be doing any rehabs. Well, guess what? It's not only rehabs that require the private money. It's when the seller requires all the cash. Well, I have reviewed thousands and thousands of property lead sheets over the years. And in all these years, my statistics show, and I'm a pretty good negotiator, and so is my acquisitionist. My statistics show that only 13%, write that down, only 13% of the for sale by owners will sell to me on terms. What do the other 87% of all those for sale by owners require? You got it. All the cash. Well, guess what? If they won't sell to you on terms, right, then you've got the private money so you don't miss out on any deals regardless of who the seller is. Now, why would you be interested in doing business and borrowing money from a private lender versus going to the bank? Well, here's three big reasons. First of all, your private lender wants to do business with you. Listen, your private lender wants to do business with you because they're going to earn a lot of money. In fact, they're going to earn a whole lot more money than they say would in the local certificate of deposit. Even with the rise in interest rates in recent times, the average 12-month certificate of deposit nationwide is still around 2%. When you come along and you pay 8%, well, that's a whole lot more money than they're going to be getting in the local bank. So they're going to make a lot more money. Secondly, your private lender's money is, their investment with you is secure and it's safe. Well, how is that? Well, it is secure, and write this down. It's secure because you're not borrowing unsecured money. Now, you can legally, but don't do it. We want the real estate that you are buying to back the note, which means you're going to give, and your real estate attorney will draw this up for you simply. You're going to give your private lender a deed of trust or a mortgage that secures that promissory note. So their investment with you is secure and it's safe. How's it safe? It's safe because we are borrowing at a conservative loan to value compared to the after repaired value, right? So we're going to protect them with it being conservative. And then thirdly, their investment with you is not volatile. So what am I contrasting the private lending program to? I'm contrasting your private lender loaning you money or investing in the stock market. Well, I can tell you the reason they're going to want to loan the money to you is because they're sick and tired of the volatility of the stock market going up and down. So I want you to write this down. This is very important. The private lender's principal amount, the principal loan amount, remains the same until cash out. The private lender's principal loan amount remains the same until cash out. What that means is we're only going to be accruing interest or making interest only payments, right? Now that's a win for you and that's a win for your private lender. It's a win for your private lender because if you pay the lender principal and interest payments, you're paying down part of their principal amount, which means not all of their money is at work. It's a win for you because interest-only payments, if you're making payments, are smaller than principal and interest payments. Well, let me tell you, the opportunity is now. The perfect real estate storm is going on. There's $31 trillion available, right, to be used as private money. So there's more money available than you can use. And the question is, without the private money, how are you going to fund your deals when the seller's requiring all cash, which we just looked at is in the majority of the cases? My other question is, when would now be a good time to get private money? And now is the time. In fact, type that in the chat in the comment bar right now. Now is the time. Now is the time to get the private money. So for those of you that heard my presentation earlier, you already know who I am. But just as a recap, I've been in the business, my wife, Carol Joy, and I now since 2003. We've rehabbed over 475 houses. We've been blessed to have the 7-figure net income working less than 10 hours a week. I've also done commercial developments. My passion is working with real estate investors just like you to get all the private money they would ever need. So how in the world did I get involved in private money? Well, I remember it like it was yesterday. In fact, you may be surprised to know that we actually still have here in Morehead City, North Carolina, these things called handsets that are attached to a cord to a telephone line. Anyway, I remember like it was yesterday. It was January 2009, the month before I went to my very first Quick Start event. So I picked up my phone and I called my banker. From 2003 to 2009, I've been doing business with the same bank to fund my real estate deals. I called up my banker and I told him, his name was Steve. I said, I got 2 houses under contract to purchase. And between these 2 houses, it was going to be over $100,000 in profit. I learned very, very quickly on that phone call that I had lost my line of credit, all gone. Not because of anything I had done. I always made my payments on time for 6 years, had a great credit score, but I learned that there was a global financial crisis going on. Y'all remember what was going on in 2007, 2008, 2009? Yeah, it was a global financial crisis. And I didn't know we were having a crisis until now I got a crisis and I can't get these 2 deals funded. So I hung up the phone and I called my friend Jeff, who lived in Greensboro, North Carolina. He was a real estate investor as well. I told him what had just happened. He said, well, Jay, welcome to the club. I said, what club? He said, the club of losing your line of credit. I just lost my line of credit last week up here in Greensboro. I said, well, Jeff, how are you going to fund your deals? He says, well, there's this gentleman down in Jacksonville, Florida, by the name of Ron LeGrand, and I've heard he can tell us how to get all the private money we would want for our deals. I said, what in the world is private money? Jeff says, I don't know, but Ron says we can get a lot of it. So that was my motivation to go to my very first Quick Start event with Ron LeGrand. And it was at that event in February 2009, I learned all about private money. I put my program on steroids, and I put together 5 steps to raising private money. I'm going to share those 5 steps with you here in just a few minutes. But I want you to get this takeaway lesson. You see, growth takes place in the valley. Growth never takes place when you're like doing fantastic. And you know what? This was the biggest blessing in disguise that I've ever had in our real estate investing business. You see, our business tripled. And you remember what was happening in 2009, right? All the foreclosures that were coming about, and the banks weren't lending money. So you had to have the cash to buy them. Well, guess what? All these foreclosures were coming available. Mine and Carol Joy's business tripled. It tripled the very first 12 months after I learned about private money and how to get the private money. Talk about a game changer. So you see, while I was on the phone with my banker, Steve, I knew I was going about this business the wrong way. And what I mean about going about the business the wrong way, I had all my eggs in one basket. All my funding was just at the local bank. Well, today we got 47 private lenders. Again, you don't need 47 private lenders. You just need 1 or 2 to get started. So I learned about private money. And as I mentioned, we had this global financial crisis going on. The stock market was tanking, and I didn't have any way to fund these 2 deals. But because of Ron LeGrand and learning about private money, I did not miss out on either one of those deals. And it was Ron LeGrand that gave me the golden key to getting my deals funded. And again, that is with private money. Again, 87% of the for sale by owners won't sell to me creatively. 13% will. So with the private money, I'm not missing out on any deals. Here's a couple of examples of private money deals. Now, I've rehabbed over 475 houses and used private money on pretty houses as well. But here's a couple of examples. Here's a house here in Morehead City, all funded with private money. We profited $80,000. Remember what I shared with you a few minutes ago. We're always going to get multiple checks on every deal that we do when we use private money. Well, on this particular deal, I got an $18,000 check when I bought this property, and I got another $79,000 check when I sold this property. Here's another house over in Beaufort, North Carolina, adjacent right here to Morehead City. This house was all funded with private money, profited $77,000 on this one. Now, this house was a gut job. When I bought this house, I took none of my own money to the closing table, and guess what? I brought home a check in the amount of $65,000. Who wants to get paid to buy houses? You got it. Private money is the way. Now, another beautiful thing about private money is when you start borrowing the private money from the private lenders, whether you are getting them here in the data feed, the private lender data feed, and you're doing business with existing private lenders, or you're doing business with people, what I call in your warm market, where you actually teach them what private money is, they're going to start referring other private lenders to you. So just last year in 12 months, in private money, we got $1,345,000 in new private money from new private lenders just because of referral. So I'm going to go over with you right now the 5 steps to getting private money in what we call the warm market, and then what we call with the cold market or existing private lenders. The existing private lenders you're going to locate by using the tablet and getting access to the private lender data feed. The warm market are people that you've got some kind of relationship with. And with these people, you'll be teaching them what private money is. So I want you to write down these steps. Here are the 5 easy steps in your warm market on getting private money. So here is step number 1. So write these down. Step number 1, this is in your warm market. This is with people that you've got some kind of relationship with. Step number 1, identify your potential private lenders that you have a connection with. Now, in my Where to Get the Money Now system, which I will deliver to you instantaneously at the end of this talk on Kajabi. That's where the training is. I will walk you through, I've got a session where I walk you through identifying your top private lenders in your own contacts. So obviously in your cell phone, everybody that's in your cell phone is a potential private lender because they're one of your contacts. And then there's your email list. And then there's your social media. There's your Facebook friends. And I don't mean your fake Facebook friends, but people you actually know. So you got your Facebook connections. You've got Instagram. You've got LinkedIn connections, right? All that social media, right? And then you've got your other contacts, right? If you go to church, how about the people you go to church with, right? Or if you're in the Rotary Club, you're in Business Networking International, all those different people are potential private lenders. So I will teach you in the Where to Get the Money Now system how to identify your top 44 private lenders in your own contacts. Now, this is all in addition to all the existing private lenders that you're going to have access to in the private lender data feed by using this tablet. Okay. So I'm not including these. This is separate and apart from the warm market, right? And I say get private money from both categories. Now, I can tell you when it comes to your warm market and people that you have an association with, I will tell you the first people that need to be on your list, right? And those are people that you have contact information that are retired. Retired people make great private lenders, and here's why. There's a good chance they've got a retirement account or retirement accounts, and you can introduce them to your Quest rep, right? And they can transfer the funds over and they can fund your deals from their Quest account. So you know a lot more people than you think. And when you actually sit down and do the exercise of listing your potential private lenders, you're going to have a problem very, very quickly. And that is you're going to have more money at your disposal than you're going to be able to invest and that you're going to be able to spend, right? So anyway, sometimes my students will say, well, Jay, all my people are broke. I don't know anybody with money. Well, first of all, I don't believe them. But in addition to that, my Where to Get the Money Now system actually teaches you how to grow your network. And I know you will agree and write this down. Your network equals your net worth. So growing your network, right? I show you how to do that to where you can attract even more private money from people in your warm market. Now that's step number one. Make your list of potential private lenders that you have some kind of connection with in your warm market. Now, step number two, you're going to have a casual, simple conversation with the people on this list. Now, they can take place in person. It can take place on the telephone. Doesn't matter. Now, there's two different kinds of conversations that you will have. There's called, I want you to write this down. There's called what's called the direct method, and of course, the other method is called the indirect method. So the indirect method, and by the way, this scripting I've got for you in the Where to Get the Money Now system. The direct method asks what we call the magic question. The magic question. So I want you to write this down. This is the magic question. Do you have investment capital or retirement funds not giving you a high rate of return safely and securely? That's the magic question at the end of the scripting. That's the direct method. You're asking your potential private lender that's in your warm market if they have investment capital or retirement funds not giving them a high rate of return safely and securely. That's the direct method. Now, some of you or you may be thinking, well, I know somebody that's got money, but I'm a little intimidated asking that direct question because I'm afraid they may be thinking, well, that's none of your business, right? So then we have the indirect method. Well, how does the indirect method work? Here's how it works. I want you to write this down. The indirect method employs the following statement, quote unquote, I need your help. Write that down. That's the indirect method. I need your help. So I'm going to share with you a short story as to how I use the indirect method right after going to my very first Ron LeGrand Quick Start boot camp. I came back home and I had those 2 deals under contract. I knew I wanted to raise private money. So I wanted to start teaching my private lending program. So I put my program together. What interest rate was I going to pay? How could they get their money back early in case of an emergency? What's going to be the length of the notes, etc. So I put the program together, and in the Where to Get the Money Now system that I'll deliver to you on Kajabi, you just duplicate my private lending program that I teach to potential private lenders. So I came back home, I got my program put together, and here's how I used the indirect method. It was on a Wednesday night at Bible study. Carol Joy and I went to church, went to Bible study on Wednesday night, and I walked in the foyer and I saw a gentleman, and I knew I was going to be looking for him. His name was Wayne. And I walked up to him and I said, Brother Wayne, I got something I want to talk with you about confidentially after Bible study. Can you visit with me after we finish? And he said, well, sure, Brother Jay. So we had Bible study, we finished, and he and I got together down in the nursery after Bible study. And here's the indirect method. Here's exactly what I said to Wayne. I said, Wayne, you know everybody in this town. And he did. He was the original Zenith television dealer. Now, if you don't know what the Zenith television dealer is, then that's before Walmart came to town. If you wanted a TV, you had to go to the Zenith television dealership. Anyway, I said, Wayne, you know everybody. And he did. He had put a television in everybody's house nearby here in Carteret County. I said, you're plugged into this county, into the business owners. You're very involved in the Rotary Club, and he was. And I said, Wayne, I need your help. See, there's the phrase, the indirect method. I said, Wayne, I need your help. I said, Wayne, I've now opened up my business, my real estate investing business, to people that I know and trust, and it's by referral only. I'm now paying insane high rates of return to people that invest with me and Carol Joy. So, Wayne, I need your help. When you run into somebody that's complaining about the volatility of the stock market or the little bit amount of money that they're getting in the local CD at the bank, would you refer them to me, and I'll tell them about the high rates of return that I'm paying right now? Well, of course, you know what Wayne said to me, right? He says, well, now, Brother Jay, what you got in mind? And I said, well, Wayne, are you saying that you and your wife might be interested? He said, well, yeah, we could be interested. We're only getting 3% in a CD, and you could back then in 2009. And we're sick and tired of, losing money in the stock market. He said, what kind of rates are you paying, Jay? And I said, well, it depends on the deal, Wayne. What sounds high to you? He said, well, we're getting 3%. I guess maybe 5 or 6% would be really, really good. And I said, well, Wayne, I can't pay you 5 or 6%, but I can pay you 8%. He said, put me down for $250,000. It was that simple, right? I told Wayne I needed his help. So this is the indirect method. I told Wayne I need his help to spread the word that I'm now paying insane high rates of return. And when he runs across someone that's complaining about the CD, rates at the bank, refer them to me. And so now he's interested. And by the way, in addition to Wayne becoming one of my very first private lenders, he did end up referring a lot of other private lenders to us as well. So in the warm market, people you've got some kind of connection with, number one, make your list. Number two, have an opening conversation, either using the direct method or the indirect method that I just went over. Now, step number 3 in this process of getting private money from your warm market is what's called the stress-free investing audio. So what this is, it's a 16-minute audio that I actually wrote the script for and came back home and recorded. And I started out handing out people CDs as to what this audio, what it does. Well, the purpose of this audio is to introduce people in your warm market that you got some kind of association with, introduce to them what private money is, right? Because they never heard of it. They never heard of private money. They never heard of self-directed IRAs. So we got to teach them, right? So you're going to put on your teacher hat and teach them. You see, the beautiful thing about raising money like this is you cannot be rejected. You say, Jay, how can I not be rejected? You can't be rejected because you're not asking anybody for anything. Remember, we're not begging, selling, chasing, or persuading. You're teaching people in your warm market what private money is, what self-directed IRAs are. And once you find out they have investment capital, right? And then you can put their money to work. So this is part of the process and step number 3 of the warm market. So the 16-minute audio, the purpose of that is not to sell your private lending program. The purpose of this audio is to introduce what private money is, what it's all about. And the other purpose is to get somebody in your warm market to get their greed glands swelling up in their neck to where now they can't wait to hear the details of your program. Now, you see, we're not going to explain the details of the program until step number 4. That's going to be the one-on-one appointment where we actually teach the exact private lending program to your new potential private lender. So here in step number 3, we're letting the tools do the work. Write that down. Let the tools do the work. You see, I didn't have to go all over Morehead City and Newport chasing people down, right? I let this audio do the work of introducing this idea of private money. I can tell you this audio right here. And by the way, we don't only do just CDs now. In fact, I'm going to show you here in a few minutes how I will record this audio for you. I will customize this audio for you to where you can use it to be attracting private money into your own world and for your deals as well. So we also convert this audio into an MP3 so you can email it out to your email list. And we also have it connected to a YouTube link so you can actually text this audio for people to listen to. This audio alone, just one private lender, one individual that I met, I handed this audio to them and they became in less than 1 week my next $650,000 private lender by just having this audio available. This audio, it's only 16 minutes long. I will customize it for you. It is powerful in this world of attracting private money to where you don't have to chase anybody. So now let's say someone here in step number 4 is interested. They want to hear the details of your private lending program. Well, how in the world do you teach the private lending program? Well, all you got to do is download my PowerPoint from the student area at my website. And you're going to learn here in the next few minutes how to get access to that. So my PowerPoint, if you can read, it works for you. You simply download my PowerPoint, just walk through the program itself, and the PowerPoint does the work for you. All you got to do is just plug and play. Now, you can use this PowerPoint presentation one-on-one, right? Or you can use it in a group. I've hosted numerous private lender luncheons. And at one private lender luncheon, I raised $969,000 in private money. So you can use this PowerPoint for your own private lender luncheon. Or, you know how popular Zoom is now. You can invite people to a Zoom presentation and you can teach them how to earn high rates of return safely and securely. I love did you know questions. And did you know questions are a great way to start a conversation about private money. Here's one of my favorite did you know questions, and write this down. Did you know there's a way people can earn unlimited money per year tax-free? And of course, when you say that to somebody, they don't know the answer to that. The answer is by using a Roth IRA in a self-directed IRA account, because that's always after-tax dollars. I've got one private lender that just last year alone earned $72,000 in interest tax-free because of the type of retirement account that they've got. So you ask that kind of question to people in your warm market, invite them to your Zoom presentation, use my PowerPoint, you're going to raise private money right there on that Zoom party. So you can use this PowerPoint one-on-one, as a group, private lender luncheon, etc. I've used it one-on-one with that one individual that I was just thinking about that I met at the Medical Park Pharmacy on a Monday night. I'd never met him before. I handed him that CD in step number 3, And now he's chasing me. He comes to my office the following Monday, and it became my next $650,000 private lender. So step number 5 in getting money from your warm market is what we call a verbal pledge. So write that down, verbal pledge. So you've taught them what the private lending program is. They love it. They tell you how much money they've got to invest, and you tell them that you will put their money to work for them just as soon as possible. So they tell you, let's say they got $150,000, you're going to go find a deal just as soon as possible. I'm now going to teach you exactly what to say when you call them up. You're not going to ask them if they want to fund this deal. That's the most stupid question in the world you could ask. Here's the script. You're going to call them up. Now, they've already told you how much they got to work with. Let's say they got $150,000 to work with. So here's the script. You call them up. I say, I got great news. I have a house in Newport with an after repaired value of $200,000. The funding required is $150,000. You already know they got $150,000 because they told you. And closing is next Friday, so you'll need to have your funds wired to my closing attorney by next Thursday. I'm going to have my attorney email you the closing, the wiring instructions. End of conversation. You notice I didn't ask them if they wanted to fund the deal. Of course they want to fund the deal. And guess what? If they have moved their retirement funds over to Quest because you introduced them to Quest, they are waiting on you for the phone call to give them good news that you can now put their money to work. It's as simple as that. Now, those are the 5 steps in the warm market doing business with private lenders that you already had some kind of connection with. Now, here are the 5 steps on getting private money from existing private lenders. So what are you going to do? You're going to use the tablet, and I'm going to show you here in the next few minutes how you can get the tablet and access to the private lender data feed. You're going to use the tablet. So step number 1, get in here, open up the private lender data feed by going through the tablet, and guess what? You can search by zip code. I would say put in your zip code first, okay? And you can search from 25 miles out to 500 miles from any zip code that you put in looking for the private lenders. We update the private lender data feed every 30 days. You see how much money the private lenders are funding. You see the interest rate that they're getting. Now, listen, don't miss this point, okay? You're not going to teach these private lenders in the data feed your private lending program that you teach to your warm market. These people already know what private money is. You're not going to be teaching them your private lending program. You're going to be reaching out to them. So how do you reach out to them and how do you reach them? I've already got 3 letters in the data feed that you can have mailed out to these private lenders. And those are written from the standpoint of establishing a relationship. So when they respond to the letters, now you find out how much money they have available to lend. You go find a deal just as soon as possible, and you put their money to work. So very, very simple, getting access to the existing private lenders and the private money by using the tablet and the private lender data feed. Now, here are the documents that you're going to use every time that you close a private money deal. First of all, you're either going to be getting a CMA, which is a comparable market analysis from your realtor, or you're going to be getting an appraisal if it's like a really, really high valued property. So obviously you're going to know what the value of the property is, the after repaired value of the property before you make any kind of an offer. Now, the following documents are what will be provided to your private lender. Number 1, the promissory note. Well, the promissory note is real simple. It lays out the terms of the note. The promissory note is going to have who's the lender, that's your private lender, who's the borrower, that's your entity, your land trust, what's the principal loan amount, what's the interest rate, what's the frequency of payments, are you just accruing interest, etc. And of course, there will be the length of the note. Then there's the deed of trust or the mortgage. Well, the deed of trust or mortgage is the document that collateralizes the note. Remember, we're not borrowing unsecured money. We're going to secure the private lender's note with the mortgage or deed of trust. And then on the insurance policy, you're going to name your private lender as the mortgagee. That's right, is the mortgagee. The reason that's important and that protects them is if there's ever a claim, an insurance claim against that property, then the private lender will also be named on that check from the insurance company. So they have to sign off on that check before you get it. So it protects them as well. Then on the title policy, you're going to name your private lender as an additional insured. So in case there's any title issues down the road, your private lender is protected as well. And of course, who's going to prepare these documents? Not you. It's going to be your real estate attorney that's going to prepare these documents for the closing. Now, you're going to use what's called the closing agent instruction document. This document is inside the Where to Get the Money Now system that's going to be delivered to you instantly on Kajabi at the end of this talk. And listen, this one document makes it so easy. I created this document. It's going to make it so easy for you to communicate with your real estate attorney to prepare these documents. This document is only 3/4 of a page long. It will take you less than 5 minutes to fill it out. You email it to your real estate attorney, and it gives your attorney all the information they need to prepare your closing documents. Obviously, the borrower, who's the lender, the interest rate, etc. And so it's going to save you so much time from not having to spend an hour on the telephone, right, talking to your real estate attorney. Well, this closing agent instruction sheet is in the Where to Get the Money Now system. That's going to be delivered to you on Kajabi. Simply use this document to communicate with your real estate attorney, and it's going to make your life so much easier, right? So I want to know, could you use at least $500,000 of private money within the next 30 days for your deals? If you could use $500,000 of private money to be burning a hole in your pocket so that you can be making offers on these deals, if you want the private money, type in the chat, type in the comment bar right now, I want it! Exclamation mark. If you want at least $500,000 of private money accessible to you within the next 30 days, type in the chat right now, I want it! Exclamation mark. Well, here's what it is, and here's how you get it. This is my private lending school, and it's comprised of 3 components. That's the Where to Get the Money Now system, tickets to my private money events, and ongoing support. So let me unpackage each one of these for you. First is the Where to Get the Money Now system. So in the Where to Get the Money Now system, again, that will be delivered to you instantaneously on Kajabi. You will get, first of all, my private lending brochures, my CD transcription for the 16-minute audio. You're going to get my private money scripts. You're going to get my proven private money direct mail letters, access to private lenders, members only website access that I'm updating all the time. So in less than 6 hours of training on Kajabi, it's myself on the video there, you're going to discover, first of all, how to get all the private money you would want, regardless of your credit, regardless of your income, and regardless of your real estate investing experience. Doesn't matter how much experience you've got. Doing private money this way, you're going to have all the private money that you would want. Getting private money now for your real estate deals using my method is the key to building your confidence, making more offers. Just think, how many more offers are you going to make when you've got money burning a hole in your pocket to make the offers? And by using private money, this is where the biggest profits are. I would not be having an average profit of $78,000 per deal without using the private money. And getting private money now is attainable only through my Where to Get the Money Now system. Here's Shannon in Pennsylvania, got $1,300,000 in private money in less than a year from getting plugged into the Where to Get the Money Now system. Here's Mac in Raleigh, North Carolina, got $1 million in private money in just 3 days of getting the Where to Get the Money Now system. And then the second component of this package is tickets to my private money live events. Meet private lenders, network with private lenders, get private money. And at the private money event, I'm going to teach you all 4 pillars of my real estate investing business: how I find deals, how I fund the deals by using private money. Thirdly, how I rehab deals, how I can sell any house in 3 days or less. And then how do I automate this entire business? At this event, you're going to be meeting my team. You'll be meeting my real estate investor, my acquisitionist, my realtor that's been with me for 19 years, and how you can duplicate how Carol Joy and I do this business. If you're interested in rehabbing, I've got a 3-hour session where we're going to go on a virtual tour looking on the Jumbotron in our meeting room, actual houses that we're working on right now. And you'll meet Tom Davis, my general contractor, and how we work together and get the business done. My entire team, you're going to learn my automation, and you get to bring a guest for free. The value of this event is $2,997. I'm including this in the package. Here's Ron in Alabama, got $100,000 in private money while attending one of my private money events. Donald in Massachusetts got $500,000 in private money 3 days after attending the live event. And here's Clayton in Missouri, got $200,000 in private money from his very first private money appointment after attending the live event. So here are the dates. Write them down: June 21, 22, and 23, and then October 25, 26, and 27, right here in beautiful Eastern North Carolina on the beach. Now, immediately after getting enrolled and getting the Kajabi, we're going to send you an email. You will receive the email immediately after enrolling, and you're going to get the special website that allows you to enroll and get the tickets for yourself, you and a guest. And the event's free. It's only a $97 registration fee to hold your seat. But this $3,000 event I'm including in this package. The third part of this package is ongoing support. So next Wednesday at 12 noon Eastern time, I'll be having a conference call for all of you that are enrolling with me and coming on board. And I'm going to give you a quick start checklist of exactly what you need to do first and second and third to get all the private money that you would want. You're going to get unlimited email support. Can you believe we actually answer the telephone when you call our office? So you're going to get unlimited telephone support and proof of funds. I don't know if you're interested in making some offers on bank-owned properties or REOs, but if you are, you know you're going to need proof of funds letters. Well, guess what? I got you covered. I've got access for you to my proof of funds letters that you will use in making your offers on bank-owned properties. I've been using these letters. My students have been using these proof of funds letters for 7 years now, and not one bank has ever turned down these proof of funds letters. So when we recap this, you've got the where to get them in our system being delivered to you on Kajabi. You got tickets to the private money event, and you got personal support. You got proof of funds. The total value on this package is $7,485. Well, of course, that's not your investment. Your investment's not going to even be $29.97. We're going to make that a whole lot lower, right? So instead of $29.97, it's not even going to be $19.97. I'm slashing this down to only $14.97 for that entire package that I just went over. Now I'm getting ready to give away $3,500 in bonuses, and the bonuses will be for the first 10 of you to get over to jconnor.com/get money to get these $3,500 in bonuses. Now, if you got any questions, you can call us here at our office at 252-808-2927. Don't call the number to place the order and enroll, but call us with any questions that you got. Again, the first 10 of you to get over to jconnor, that's with an ER, jconnor.com/get money, are going to get these bonuses that I'm going over right now. The first bonus is for the first 10 of you to enroll. I will personally record and customize your own stress-free investing audio, the 60-minute audio that you will use to automatically attract private money. I go to the studio once a month, and so we have a simple little template script for you to fill out. You talk about your background, and I go to the studio and I edify you. I record this audio, and we're going to send you in the mail your first 25 CDs for free. And we will also convert it into a MP3 file that you can email this audio out to your entire email list. You can send it out and put it on your social media. Again, let the tool do the work to attract the money. Again, that's for the first 10 of you to get over to jconner.com/get money. We'll get this bonus. Bonus number 2, for the first 10 of you to enroll, I'm going to give you my personal cell phone number, not my Google number, not some Google number that I don't even have, but you're going to get my personal cell phone number. That's going to be emailed to you. And look, you can text me, you can call me with any question you've got on private money. And no, you're not going to get my assistant. You're not going to get my office manager. You're not going to get my acquisitionist. You're going to actually get me personally to answer any question you've got by having my personal cell phone number. Again, that's only for the first 10 of you to get enrolled right now at jconner.com/get money. And if that's not exciting enough, for the first 10 of you to enroll right now, Carol Joy and I are going to give you a full week's vacation right here in Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. We have got beautiful condominiums over on Atlantic Beach, and it's first come, first serve. We'll put you up over there in the condo. Enjoy the whole week's vacation on us. Come enjoy Atlantic Beach, North Carolina. And hey, if we happen to be in town, let's go to the Dunes Club for lunch and let's talk shop and let's talk real estate. Again, this full week's vacation is only available for the first 10 of you to get enrolled right now at jconner.com, jayconner.com/get money. And here's some pictures of beautiful Atlantic Beach. Enjoy the vacation on us. First 10 of you to get enrolled. And then if that wasn't powerful enough, for the first 10 of you to get enrolled at jconner.com/get money, I'm going to mail you the tablet in the mail. The first 10 of you, I'm going to mail you the tablet in the mail that will give you access to the private lender data feed of existing private lenders. Remember, you can go type in your zip code, any zip code in the nation, and search for the existing private lenders right around your zip code. We update the data feed every 30 days, so you're getting all the current information. So I've already talked about the data feed, but again, here's the details of all the contact information of existing private lenders that you get in the data feed. Now, there's the complete recap right there of everything that you're getting in the package, with the bonuses for the first 10 of you to get to jconner.com/get money. You're going to get these 4 bonuses as well that I just went over. The entire value, $93.82, only for $14.97. This website comes down tonight at midnight. Don't go to this website. Don't go to jconner.com/get money after midnight tonight to get this package, because the URL will be gone and I am taking it down. If you got any questions whatsoever, just call us at 252-808-2927. But to be one of the first 10 to get all those bonuses I just went over, get on over to jconner.com/get money. Now, why would you want to do private money my way? Well, if you borrow $100,000 from a hard money lender, in 1 year, you're going to pay $20,000 in interest and in points. But do private money my way, you're going to invest $14.97 only one time, and you're going to have private money funding for life. And again, you're not going to be able to spend it all. You're going to have more than you can use. I got a full year guarantee for you. If you don't have at least $100,000 in private money within a year, my lands, and you've been to one of my live events and you still don't have it, I'm going to write you a check back and refund the $14.97. And if that wasn't good enough, who wants everything for free? You want it for free? You want this whole package I just went free? Type in the comment bar in the chat right now, I want it free. I want it free. You want it free? Put it in the chat. Well, here's how you get everything free. Think of the $14.97 as a deposit. I'm going to give you a full 90 days to use my private money education, get your next or your first private money deal. Send me your testimonial in, and I'm going to write you a check back for $14.97 in exchange for your testimonial. Your success is super important to me, and I want to make sure that you get all the private money you need and never miss out on a deal. I want to welcome you and everybody to my world of private lending. Again, this comes down at midnight tonight. Don't go there after midnight. Go there right now. Be one of the first 10 to get all those bonuses, to get the vacation here at Atlantic Beach. Get my cell phone number. Be one of the first 10 to enroll at jconner.com/get money. Of course, you can call us with any question at 252-808-2927. There's a complete recap of everything you're getting. Don't miss out. And I look forward to seeing you in person at the upcoming Private Money Academy Conference right here in beautiful Eastern North Carolina. Ron, that finishes my presentation. I'm done on time. I'm here for any questions.
I can't hardly believe it. First guy to be on time today. It's all right. We'll be all right. John, we got questions.
Sure do.
All right, fire away.
All right. Ekem asks, do private lenders generally, sophisticated or not, require proof of concept before they invest with you?
I am so glad you asked. So first of all, they don't even know what proof of concept is, right?
Nope.
They don't even know what that is. And so when I'm having my private lender fund my deal, remember, I'm calling them up and I'm telling them 4 things. I got great news for you. I can now put your money to work. Got a house over here in Newport. After repaired value is $200,000. The funding is $150,000. I know they got it. They already told me. Closing is next Friday. You'll need to wire your funds to my closing agent by next Thursday. My real estate attorney is going to wire you the instructions. That's it. No proof of concept in writing.
Well, Jay, that's probably because you exude confidence in yourself. And I mean, I'm going to tell you, going back, they definitely want to know what they're lending on and what it's worth and all of that. But the reality is what comes out of your mouth will determine how much they want to know from you and whether they believe in you or not. So
That's a
where you
writer
got to be very careful what you say. Don't preach, don't teach, don't carry on seminars. They didn't ask for them. And you might want to say, I got the deal here. Here's what it'll take to get it done. Do you have any questions? Shut up and wait for the questions. How about that? Okay?
That's right.
And I'll tell you what I learned. I'm not going to set the closing time until the money arrives in the attorney's office.
Mm-hmm.
Then and only then do you know you have a private lender.
There
At
you
least
go.
the first time. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Darlene says, so do we need a closing attorney to get private money?
You don't need a closing attorney to get private money. You need a closing attorney to close your deals and prepare your closing documents.
Same attorney that closes your houses.
Yep.
Or any attorney for that matter that says they can do it.
Okay. What if your private lender requests a personal guarantee?
Well,
Next.
I'm not going to lose a deal over it, but here's the deal. Don't worry about it. I've closed hundreds and hundreds of private lender loans. Never have they asked me for a personal guarantee. And if you're getting them out of your warm market, they're not going to even know to ask for that.
I'm telling you again, if they ask you for a guarantee, it's what came out of your mouth that caused it.
Correct.
Johnny asks, is the tablet only sent out to U.S. citizens?
Well, no. Well, can Johnny tell us what countries he's in? Because here's the deal. The tablet and the private lender data feed is only going to have private lenders in the United States. So like if you're in Canada or Mexico or whatever, you can still use the private lender data feed and the tablet, but the private lenders that are in the data feed are all in the U.S.
Maddie asks, I have a property that I own free and clear that needs to be rehabbed to turn into a rental property. Are there private lenders who will do a 5-year term with quarterly or semi-annual P&I payments?
Absolutely. I got a ton of them, and I'm so glad that Maddie asked that question. You see, private money, you don't only have to use it for purchases, you can also use private money for refinancing. So if you've got a property that's got equity, or you own a property that's free and clear, and you want to pull some equity out of it, refinance it as well using private money.
Let me interject here. First of all, Maddie, you haven't got it from your head to your heart yet, and all of everybody else watching. Private lenders don't tell us what to do. We tell them the rules. They can either stick to our rules, or we'll move on to the next one. That's a hard thing to get when all you're thinking about is hard money lenders who make the rules and charge points and all that stuff. That is not where we're getting our money, period. You tell them the term. And I learned very early, honestly, your private lenders, not your mortgage brokers, your private lenders want a longer term. Why would they lend you the money and then expect you to pay it right back? Now they're back where they started, and they're not getting any return on their money. And here's something that you can use. I'm probably talking too much here, but if you've got a private lender that say, won't go over maybe 5 years, just tell them, listen, if you have to have this money back during that time, let me know, and I'll just sell your loan to somebody else. So you just replace, you have another private lender buy their note. There's not even any closing costs involved in it. So, we get in the game. And again, I look back a year or so and you get a chuckle out of everything that you think is reality right now.
I'm glad you brought that up, Ron. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Francois said, Jay, Ron recommends using a wrap instead of subject to when buying on terms to protect the seller. Do you agree?
I do.
All right. I think you're talking about when he's buying the houses out of foreclosure. If I'm understanding it correct, I also told you there's a couple of times that I'll use subject to, and that's when the house has been inherited and loans in the parent's name, and when I'm dealing with sellers who've already screwed up everything and ain't never going to go apply for a loan again. And that's likely most of your people that are in foreclosure.
True.
Doris asks, can we use the 100 Gold Club points?
Now, why did you have to ask me a question I don't know the answer to, Doris? The problem is you got to order through Jay, and he can't give you the points, all right? So I guess you can go ahead and call our office and order, and then we'll give you the points. I'll go ahead and do it. I'll give you permission.
Hey, it's a tough crowd, Ron. It's a tough crowd.
I'm probably going to have to fight Jennifer to save my job here come Monday, but go ahead and do it, Doris.
How do we do this without running afoul of the SEC regulations?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. So you got no problem. So due to the law changing a few years ago, you got regulation 506B. So now you got me in the weeds, but you got regulation 506B that allows you to actually openly solicit, right? But you're limited to borrowing from accredited investors. So I'm saying, look, do private money the way that I do it. I'm not going out on the internet. I'm not going on the radio. I'm not going on to TV. I'm not doing direct mail campaigns to accredited investors. I'm working with people that I got some kind of association with. I've already got a relationship. And so I'm teaching them what private money is. And I'm not going out openly soliciting to where I've got to follow the SEC rules.
Making a private loan with one lender anyway, the SEC is not going to come under the SEC regulations. Put more than one lender into one loan, and it will.
Okay, Johnny was the one who asked about shipping the tablet. He says he's in Vietnam. He says he understands what you were saying, but would you still ship it to Vietnam?
So if you're in Vietnam, here's what I recommend. So ask Johnny, is he coming back to the States from Vietnam? I'd like to know that. But tell Johnny, or Johnny, you're listening to me. So in Vietnam, for out of the country, we will give you a website to where you don't have to use the tablet to get into our private lender data feed. So you can go ahead and enroll, Johnny. We will give you a special URL website that will give you access to the private lenders. And the reason I'm asking is, are you coming to the U.S.? Are you from the U.S.? If you're moving back here, just reach out to us whenever you move back to the U.S. If you are, we'll ship you the tablet then, but you don't have to wait on the tablet for us to give you access to the data feed.
Good.
Okay. Tracy says, are the private lenders you have in the tablet true private lenders who are willing to make the 7 to 10% return, not wanting your social security number or personal financials?
Yeah. So in the data feed, these are individuals. All right. These are not hard money lenders. These are individuals just like you, just like me, that's loaning out. And here's what's great about the data feed. You get to actually see, and this is all coming from public record, you get to see the actual interest rate on those notes that they're being paid. So if you got a private lender that's getting 12%, I don't want to mess with them. But there's a bunch of people in the private lender data feed that are happy to get 6% and 7%. So you definitely want to reach out to them.
Okay. Is the type of private lender we get in your training the same group that will invest in apartments and or commercial properties?
Yes, it's all the same money. Now, these private lenders, if you're raising money for a large apartment complex, we're not talking about that. But this is the same private money lenders that are loaning out on small apartments, duplexes, quadplexes, and single family houses.
Don't confuse them though with equity partners. There are
Correct.
people who invest in the project and there's people who loan on the project. By the way, the lenders are always cheaper than the people who invest.
Amen.
And Jay, I just don't think that our audience has got the whole picture here, that we are dealing with human beings that are not in the loan business. They don't even know what private lending is until you tell them. Okay. So anything that they see that they feel safe with, and then they can put their money into on a loan basis. So it's really the relationship between them and you, and how do you handle yourself, and do you pay them when you tell them you're going to pay them? And I know you went over that we don't make payments on shorter term loans. We let it accrue, like if we're going to rehab a house. By the way, if we're going to put a tenant buyer in that property, you should make a payment. However, there's no law that says it has to be a principal and interest payment. Okay. If you make the interest only payment, you got a lot more cash flow. And of course, the principal is the same in 5 or 10 years, but you've got a lot of cash flow along the way. And I'll tell you, I got several properties, but I did just the opposite, especially these little cheap properties. I buy them cheap and I put a loan on them for enough to cover the purchase price and any repairs I put into them. And I intentionally amortize them over a 5-year period, as long as the cash flow will support it, so that in 5 years they're free and clear. I got a townhouse right down the street. I remember that I did that on. So that's your business model, common sense, and maybe a little bit of help from those who know more than you.
Mark asks, when is the Wednesday call?
Yeah, that's next Wednesday at 12 noon Eastern time. So we're going to call you next week. We're going to email you next week. We're going to invite you to the conference call. And in case you can't make it, I record all of those quick start coaching calls, and we will email you a link to the recording in case you missed out on the call.
And by the way, Jay is at all of my quick start real estate schools. How many of them you've been to now, Jay?
Well, let's see here. I started in 2009, right? So right now it's almost 130, like 128.
So you've been to 128 my quick start schools.
Yes.
So, guys, that even shows you that a slow learner can do good in America. I'm just kidding. Jay is coming to teach getting the money, but he's also going to be working with us on selling the houses and actually participating in quite a bit of the event. So you got a lot more to learn from him.
Okay, this question was from when you were on earlier, Jay. Kevin asks, Ron says the foreclosure information is online, so why would we hire someone to go to the courthouse?
Well, it depends on the local area that you're in. So there's different online subscription services. And if you've got my foreclosure training, I'm going to be going over this live on Zoom next week. If you have enrolled in my foreclosure training, there's some online services you want to use and there's some you do not. want to use, right? Some of them, the information is very old. Some of them, you're only getting the name, the address of the foreclosed property. You're not getting any of the updated information from the courthouse. So join me on the Zoom next week for the foreclosure training, and I will make sure you get the correct online services and the ones you should not use.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here too. I suggest you don't use any online services because they are going to be late. But I'll reiterate the fact that most of you live in an area where there are humans, and the website for the tax recorder's office or the tax rolls office is online. You go on the county's website and get them yourself.
That's the key
daily,
right
is what
there.
that's what I'm
right
talking
there.
about.
Yeah.
Now, you probably don't want to do that personally. Maybe you get somebody else to do that for you. No, RVAs can't do that for you. So I'll get that out of the way. Surely you know somebody that can go on that thing every single day. Stuff gets filed. And just for kicks and grins, if I'm going to go find out who's been in foreclosure today, why don't I get the delinquent tax filings today? Why don't I get the divorces that have been filed today? And anything else that might indicate that there is probates, that there's a motivated seller there. I can drop a letter to them just as easy we can drop a letter to the people in foreclosure. So if you're gonna hire somebody to go on there every day, make a list of what you want them to do. Of course, you're going to have to probably show them how to get on there and how to find this stuff, but it's public information. I think what there's plenty of services that'll do that for you. In fact, they're right in my system, but I'm telling you right now, you ain't going to get that information. It's going to take a while for that to get to them and get to you and disseminate it. Jay's whole thing works because he's first in the box.
That's right.
Next question. Judy says, one private lender per property. What if the private lender fund from one lender is not enough for one property deal project?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I will use more than one private lender per property in the following case. So follow me closely on this. We have this thing called total loan to value. And what we mean by total loan to value is if you have more than one private lender that's being secured by the same property, obviously you're going to have one private lender in first position. We'll use that private lender that's going to have the bigger amount of money to purchase the property. Then you can have a second private lender in second position with a smaller amount of money, say $30,000 or $40,000. I'll use that for rehabbing the property. But here's the important point. You got to protect your private lenders. I'm not going to be borrowing more than 70, at the very most 75% of the after repaired value. So I've got to take my private lender notes, add them together, divide by the after repaired value. Don't be borrowing more than you should be, and protect your private lenders.
Yeah, but that didn't answer the question.
Oh, what was the question?
You can put one lender in first place and another lender in second place.
The answer is yes.
In reality, if they have a close relationship, they can pool their money to buy that thing. You just can't go get two separate investors that don't know each other to fund that. And that's more important in the higher dollar areas than it is in where most of us live. Okay, if you're trying to borrow, $750,000 to do a house in California, for example, then you might have to put a first and a second. And the one who puts up the most money always goes in first position.
That's right. And Ron, you can't even buy an outhouse in California for $500,000.
Well, no, that's in some areas you can though. I'm thinking of Alton Jones, one of our mentors.
Okay, there you go.
L.A.
Yeah.
What he does when he finds these deals, these high dollar deals, because he makes six figures anytime he renovates a house. I remember one deal he made $800,000 on. But what he does, if the property comes to him and there's already a loan on it, he'll take that one subject to, and then he'll go borrow a second for enough to cover the rehab, which in this case, $200,000 or $300,000, $1,000 sometimes.
Right.
So you blend the terms along with the private lending, like I was saying yesterday. But even then, when you're in an area like that, there's plenty of people in that area that's got big dollars. You guys will be shocked how much money sitting in people's bank accounts and they don't know what the heck to do with it. I
And
mean,
it's,
you're
hey,
thinking, well, what a problem. Well, it might not be for you, but maybe someday it will. Think about it. What do you do with it? I know you
Ron,
put it in the
you
stock
know,
market where it's safe, right? Okay.
yeah, Ron, you know, it's our, as the real estate investor and entrepreneur, it's our ethical and moral obligation to relieve them of their problem of not knowing what to do with their money.
It is indeed. Okay. So this and I'll tell you, Jay will agree. This is not a hard sell, folks. In fact, you're not selling. You're giving
not
them the
selling.
opportunity to get a high rate of return on their money.
Yep.
I couldn't believe how fast I got my first private lender in 1985. Geez, I couldn't believe how fast, how quickly other people started calling me. Hey, can you do for me what you did for my friend Johnny? The first question I asked is, I don't know what Johnny tell you I did for him. But money begats money begats money. And once you get that machine, you're a good example of that. How many private lenders you got right now?
47.
47. Okay. So you guys can't do anything till you get 47 private loans, right, Jay?
Hey, Ron, I tell you, I tell people this all the time. I tell them all the time. I say one thing I learned from Ron LeGrand in 2009 was the more money you wallow in, the more money sticks to you.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Lisa says, Jay said there were 2 ways he recommends buying, subject to and wrap. What does it mean to buy on a wrap?
Go ahead, Ron. I'll let you answer that.
I must have failed on day one, Jay. I must have failed.
Well, Lisa showed up late.
Oh, she did, huh? All right, Lisa. It's this simple. I'm buying a house for $300,000. In fact, while you were talking, I just bought a house. Okay.
All right.
Buying this house for $310,000 with $10,000 down. The owner's going to finance the balance with a 10-year balloon. She owes $200,000 at $1,700 a month. So I'm going to buy her house for $310,000, give her 10 down, and she's going to I'm going to have my attorney create a loan back to her for $300,000, but she only owes $200,000. That $300,000 wraps around that $200,000. The total debt on the house is $300,000, not $500,000. So well, I got an underlying loan, and a seller owner finances it. We're going to do it with wraparound mortgage. It's as simple as that, or a wraparound deed of trust. Technique is the same, even if you use a different document. So that's a good example right there. We just got that one orally accepted just a few minutes ago.
Awesome.
Okay. Tom asks, do the letters get sent to folks being foreclosed by HOAs?
You know, I don't mess with it. I mean, I really don't track and mail people that have been foreclosed on by an HOA, because at the end of the day, it's going to work itself out, right? So, however, they could be a motivated seller, but
I do.
Do you?
I do. For one big advantage, I don't have to put up much money to buy the house.
True.
You know, they ain't going to be $50,000 behind on their HOA dues. In fact, I just bought one not very long ago, $6,000 worth of HOA dues that were owed. And I was outbid on that one, but I'd have been thrilled to get it for that $6,000 or $10,000 even. But you better ever not do that until you find out what other loans are on the property.
Amen.
Because HOA is inferior to the mortgage.
Yes.
So I have an investor friend that borrows for 1 year on rehabs. When he finishes the house early, he transfers the mortgage to another property for the balance of the year. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's called a substitution of collateral, and I do it all the time with my private lenders that only have like $30,000 or $40,000 with me. So if I have a private lender that's, got $30,000, on a house, I did it for rehab. When I'm cashing out on that house, and I got another house that I'm doing, and there's a ton of equity over that, the people, they don't want their money back, right? But I can't keep the money. So I will do a loan, my real estate attorney will do a loan modification, i.e. a substitution of collateral, which is exactly what it means. Their note stays open, but the house or the collateral is being substituted from the one that I sold over to a house that I own.
Huh. Where'd you learn that nonsense at?
Oh, I've been doing it for years.
Okay. All right. So listen, back to that question. My question to you is, why on earth would anybody borrow money with a 1-year balloon on it when we're talking to private people that don't even know what a balloon is?
Well, that's
We don't
true.
put 1-year balloons on loans we borrow from private lenders, even if we think we're going to rehab it and pay it off within a year. Why put limitations on your own self? I'm going to say it again, guys. God, be careful of what comes out of your mouth. That will take practice. We create our own problems. All of our problems are self-inflicted because mostly of what we say or how we say them. All right, I'm getting off my soapbox here.
All right. Clay, maybe kind of a similar question. How do you keep people happy when they want to keep their money at work? Don't they get disappointed when you pay them back? How
Yeah.
fast do you put the money back to work?
Yeah.
They get very unhappy.
And
They want you to keep their money working.
You just identified the reason. In 1985, I had so much money coming at me. I went out and got a mortgage broker's license and started being one of them loan sharks, charging 15% interest and 5 points and 3 months interest prepayment penalty. Now, it was 1985. Okay. So everything was high then. And I did it just for that reason, to get rid of their money. And I'd keep the points, of course. They'd get the interest and the prepayment penalty, just to keep their money working so I didn't lose it. And many times I found myself, a guy made me a loan 6, 7, 8 months ago, and here comes a lender that's aching to get rid of the money. I found myself actually taking his money and paying off that loan just to keep his money busy so he don't go away on me.
I've done it too.
But it is going to be a problem. You start borrowing private money, trust me, you're soon going to have more than you need.
But you know what? It's a wonderful problem.
Yeah.
Michael says, Ron, two people who know each other form an LLC and loan us their private money?
Yeah, but they don't have to form an LLC to do it. They can just be jointly named on the loan. And technically, I don't really want to get into this, but frankly, they should take title to the loan in a paper trust, which is a land trust, but it's for a note instead of a piece of land. And then they can be the beneficial interests of that paper trust. You find one on Gold Club site.
JC says, in a wrap where the owner is financing more than the existing mortgage, who is in the first position, the owner or the underlying bank?
Well,
I want you to think about that, JC, because I know you know the answer to that question. What's the difference between the first and the second, Jay? Explain it, please.
Well, a first means that mortgage is already in place. And when you're going to do a wrap, if you're going to wrap around something, then you're wrapping around that first mortgage, and your actual wrap note is in second position.
Correct. First or second is determined by the time it was recorded. That's simple. And of course, the first is already on there. So anything else comes in second or third position.
Looks like that's all the questions we had for Jay. We got a couple more for Ron. Actually, Ron, I think I owe you a grouch here. You've been a little grouchy on a couple of these. So.
Took him all day to get to that grouch monitor. All right. Okay. Well, Jay, I guess that then ends your duties for the day. So I'll release you back on society. Always a pleasure, sir.
That's great. Ron, thank you so much for inviting me to come on today to share the foreclosure system, share private money that, of course, I learned everything from you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir. Appreciate you.
Have a great weekend.
Okay. All right, guys. Now, we have brought you Ted Thomas this morning to teach you how to buy properties the easy way and get high rates of return on your money, which you don't really have a lot to do with your real estate business. But on number one, buying houses on tax deeds is a good way to get them cheap. And also you saw what to do with your IRA money. And then Jay came on and showed you how to, his whole talk was about finding sellers
motivated sellers. And of course, not too many sellers more motivated than people that are in foreclosure. And then here comes Lou sharing information with you that frankly I have never seen before. It's been a while since I've seen him. The kind of things that he goes through on his rental agreements alone are worth a fortune. In fact, I just told Debbie I want to get that rental agreement because I want to use some of that stuff myself. And then here comes Jay back teaching you how to get the money to go buy the junkers that I taught you to buy yesterday, or use for second mortgages for the pretty houses that I taught you to buy on day one. There was a cohesive system here. So I was just telling you a while ago, I just got an oral agreement on one just now while we were doing this. Yes, I actually still do this stuff. Okay. In fact, I'm going out and look at that house tomorrow. Uh-oh, John, I lost it. Oh, you got it. Okay. So I was thinking, well, if I tell them about this deal, they're going to wonder what I'm doing with it. So let me write it down here for you, and then we'll get out of here. All right. Oh, by the way, the R is $360,000 on this house. She agreed to sell it to me for $310,000. Oh, I forgot to tell you, she's leaving everything in the house. She's taking her personal belongings and going out and getting her RV and leaving, period. All the furniture in the house stays. She started out wanting 40 down. Well, she started out wanting 340. Now she's at 310. And she started out wanting 40 down. Now she's at 10 down payment. House does need, however, about $20,000 worth of repairs, according to my acquisitionist. So I'm going to go ahead and buy it under those terms. The payment's $1,700 a month. Okay. I'll be making her payment starting 2 to 3 months after we close. So now, what am I going to do with it? You ask, because Ron, you're paying $310. It's only worth $360. That doesn't comply with a Mayo formula. You're correct, because Mayo has nothing to do with terms. Mayo is only on all cash deals. My total cash outlay will be 10 and about 20 to fix it from what I see so far, and some closing costs. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to put it right back on the market on a lease option. If the ARV is 360, probably 379.9. We always raise the price when we sell on a lease option, period. And I've been doing that forever. All right. And there's no way I'm going to give anybody the keys to that property for less than $30,000 down. And I hope to get more. It's in a great neighborhood, incidentally. So that means my buyer will owe me I'm going to call that 380 minus 30 is 350. Okay. And I owe her 300 because I gave her 10. So I got built-in equity the day I buy it. I do have 30,000 in it, but I'll have 30,000 back out of it. So I'll break even on the front end. No big front end payday here. All right. So I'm sacrificing that for the rest of the deal. I know I can get $2,500 rent out of that house on a lease option, especially because it's a 2,600 square foot house. Got to pay out $1,700. Guys, that's $800 a month that will come in for at least 10 years, unless somebody cashes me out prior to that. Okay, let's say they cash me out. All right, I owe $300. Tenant buyer owes me $350. And just remember this: every month that goes by, my $300 goes down. Their $350 does not. They don't get credit for the purchase from their rent. This is fixed for the entire term of their loan. Every month that goes by, my equity in that gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So you can imagine 10 years from now, this thing is probably going to be paid down to, I don't know, at least $240,000 because that's just with debt pay down. All right. I don't know what's going to happen to the prices, but I can tell you, you look back 10 years and show me a 10-year period where the prices haven't continued to increase on real estate. All right. Longer you own the house, the more it's worth. So this is what I call a golden goose. I sacrifice the front end, but I get a monthly cash flow. All repairs go to the tenant buyer after I fix what's wrong in it now. And here's something that, most people don't even consider. Remember, she owes $200 to the bank. All right. If a tenant buyer comes and wants to pay me off, I can guarantee you I'm going to get a big discount between the 200 she owes the bank and the 300 I owe her. Anytime you pay somebody off with cash, you can get a discount. I've never paid off a seller or I didn't get a discount. That discount could make me more money on the back end than the thing that's made me up to that point. So profit after profit after profit after profit. And don't forget, I get to depreciate this house the whole time I have it. So if I paid $310, I'd take about $30,000 off for land, call that a $280 or $280,000 basis. If you divide that by 27 and a half years, that's over $10,000 per year that I don't have to pay the IRS because I own this property that I basically got for free. And then, so now add the debt pay down to that, add the appreciation to that, add the monthly cash flow to that. And now you can understand why I like to keep them. When I get them with terms, I sell them with terms, but in reality, I'm not selling it. I'm lease optioning it. And if you were here the day one, then you know that about 90% of the people that I put in these houses just don't buy. All right. They just don't buy. And that's not up to me. That's up to them. So, I brought it up, so I thought I'd finish the explanation. All right. That's the exit strategy on it. Okay. Well, listen, make note that sometime this summer, I'm going to spend a day redoing the Work for Equity course all over again, and you'll be invited. And you masters in mentoring, make sure you write down the dates, September 5th, 6th, and 7th, I think it was, for the retreat. We'll get you the information on that, but block those dates out right now because you want to be at this. This is just for mentoring students and master students, and it'll be a mastermind. That means we get as much out of them as you'll get out of us. So I hope you've enjoyed the presentation this week. I really appreciate you sitting here and tuning in. And I hope you do something with the information and not just spend 3 more days collecting information that you don't ever implement. Training is worthless without implementation. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
I'll tell you what I learned along the way is the cost of education is cheap compared to the price of ignorance. You know, my biggest focus today is not so much teaching the real estate. We teach real estate. I can teach anybody how to buy and sell houses in a very short period of time. But the hardest thing we have to work on today is to teach people how to run a business and get out of the minutia, get out of the daily grind. I'll tell my folks, this is a very part-time business that produces a massive full-time income. And if you're working at it more than part-time, you're just wasting all the time you're putting into it.